Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Super Old Games Saturday, and welcome to our final week of the Halloween block for 2024. Cannot believe we've reached the end already, but we got quite a show for you tonight because we're playing a horror game from Namco we have not touched as far as a sort of long-running franchise of theirs. Going back to the 80s, we're using a very special device to show it off. We are using the TurboGrafx-16 Mini. Because we're going to be playing Splatterhouse. You're seeing it on the screen there. We're going to be using the TurboGrafx-16 version that is in this mini console that came out in 2020 from Konami, who now owns a bunch of stuff when it comes to TurboGrafx-16 or PC Engine, you can see down there. Now, just to let you know, later in the show, we're going to look over all 52 games of this unit in terms of discussing them the way we usually do when it comes to mini consoles. But, as I said, we've looked over mini consoles before, the Sega Genesis Mini 1 and 2 in particular. I'll have links to the shows. We've done those as far as the overview whenever we first look at it, but I said, if I go over all the games now, we're going to be here probably an hour and 40 minutes like it was for the Mini 2 without playing a game. So what we're going to do is we're going to be playing Splatterhouse for the TurboGrafx-16 right here as the first thing we do for tonight, because it's not a long game, at least the way I think we're going to be able to be set for it. And after that, we're going to come back out to the TurboGrafx-16 Mini unit, and we're going to be talking about all of the games that are on this, and chat's going to be up to you as far as other stuff you want to see as a little bit of a preview, even if it's a game we've shown before, which there's only one other game on this that we've shown, which is actually on this weekend last year. That was for Castlevania Rondo with Blood. It is the PC Engine Super CD2 edition that is over in PC Engine's side over here, along with sorting your options of A to Z game format, of CD and card and release date. And good old PC Engine Kun over here giving you your settings of stuff, screen stuff, and we'll go on that a bit later, but I just wanted to give that perspective because we're going to be playing this game. I'm looking forward to it. So we're getting a horror vibe going as we've had a bunch of great shows for our Halloween block for this year. We got our next year lineup ready to go, I think, as far as what we're going to be doing for the most part. Talk about that later, and below, when I add this in a couple days, we'll have our full playlist of all of the Halloween block shows we've done going back to the beginning of the show. Almost 5 years ago. Well, it'll be 5 years next year. But to take us out with Scooby-Doo Mystery, which we had the first weekend, Till Dawn's Remake a couple weeks ago, and Twisted Metal last week, we're playing Splatterhouse. A bit of a contentious one, sort of, in terms of is it a good game or not, and feasibly the controversy it spawned in certain capacities, but maybe not in others, and where this franchise is, and also filling a massive gaping hole in our coverage. We have not talked TurboGrafx-16 or TurboGrafx or PC Engine much of anything except for Rondo of Blood, which we then use the PSP version for. And by the way, if you do stay on screen there, it goes through demos of games we're going to show, including, I think that is Bomberman 93. Oh, no. That is, I'll give a brief name as far as what this game is, because we'll talk about it later. It is Super Momotaru Densetsu 2. We'll talk that later, but for now, we're getting ourselves going with Splatterhouse. Looking forward to getting this show started and ending our Halloween block of this year with a bang and getting ready for the weekend of Halloween next week. Okay, so let's hit the button, get ready to go with Splatterhouse, putting the Hue card into the console. That is how TurboGrafx-16 ran, or PC Engine, which was known as in Japan. And it was NEC released it over here as far as the console, we'll go on that a bit later. But as far as Splatterhouse is concerned, I got 8 pages of notes, by the way, going on to this whole unit, and we'll talk that. I had to check stuff with sound volumes as well. Let's talk about Splatterhouse. Here is Splatterhouse. It was published and developed by Namco. It came out in the arcade in November of 1988 in Japan, and in 1989, I should say, in March, in Europe and the US. It then got ported to a bunch of other systems, well, sort of a bunch. It was ported to the TurboGrafx-16 as far as how it is. The arcade version has been re-released in a couple places. There is an Arcade Archives release on PlayStation 4, by extension PlayStation 5, and Switch that is available of this game. It is in the Namco Museum Arcade Pack, also on the Switch, which is how I have the arcade version. And it is also in the remake of Splatterhouse that came out in 2010 for the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360. We'll talk about that a bit later. It is the fourth and, at this point, final game in the series, of which there were 2 other ones which were on Sega Genesis, and all 3 of the classic games are in the Splatterhouse remake, which it is the arcade port of the first one, from what I understand, and the 2 from Sega Genesis for Splatterhouse 2 and 3. But let's talk about this one, and particularly the TurboGrafx version, because you're seeing one thing. If you're familiar with this game, this is a bit of a censored version, sort of, although you're seeing here is like still plenty violent, to the point where one thing we didn't see on the intro, as far as on the TurboGrafx-16 Mini side of things, which showed the box art, There's a label on the box of this game which said, quote, "The horrifying theme of this game may be inappropriate for young children and cowards." So yeah, this game was not screwing around when it comes to the idea of it being a horror game, and the idea that the people who made this were kind of thinking, hey, we want to have a serious horror game at a time when there wasn't much going on with horror in games in the 1980s. There's some aspects of elements like that. I know stuff Exidy, a company that was known for controversy going back to like Death Race 2000 in the arcades, where they had violent runovers of creatures or people that had like a high-pitched screech coming out of the console, or from the machine, I should say. And of course Chiller, which is a first-person, or a light gun shooting game, kind of like a, I'm trying to think what's the way to put this, gallery shooter. We're shooting at people who are tied up and being destroyed, and basically just killing everybody you want, and they're screaming. And there's an unlicensed NES port of that, but as far as what Namco's looking at with this one, they said, hey, we want to tell a more serious horror case of game with this one. And they did want to try to take it seriously in the sense that, hey, you have these creepy things. There was some inspiration for what they said of classic movies like Friday the 13th. You're looking at that mask, which they changed the color from white to kind of a burgundy in this release because they didn't want to get sued by, I think it's Universal who released the Friday the 13th movies. That's wrong. I'll put an ad down saying who actually released them. But saying, hey, is this ripping that off? And also does the dim thing when you leave it idle for too long. As we see in the demo, we're going to see going into this house. But they said also, they were questioning one thing which has often gone with video games, which is going back in the history of gaming. The thought that gaming was seen as something as for children as far as an amusement. You can kind of go out anywhere and play it. And that was when Chiller came around as far as arcades. People saying, hey, this is something that's immoral because you're putting it in public places. That was the controversy of that game. And I guess maybe a little bit with Splatterhouse here, but also the thought that the people who made this said, hey, you see violence like this in movies and feasibly, I guess, represented in literature for certain things. So why can't we feasibly do it in games? Why can't we feasibly have those zombie dogs, eating them a body, or feasibly eating at zombies when they get destroyed, or ghouls and eating the remains? Why can't that be in a game? Which is honestly not a wrong thing to think, but I mean, it's a good question to ask because we talked about this before, the idea that violence in games, where was that about? Where's the controversies that came along with it? I mean, it made Splatterhouse and also Chiller going into that specifically, and even Death Race 2000 were cases where they're kind of not in massive visibility until really the 90s with stuff like Mortal Kombat and Night Trap. So the question of where is this industry going to be as far as violence? What can they show? What's the case where people are going to say it's too much? And it's definitely was an interesting growing pain a little bit, but even as far as Japan was concerned, they were thinking, well, maybe we could show more, but also get a case that, hey, this is being taken seriously. And given the melancholy nature where the story goes, they had a point. Because, yeah, it was looking gross and creepy and going into a haunted house. Perfect for Halloween, of course. But there's a little more going on underneath the brain of this thing, or underneath the mask as it is. And we're going to peel back the layers, as is, of course, the case we always do on the program. The game itself was directed by Shigeru Yokoyama, who did planning on Galaga, QDQ, New Rally X, and Kingdom Balloon. He's also the producer on Ridge Racer Revolution for the PlayStation, Tales of Fantasia for the Super Famicom, as well as Klonoa Door to Phantom Isle on the PlayStation. All three of the Xenosaga games from the PlayStation 2. He was the general director on Tales of Grace's F, which is getting its remake in February, as well as Tales of Symphonia Dawn of the New World for the Wii. And he's also the executive producer on Eternal Sonata, Touch My Katamari for PlayStation Vita, Tekken 7, and Code Vein. And it was an interesting thought as far as, can we do something with horror that way? And seeing what's going on. And the plot, let's go into the plot briefly, because it is a little truncated in this version compared to the arcade. In the arcade version, you would see an intro showing Rick Taylor here. He's walking along the way. Him and his girlfriend, Jennifer Willis, who are two college students. It's a dark and stormy night, as is the case, of course, a great horror setup. They said, we want to find refuge as far as a house. So they keep running, they run down the way, and they find the Willis Mansion. Willis Mansion? No, West Mansion. Yeah, West Mansion, sorry. Which is the mansion of Dr. Henry West, who comes into play in the later games in the series. But basically, they go in there, but it turns out to be a bad decision, because it's known as the Splatterhouse. And inside the Splatterhouse, Jennifer's kidnapped, Rick is killed, and he is resurrected by the Hell Mask, which is on his face, and it turns him into a killing machine, but enough of a case where he's given a second chance to save Jennifer and saying, I'm going to this house, I'm going to save my girlfriend that way. And it's interesting as far as the idea of what they're doing with this thing, and also, as I mentioned, the idea that the people made it said, can we show more as far as violence? Why should other mediums get a pass the way that they do and not games? And they made this game in about 14 months as far as the arcade version. This port came out on April 3rd of 1990 in Japan, and in 1990 in a month I could not find, for the TurboGrafx-16 or the PC Engine, which is known as in Japan, which did have changes. The mask is burgundy now as opposed to white. There's weapons you're picking up. You're seeing the 2x4. You also see the axle that looks more like a cleaver. The cleaver itself is not in this version. And Rick is a little darker in color as far as his skin. Kind of, I guess he has a tan more than anything. And they also changed some indications of visuals of crosses, demon head to a demon head in level 4. At the end, there's a cross as far as like a gravestone, but they turn an actual gravestone. And there's other aspects of weird embryonic aspects we're going to see in level 6. They kind of toned them down a little bit in this version, but you're seeing, yeah, it's going to be plenty creepy and fitting for where we're going. And it's going to be a good case of it. And fine, I'm talking this way as far as like the intro of the game, but it's also something that feasibly I could have started. We could have been pretty far in this game because it's not long. It's an arcade port. But as I said, we're going to give a little bit of a spiel as far as this. I'll go into one aspect. We haven't heard much of the music yet, but I'll give an idea of like who did the music because it was a fascination as far as who did it. It is actually the first work of Katsuro Tajima, who is actually a big name as far as stuff with Namco. In particular, he did the sound on Pac-Man 2, The New Adventures for the Sega Genesis and Super Nintendo, which we played on this program before, as well as Klonoa 2, Lunatea's Veil for the PlayStation 2. He did the Song of the King of the Cosmos, and we played Wheel of Katamari on the PlayStation 2. Still the best version, even with the patches they made to enhance things. He did music on Urban Rain for PlayStation 2, Tank 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 for the Wii U, Mario Kart Arcade GP Deluxe, which is the arcade-only, I think it's the second Mario Kart game. It's one of those cases that I wish there'd be home port of that. And also I did music on Tekken 7 and Tekken 8 this year. But also, I was also Yoshinori Kawamoto, whose background with music is also a lot of Namco stuff, including Philios, Dragon Spirit, Mr. Trill 2 for the Game Boy Advance, Star Fox Assault for the GameCube, Pack and Roll for DS, Breakdown on Xbox. I keep mentioning that game. It is an interesting one as far as a first-person kind of fighting adventure game. And also did sound design on New Pokemon Snap for the Switch a couple years ago. And as far as other ports of this game, I was ported to the FF Towns Marty, as well as the PC, Windows Mobile, iOS, BlackBerry. You can get this on your BlackBerry. I don't know if it's still on PlayStation 3. It was on PlayStation 3. You feasibly could get it there. It was on Wii's Virtual Console, where I know you can't get it anymore. As I mentioned, if you have Namco Museum Arcade Pack on the Switch, it's there. And there's the Arcade Archives released on PS4 and 5 and Switch. That'll let you play this. And also the great art direction, which we're going to see going in. I'll see this, and then we can start the game. Which, at least in this version, was done by Yuichiro Komoriya, who did work on Ordyne, Simant for the Super Nintendo, Tekken 2, Pokemon Channel for the GameCube, and visual design on a bunch of the custom Robo games. And then the last aspect I'll say is the music and sound programming for this version, as far as converting the arcade stuff, which is by Tsuyoshi Kobayashi, who did game design on both the Klonoa games, the first two, Klonoa 1, or Door to Phantom Isle, and Lunatea's Veil. As producer on Star Fox Assault, did sound programming for Marvel Land, as well as Road Blaster, not Road Blasters, but Road Blaster, which is the Japanese version of a game we're going to show on the show at some point, Road Avenger for Sega CD, but when I get the Genesis fix, we can show it. Hello, everyone. Hello, Dollyfin. So good to see you tonight. We're going into Splatterhouse, or the Splatterhouse with Splatterhouse for the TurboGrafx-16 for this arcade port of 1988 Namco horror game. It's a beat-em-up specifically, and we're done with this game. We're going to talk about the TurboGrafx-16 Mini, going into all 52 games of it, of which this is one of, and finishing off our Halloween block right. Good to see you tonight, Dollyfin. Hope you're doing well. Let us know if you have memories on Splatterhouse. A lot of people I talk to have maybe heard the name, but haven't really played it. What do you have to say about it, or anything horror, or Namco, or anything when we get to TurboGrafx specifically, or PC Engine? This is a new one to me. Yeah, it's one that, even when I was growing up, I think maybe I heard the name once, specifically with Splatterhouse 2, which is on the Sega Genesis, but I never played it. But I do have that as well. And then there's 3, and there's a remake, which could be an interesting one for show that, because I'm going to have to censor stuff with music, and there is nudity. I don't know if it can be avoided. And also the Hell Mask we're seeing here that's taken over Rick Taylor. In that game is voiced by Jim Cummings, who voices Winnie the Pooh, and he's saying fuck literally every word of the word. And it's very weird, but also a case that, yeah, it's fascinating for sure. But anyway, I think we can get ourselves started. So here's the deal. We're going to hit the run button because you're running the TurboGrafx-16 pad, which has turbo elements on this controller. So select button run, which is your start button. and the 2 button on the left, and the 1 button on the right. I'll have a picture of that controller just to show what we're dealing with here. And we'll talk about the idea that this is a proprietary controller for this TurboGrafx-16 Mini, which is unfortunate because these controllers go for a lot of money, as is this unit now. But with that, we have enough for spiel on this. Let's get ourselves started. Hit the run button, let's go. And we're getting the look at the mansion, and the great organ music. What we're not seeing is the intro from the arcade game, which shows Rick and his girlfriend Jennifer coming in here and then hearing her scream and saying she's been taken. Then we die. We're resurrected by the Hell Mask, that burgundy mask in this one, but it's a white mask in the original release. That, brings you back to life and gives you killing powers as we go into stage 1, punching enemies. You move left and right, press down on D-pad to pick up the 2 before slam them into the back of the wall. And they get splatted and going on, and you do jumping with just on the 1 button. Just kind of jump kind of like that, but in the case of, you just keep going. You can also crouch and do kicks, which is a faster attack. You also have a case where if you jump while moving, and you hit down and the 2 button as you do it, as well as those creatures are vomiting out sludge and things. Don't touch it, otherwise you get yourself hurt, because your hearts are your health here. The masks are your life up there, and you have your item as well. But I'm going to wait because, the enemies are coming. And the arcade version, there is a purple force field that doesn't come in this version. So you don't have to, you don't have to worry about dilly-dallying as you're seeing all these horrors going on. Including spikes there, and bats, of course, so take your 2x4 and slam them down. And seeing the blood, which is cut down a bit from the arcade game, as is the case, but still plenty scary and plenty, sort of gory, but, fine. This franchise has been one that has seen controversy a lot of itself, but more of a, kind of in the background to other stuff. But, if you jump and hit down and the 2 button, you do a slide. That is actually a very effective move. It's also something that's kind of hard to get used to, but if you can, it's going to help. As we go through this game where you have, that alien-like looking thing, not the xenomorph from Aliens, ouch. But I've got myself hit. But keep going and pick up the 2x4 and go up the ladder. But when you go between screens, you do lose the ladder. And you get points for everything you kill. Every 30,000 points, you get a life. And we have our first boss here. This is, leeches and, leeches. If you don't like leeches, get them out of the way. What you want to do here is stay in the center. Pretty much just, kick on the ground there. And sometimes as you jump going, what? In that case, they'll be fine, but just make sure you keep them at bay. Definitely they're looking creepy, and that has a great aspect of, the one with the teeth are gonna bite you, so you gotta be careful. But if you do this, you'll be fine. But one last thing, when you're done, I didn't say this as far as what else is here, but is the hanging zombie. If you're too close to that thing, the leech can come out, and yes, it can kill you. So if you have no health left, you hit that, you die, you have to go back and beat this boss again. We're already done with the first stage. We're going to stage 2 now. Okay, so keep going, just keep seeing all the horrors, including interesting stuff with the backgrounds, with the idea that, hey, the zombies and other creatures over there, spitting goop and things, kind of being hung by their arms in, a torture chamber. So, Dr. Henry West, we'll get to him in the later games of the series, but this is the West Mansion, and there's a lot of weird stuff going on, and, as 2 college students, that's the idea of what Rick and Jennifer are. Oh, you have the wrench. Toss the wrench, boom. If usually is a one to kill, you do have items you can hold as far as just beating things, but in other cases you can pick them up and hit them, but knock them out, and that just splurts out. Definitely very gory and grisly, but in that kind of somewhere between 8 and 16-bit style, and it is a fun one. It's an interesting game for sure, and one that I didn't have as much familiarity with growing up, or even semi-recently until I got the TurboGrafx-16 Mini here, but also the Namco Museum Arcade pack on Switch that has the arcade version ported into it. It's one that I've sometimes heard the ideas, let's talk Splatterhouse. I know other channels sometimes talk this. I said, let's give it a look. An idea of Namco's doing horror, because fine, Namco tends not to be known for horror in a lot of ways. You know stuff like Pac-Man and the Tales of games, and Galaga, and other cases. And a lot of Namco stuff we're going to see on this TurboGrafx-16 Mini, just to go into that later. But what are they doing with horror? And it's interesting what they do. But while you're in the water, you have to jump over the spike balls that are going along the way. Seems great aspects of it, but you have the swamp creatures coming out. You do need to, again, keep them at bay and slam against the wall, and they splatter. So this, fitting the name, Splatterhouse, but the case that, there's a lot of great attention to details as you go. It's kind of a beat-em-up, but it's a different kind of beat-em-up than stuff we played like Final Fight and Streets of Rage, because it's much more simple, admittingly. But it's also something that's a lot about the atmosphere. This game has a great atmosphere. There's a fighting, haunted room. It's gonna be shaking a little bit as far as the screen, maybe some sort of flashing lights. Not as strong as other stuff in this. But yeah, gotta be careful because those things falling down can hurt you. And out here, yeah, that jug can fall down and hurt you. But yeah, we gotta beat chairs. So yeah, this house is getting out of control. So you gotta be careful and just punch the chair. After you hit it a couple times, it'll bust, and then knives. But Rick is such a badass, he can put his fist out with the power of the Hell Mask and just punch a knife. Don't try punching a knife feasibly in the blade at home, kiddies, but still a case that, yeah, in this game, you can be like, ow, shit. But in that case, if I get hurt, it's not going to be good. They take 3 punches. But then here's the deal, when you knock both of them down, that picture, it comes and it hurts. You want to get it in a corner so it feasibly can be bashing that way, and got it, but the poltergeist is there, he's going out. And this is the last level that has a massive middle finger to you. Because, yeah, center there, if I was standing underneath that chandelier, I'd get crushed to do this again. We do not have to do that again, though, that way. I remember Gemini96 was mentioned me. I was showing him the arcade version of this as I was practicing the other day with the arcade port on Switch. He said that picture is like something out of Mother 3 from Game Boy Advance. I'll have an indication like what that specifically was and all the edit element going on. But yeah, you have the creatures or the doggies, like the zombie dogs. When you kill the zombies, they do explode into bloody chunks. And just like when, I think you were on the show and we looked at Little Misfortune, the dog can feasibly eat things that it shouldn't be eating, where it eats the guts of the zombie or the creature or the whatever it is. But basically what you want to do here is you get the gun, you get the shotgun. You only have 8 shots. Ouch! What you want to do is you want to feasibly hold your ammo for the boss that's coming up. But you don't necessarily have to. If you're standing up straight, you shoot it and it shoots off. If you're crouching, you keep kicking. We have to go over the bridge. Here's the deal. If you touch that, I don't know, poltergeist or whatever it is, it takes you down to the forest as far as taking another path. For now, we will not show them. I will come back a little later. When we finish the game, we'll come back and show the hidden paths. They're on the levels, but I got my ass killed. So yeah, I'm down on the ground. And in this game, you die, you have to go back to the start of the level. Oh, fine. Actually, no. This one, you have a checkpoint. I don't remember if the arcade version had checkpoints. But if you get all of your lives lost, it's a game over. And like the arcade version, you do not have unlimited continues. And I lost the gun, so like I gotta come up with another way to get a case of, oh, this creature's, ouch! Especially that thing hanging, because it can spit out like, purple stuff. Yeah. They always say with the Sunny Delight commercials, avoid the purple stuff. But fine, this purple stuff is toxic and can hit you. I don't know what the hell that is, but either way, what you want to do is pick up, I don't know, the rock, hit him, and then toss it, and move out of the way, because I believe that the purple goop it shoots out can hurt you. Now, if I had not died, I'll say this. You have the shotgun. They hold 8 rounds. Basically, what I'll do for the boss that's coming up, that boss, by the way, is Biggie Man, as he's known. You can have more ammo running it when you have, basically, pick up the one gun and then drop it and pick the next one up and go ahead. It's almost like Halo, specifically as far as that, like tossing the gun ahead. But yeah, he's got a chainsaw, or 2 chainsaws, just shoot him. And keep him at bay, but you might not be able to get him. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, crap, I'm dead. Yeah, he's buzzing, so like, yeah, the chainsaw case, like, yeah, I'm dead. But yeah, okay, what I was feasibly trying to do is, you do not have enough shots with one aspect of the shotgun in order to kill him. I was trying to do the jump and then do the slide, which I need to do. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna lure this enemy over here. Okay, good, I got him. Okay, I was lucky about that. I thought that I was gonna miss, and, fine, I hit the, I don't know, like the swamp creature, whatever he is. That way, because you want to get rid of the things that are hanging here, because those are the worst cases. Also, I have 5 hit points, which is more than the arcade version. The arcade version only gives you 4. Let's try Biggie Man again. Also, you can go through these shots a lot quicker than it might seem. There we go. Yeah, because you do the thing with the slide, or the, yeah, there you go. Whoa. Oh, no. I get him? There we go. Crap. Oh no. Crap. Alright, I'm dead. It's game over. And unfortunately, I did not get enough points to get a life. So, there we go. We're dead. That's game over. We have 5 continues. If I do get a case where I can't beat this game, I'm going to put in the code for stage select, but keep going. And when you do get a game over, you go back to the beginning of the level. So yeah. You die, you go back, so you gotta be careful. It's not easy. Specifically, fine, this is actually harder because as mentioned, you do not have unlimited continues. And fine, I didn't do the slide right. Oh, actually, no, I did do the slide right, but I feasibly is a case where, although yeah, the thing with the dogs is that after you hit them once, they will feasibly do a lunge. And you might need to be out of the way in order to handle that. Okay. So I'll show the other paths later, but what I want to do is I want to hold the gun. I'm gonna get the other one, and we're gonna take care of Biggie Man and do this right. And that kick is a godsend. Oh my god, I love it so much. So in this case, I'm staying here so I don't have the hanging zombie thing, you know, spawning. Okay, pick it up. Oh shit! I never had that happen before. I fell in the spike pit. Oh no, dogs. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, fine. They're already, you know, mutated. So fine, if you're not liking your case of dogs that way, fine. We're just knocking them specifically. But yeah, they're feasibly were like that when we got here. So unfortunately, we're gonna be in a not good case that way. So unfortunately, we have to show that way. But fine, it's better than how the misfortune going into that. Or ouch, feasibly just killing the squirrel as was the potential we had for Until Dawn's remake a few weeks ago. Oh. Fine, Biggie Man is fine. Biggie Man feasibly is involved in doing this, but West, that's the dude who's really in trouble here. So fine, punch him. Shit, I'm dead. Yeah, you want to blame Henry West for this one, because feasibly he's the case who would be doing experiments that way. Fine, I guess what we had with Parasite Evil, that was not an experiment so much as it was, fine, everything being infected specifically. So yeah, fine. This game is actually before you jumped on, we were talking about this, the idea that when it comes to this game, the people who made this were kind of questioning the idea. We talked about violence in games before. Fine, it's an obvious case as far as going back to obvious things like Mortal Kombat and things like that. But they're asking, like, well, wait a minute. If stuff in, like, movies and things can show stuff like that, shouldn't games feasibly be able to? Ouch. And so this game's kind of, I guess, in a way, answering that question a little. Well, but fine, it is in the context of... Okay, I got him. Thank God. That slide is your best friend if you can time it right. It does put in the context, I guess, of the idea, like, creepy and awful things are going in here, and the point is, we gotta stop it. But also, we're taken over by this mask, so we're gonna have the power to do it. As we go to stage 4. Okay, so for stage 4, as they showed in the picture, you'd have, like, spikes or javelins, or, I guess, I don't know, whatever they are. Yeah, you can pay all the enemies, that way, boom, they're gone. But they also come out the doors. Ouch! Okay, I fell down a hole. You do not die when you fall down the hole. So fine, I'm showing one of the alternate paths now. And also, if it die here, we come back. Well, the leeches again. But since you're in scrolling territory, keep ahead. And the way I tend to keep ahead as far as these is you basically want to stay in to the sort of middle right of the screen, so when they jump, feasibly they'll miss you. Ah, crap. But they will latch onto you, and that's not good. Oh. Whoa! Okay, but if you do get to the end and get to the ladder, you're safe, and you can climb up. And it's an alternate path you can go. And it takes you up here. But so that's an interesting, there are branching paths, and basically just to give you an idea as far as that probably was a good one to show, because, well, first off, these enemies are cramping my style, get on my way. Because you basically just go down there and you have the spinning blades. You have to time your jump, otherwise you're gonna get yourself cut, and since I am at only 1 hit point left, I'm gonna die if I touch that. Also the, oh shit, bat! Yeah, it's one of those cases where, fine, as far as how much of a scary game this is, I mean, it is a bit, but also a case that, fine, it's also one of those, oh, you gotta be careful as far as what you're seeing. Yeah, and also feasibly just using the kick that way just so I at least have some distance, but yeah, there's times you want to do that slide, but it's not easy to pull it off. Though, in the next room, we're gonna want to use it, because it's gonna be arcade of victory. Oh, fine. I can also crouch underneath the bats, not hit them. But fine, I do need feasibly all the points I can get. But yeah, when you see them flash that way, that means they're going to come towards you. Oh, okay, fine, I kicked them. Yeah, jump there, and jump there. Okay. And make sure you don't get yourself sliced. Okay. So yeah, next room we're going to want to use the slide for sure, because we have these mirrors. Fine, the 5th one here. A creature comes out of this one. Yes, it's Evil Rick, or fine, it's like a Rick clone. Yeah, it has the blue mask as opposed to me having the burgundy one. Yeah, it has a lot of my moveset, so the punch, the kicks, and the slide. And it'll use it. So what you want to do is you want to feasibly be right at the case of doing the jump, and then, as far as jumping while moving, and then hit down to hit him, or hope the hell you crouch and he doesn't do the slide. Which right now is the idea of what I'm doing specifically. But if you can do that backwards, you can basically do a jump forward, and you have to be jumping while moving to do it, and hit down and the 2 button. You get a case where you can basically aim yourself right at the last minute to do it. You should be good. Alright, and he takes about, 3 hits. Or no, 2 hits, I guess, as far as that. But if you the slide, it's way easier to get it. But it's not easy to get the timing down. But it helps. As we're going into the boss area to fight the evil cross. It is not a cross in this version. It's an evil mask or evil spirit head. In the arcade version, it is a cross. Yeah, all the crosses are removed, and we have the... Fine, this is the axe in the arcade version. It is sort of a cleaver, because the cleaver is cut out as far as this version. It goes dunk when you do a slice with it. So this does still have it, so fine. We gotta knock out these demon heads as we're in the chapel. So take me to church, and we're gonna have to take care of this. And what you do here is the creatures there are gonna bounce left and right from the corner. And what you need to do is you gotta keep the heads out of the way and hit the blue one, but I am already dead. So alas, that is it. Although, to be honest, we are over halfway done with this game, as is. This is not long, because it was an arcade port. But we're at only 4 credits. I mean, it's a decent amount, but remember, you die, you go back. So back to the start of the level with these. So it's an idea of that arcade game mentality that way. Ugh. So not easy, but something that it is still pretty fun, and something that even when you do fail at this, you do want to keep trying. But especially without with limited continues in this one, it does make it harder. Not that I'm saying it necessarily needed to have unlimited continues, although it did in the arcade. And it's also something that, hey, you know, it does change the dynamics how you play. Because fine, in the arcade, you can keep feeding money and keep playing. And even the people who made this said, hey, you know, we want to avoid that. So we basically made it so when you get a game over, you do have to go back to the start of the level you're on. So in that case, they said, fine, you have to make sure that you're set. Fine, even if you're on another screen. If you die on a screen, you go back to the start of the screen you're at. But since I don't have any more lives, we'll have to go back here. So they basically said, like, they wanted to, I guess, discourage people from just putting in money and just instantly winning. So you do have some skill to it, so it doesn't seem completely off base. Like, fine, limit continues, but fine. If we can do that, yeah, when he does the jump kick, it's random what he'll do, and that's usually the worst. I can get that case as far as the timing down to do the jump, and the backslide like that. If I can do that right after the mirror, right after the next mirror, or right after that one. It's always the case of which one is it, and it is set still. There we go. Okay, that was a little better, so I didn't hit him completely, but it's still something I hit him just enough. And I think it's that one. There we go. Whoa, whoa, there we go. Perfect. That is what you want to do. And what you do is you have to do a moving jump for left or right, and then as you land, hit down and the 2 button. And if you do hit back just at the end of the jump going one way, you can slide the other way. But it's not easy to get the timing down. I actually only got it down last night, as was the case. I didn't even know the game had it until I was looking up the manual for this game from TurboGrafx, because I wanted to make sure, hey, am I looking at everything right when it comes to naming and stuff like that. And also features with the change for this version. Okay, but yeah, we'll try again going in the church. But I think we'll be set. It's not too hard as long as you avoid the heads when they come out, because they do keep coming out, and it'll just go back and forth from each edge of the screen. The hardest part is when the heads come out. Sometimes they'll go up and down higher, so you have to make sure that either they'll stop short as far as where it is where you are, so you have enough of a distance to slash with the cleaver, and then just make sure that you just keep hitting them. And when you hit the heads off, they will sort of disappear for a while, but then they'll come back. You hit enough, boom, you get them. Okay, got them. So we're set. Okay. And with that, sort of a new day dawns, but not really. And there's detail in the arcade versions that's not here, which is, there's an altar. So there's like a real church. They took that out. And there are also pictures on the wall that go to Jessica. Oh, no, Jennifer. I keep making that mistake. Sometimes Jessica. No, it's Jennifer, who's here. And after that nice aria. We hear that music, but you hear a scream of Jennifer going, ah! Which you don't have as much. There is one case of it, because we're going to see aspect. In fact, here is Jennifer right there. Yeah, it looks like she's torn specifically as far as like the white sheets she's in. But still, we're going through. And this is where things are going to get harder, but yeah, just beat the chairs. Boom. Yeah, the chairs are coming to life. Yeah, no, they're not. They're going back to whence they came. Yeah, I guess Rick is saying, like, fine, I got my 2x4, fine. I'm doing extreme home decorating, or, I don't know, like extreme makeover, like a lot of those shows on TLC and PBS we talked about before. Sometimes, like, take, I don't know, hammers or sledgehammers to houses and bust them to redo them completely, which I guess you could take this case of doing. But, alright, we were in this weird case, which, the people who made this movie were inspired by films by Dario Argento, who made Suspiria, but especially Phenomena, I believe was the name of the movie, which had these weird kind of pits with hands and things. And there's one aspect they changed here, and you have to walk along these, because when they're tilted like that, you move faster or slower, so you have to go around them, and you have the cybermorphs, or xenomorphs, I should say. Whoa. Coming on, and when you kill them, their heads come off. Yeah, what happened also with these, so I'll mention this. They're jumping with the hand here. In the arcade version, they're kind of... I don't know if... I've heard the case that feasibly they're flipping you off. But looking at what it looks like in the arcade version, I don't know. I feel like maybe they're just kind of giving you like a come here thing with like your index finger. I'll have a picture what that is, what it looks like in the arcade version, just to show it. They cut it out of this version, so fine. I guess then it must have been them flipping off. But looking as far as how the hand is, I don't know what it is. But this is like, yeah, they want to say like, yeah, fuck you, Rick. You're not getting past. But yeah, this is not easy because you have to do is you have to manage how fast you go down a hill or slow you go up one in order to avoid hitting in the hands and keep yourself going so that you're able to make the jump without taking too much damage. And this is one of the hardest levels in the game. Actually, this and the next one. We're in the last level's not that bad. Also, because it's not as long as this one. Oh, fine. This is the longest as far as all the levels. So in that case, it's a little bit of endurance, and you have to fight a boss. And again, if you die at the end of it and get a game over, you are done, and you have to go back to the start. And whoa, yeah, just wait till it goes and jump. And we're pointing out there's another path down that ladder. I don't want to take that. We'll show it later, but I don't want to take it. Also, I'm getting close to a life, so if you just want to go and be careful of the spirits there, they drop the skulls. So move out of the way and be careful. Also, when ouch, the creatures come out of the painting. Which in the arcade version, it's random when they come out. I think it's on a time interval. In this version, they come out after you pass it. You have to be careful as far as when those, I guess, spirits of the girls come by to drop the skulls on you. And if you have more than one by you at a time, yeah, not a good case. You want to stay away from that and make sure you don't get yourself dropped. You can walk out of the way, but it's not easy to do that when you have two of them at once. And again, don't fall in the hole, otherwise you go down to another area. Although, fine. You go down one area, go in that hole. Going down here, you go to another one, which I can feasibly manage. You see these zombies and creatures here. But here's the deal. This is not too bad. You see this monster guy, or whatever he is, Pumpkin Man. When you hit him, he does this chant, and if he gets the chant off, all the enemies as far as on the screen come back to life, like that. In order to kill him... I did get another life, at least. Whoa. I'm not doing a good job on this, because what you need to do is you need to get... Let me just that... which actually is something voiced as far as like an incantation in the arcade game. Hit him off. There you go. He's dead. Okay, so that was lucky. And I think if you go down there, that's also another path. Like, I'm going to avoid it. But as I said, I'll show it off later. And I have save states also show it, as is the case, just to kind of make it easier. Or I can just use the stage select. Now we got to go into the room with the leeches again. This game loves the leeches. Ouch! But same deals before. Stay in the middle and to the right, and feasibly they'll be okay, because they'll pop up from the ends over there. If they do jumping, you feasibly can get them in time before you get yourself hurt, but if they pop up right in front of you, get them there. Okay. I do want to feasibly have as many lives going into what we're doing next, as far as the next room, as I can. Whoa, shit. Okay, I gotta do this again. And look, we were almost there. It's not a long room, but it's a case that, yeah, when you get near the end of the room, that could feasibly be the worst feeling in the world. Like, yeah, you have to go back to the beginning and make sure you hold on, but fine. I do have full health, so it might be a benefit, you know? It's one of those cases where, yeah, with this game, you feasibly have to, I guess, maybe look at things in a different perspective, saying, okay, fine, I didn't get through, but maybe it's better it didn't, because when it comes to your health recovery, you recover health on stages, but between screens you do not, so... Sometimes coming in with more hearts is a good thing, especially now because we're at the boss here. Get this great music. There's the creatures. There is Jennifer. But she's saying, help me. Yeah, because she's been mutated. And she's turned into something, so we gotta stop it. So yeah, look at Jennifer. Oh boy. Here's the deal as far as what you do here. When it does the long jump, do that. It also has really long claws. And it hurts you that way if it does that. So what you can do is when it does jumping, either jump it when it jumps long, or if it jumps short, try and hit it from, do a jumping kick. So basically when it does the claw thing, or she does the claw thing, it won't hurt you. You gotta do 3 times of this. And the pattern will change where, she will not do as many of the long jumps. at this, so it's not easy. The other thing you can do is if it jumps and then you hit it from the side, you basically gotta have the distance kept, and it's not easy to avoid that. You can't jump over it, and you also cannot duck underneath it. So that's actually really hard, and honestly, of all the things I did on my practice, including today, this is the one thing I could not do as far as on my, you know, just getting it set for the show. But yeah, okay, there you go. If you can do that, and keep her at distance, because when you do a hit when she's in the air like that, she will bounce back, and the distance of the claw will not reach you. But sometimes you have to read that movement very specifically to get a sense that, is she going to make a long jump or a short jump? And she does more short jumps with each phase. Like that, yeah. So in that case, you pretty much have to make it so that you do the read, and if she does that short jump, be ready to jump towards her and kick her. Yeah, which is a horrible idea saying, like, we have to do this, but fine, she's mutated, we gotta get her back, and that's the idea of what Rick wants to do. Okay, that's the second phase, and we got one more. And she keeps saying, help me. And we're gonna do it, we're gonna help her, no question. That's what we came in here for. We want to save her. Yeah, in this case, I think she only does specific, and I think she does even shorter jumps. Oh, shit. All right, she does really short jumps now. Okay, here we go. Ow. I got her. Awesome. We got her. But we were too late. Yeah, she didn't make it. She's dead. So, yeah, of course we're enraged. And whoever is responsible for this, we're gonna pay. We're going to stage 6. So yeah, it's one of those cases we don't have our happy ending. She's not coming back. We're going to this area, we have a bunch of embryos in here, and they'll come out in the bubbles, and what will happen is, when they pop out, they'll come on the ground, and when they hit the ground, they'll start shaking around, and then they'll come out and become creatures. You want to try and keep that from happening. But if you can't, either hit them really quickly or wait for them to come to you, because they can latch onto you, and that basically guarantees you're going to take a hit. You do have a little bit of a window to avoid that. And if you're good with the slide, this is absolutely a good place to use it, because these things will go in a direction specifically, and it's something that you can cover a lot of the screen to get rid of them. As we're pointing out, in the arcade version, I believe they had more sacks to them as it is specifically. You're getting a sense of what they are, and fine, I'm already dead. And that's game over. But we do have 3 continues, so as long as we get through these next 2 levels, we're gonna be good. Get weird cases as far as the experiments, which, as I mentioned, ouch, the later games in the series will go into more. Especially the remake, because the remake does go into more of the backstory of the West Mansion, and actually also of Jennifer's connection with the guy who runs it. Which he's not a factor in this one, but he will in the other ones. And also, they can appear behind you, so what happens is that... Well, fine, in that case, they might be off-screened. Yeah, fine, I'm doing that. That's not a good idea. I should be doing the slide. Yeah, like that. There you go. Especially get to the end of this, we gotta get this taken care of. If you just want to try and mitigate the amount of hits you can take, that you do take as going on. So there's a bit of a strategy here, just like a lot of other beat-em-ups, but not so much as far as what you're doing with your movements the way that, say, Streets of Rage or Final Fight do. Yeah, wait till they come in that case. And get the slide going, there you go. That is what you want to do. As we have Mother. That is the boss here. Ugh! Get off, get off, get off! Okay, I'm dead. And unfortunately, this is only one screen, so yeah, we gotta start this level over again if you die, but I do have 2 lives. And a couple more continues. The next level actually is the last one, and it's not as hard as this. They said, if you can time the movements and get the slide going, and also know where the embryos are gonna appear as far as when they move, because I believe it's set where they go, you'll be set, or basically, pretty much control the crowd. That's the idea. I mentioned the idea of crowd control in the show when it comes to beat-em-ups. This area is imperative you do that, no question. Because they're kind of going in random patterns, you can just punch the embryo. Yeah, try that in real life, it probably isn't gonna do anything. Except you're required to get, I don't know, hazardous waste, yes, get off, get off, get off! And fine, it's not scary that way, it's like, ugh, I don't want that on my hands. My fists, as it is, because fine, I need to have a lot of health going into this boss, feasibly. But again, the idea is that the embryo is the worst part. That's really what you gotta avoid. A mother's just gonna sit there. Ew. Okay, wait. I thought I got hit. No, thank God. Oh. Ah, crap. And the idea is that Mother will keep spawning those things. So you basically gotta control them and beat on Mother as quickly as you can. So fine, I guess the Psycho thing, but fine. Even in Psycho's not this weird creature that's like an experiment. But fine, it's like, we played House of the Dead. We played that perspective of what Kyrian was doing as far as the Kyrian Mansion, which is kind of not dissimilar to this a little, except this one is maybe in its way more dark and more dark than even that one, although fine. Same idea, which is that fine, our girlfriend died as far as that game. Well, okay, fine. That game, it's not necessarily the case as far as Sophie dying unless... Fine, unless you get the good ending in the remake like we did, or you get through the arcade version without using a continue. And good luck doing that. Ouch! Okay, I'm doing a really bad job, but the good news is that I'm close to 30,000. If I can get 30,000 points, I get another life, and I can at least live, and fine, I didn't live. Alright, so yeah, we're almost there, but I'd love to get through this without getting game over, I really would. As far as, fine, I have 2 continues left, 2 credits. Yeah, we'll get there. Fine, if I have to cheat to do it, I will do it, specifically just because it's fine. We'll do it. Going the whole way. And this is not a long game, which is the reason I also pulled out the Mini 2 as far as that. And Dollyfin, when we get to that, we'll talk about everything on it. Anything you want to see on that, say the word. We're going to show it as far as a preview. Including the game we looked at last year, feasibly, which I will show anyway, that being Castlevania Rondo Blood. And another case of a classic franchise that's going into horror that we actually have not touched yet on this show. Ouch! And from the look of it, you're gonna say, is it really connected to that? And the answer is yes. We'll get it out of that. And because this game is not very long, I said we're doing this game first, and also because, yeah, we're not gonna be the case of not playing game for an hour and 46 minutes. Fine, it was good that case when we did it for the Mini 2, but still. And fine, I know you didn't mind, I know chat didn't mind still, but still, that idea of the game. This game's short, we'll handle the idea of the game, and then we'll do that stuff. Get over here. There we go. Okay, so there you go. Just punch on Mother. And the idea is that when the embryos come out, basically just try and get them out of the way. Do not let them form up. If you get too many of them, you're going to be overwhelmed and surrounded, and you're not going to win. Ouch. And if you get hit by them, you're not going to win either. Uh-oh. But sometimes they form on the screen like that, so basically just keep punching, but... Oh no, shit! Oh. What year did this game come out again? The arcade game was 1988. This TurboGrafx-16 port was 1990. So actually, now I'm thinking about this, I believe this is the earliest game we've shown for the Halloween blog, I believe. Thank you. No problem, of course. I think, hang on, let me think about that. Because fine, we played Fatal Frame, that was PlayStation 2. We played Scooby-Doo Mystery, which was Super Nintendo in 1995. I think this is the earliest game we've ever played as far as when it released. Even this TurboGrafx port. I don't think we played anything earlier than this when it comes to horror games that I know of. Because even with Castlevania, the Castlevania games we played have not been the ones that came out before. Oh, okay, fine. That's... Okay, that's... kind of true. Because, fine, we looked at Haunted Castle that came out the same year as this as far as the arcade. And this is a much bigger game than Haunted Castle. In terms of how well it's held up and also not being insanely hard, even though I'm not showing the idea of it. But, yeah, fine. So for the Halloween block stuff, aside from Haunted Castle, I think it's... Actually, I don't remember which came first, this or Haunted Castle. I'll let it down below saying which it was, just because I don't know, but they both were 1988 for the arcade version. This one was 1990, so fine. I guess this is the earliest console game we played. It's fine. It's an arcade port, but this was specific for console, and this was actually the... yeah, this is, I think, one of the only consoles that got a version of it at the time. Ouch. I'm doing really bad avoiding these embryos. Jesus. Okay, fine. Whoa. Yeah, fine. I'm not using the slide as well as I guess I should be. Fine, there you go. You also have the time when you're gonna stop the slide. Okay, there you go. Got a life. Thank God. We need to do that. we need to have that as well. It's like, hey, I can't die again. We need to get to the end of this game, and ouch! Oh no! It grasped onto me even when I was sliding. Okay. And I said, this is feasibly harder than the next level. And the next level is the last one. It's basically pretty much just the idea that, can you last without getting hit? Or fine, maximizing your lives, or your life energy, I should say. Maximizing lives as far as being able to get them from, beating on enemies. And beating bosses, because you get points off of bosses, but... this boss is not going to give me enough for the purpose of... like, no, I'm scared now, just because I don't want to die. It's like, I want that thing done. Oh, no, that one's coming from behind, again, oh. There we go. Yeah, also, yeah, having enough room to do the slide, too, because you have to do the moving jump. If you're doing a standstill jump, it doesn't work. Yeah, and they also can appear right where you are, so that's something, too. Yeah, and the game is handling it nicely as far as the case that, yeah, the game's not slowing down with all this stuff on screen. So yeah, power of the TurboGrafx, which is kind of a 16-bit console, but sort of in between NES, sort of in between Genesis in terms of power, but has a good clock speed to itself, as we'll see with some of the other games we're going to talk about on this unit. And feasibly shows, like, anything you want to see, say the word, we'll do it. There we go. You know what, fine, let's... Because I think maybe the slide does more damage... I think it does. I'm pretty sure the slide does the most damage of anything. So in that case, I'm saying, fine, screw this. I'm gonna make sure that I can maximize what that is. And I'm almost done. There you go, got it. Perfect. Thank God, we finally got through. Okay. So there's Mother, so what's next? Well, we got the last area. This is stage 7. We're gonna be fighting Hell Chaos. It's not much. We're just walking ahead and avoiding those fire demons. And you do get extra health if you had low health, or get 2 hearts. But if you're at full health, you don't get much. Yeah, so fire logs, jump over them. You have to time that specifically as they come down. And you also... Okay, especially when they do 2 of them at once. Okay, then you're these blaze monsters. Don't touch them. They are invincible. So don't bother. Just inch your way forward because they jump in lines with each other. You're like 2 there. Just basically just keep going. Ow. Time that jump to make it across. And make sure... Yeah, again, you want to manage your health before you get to the boss here. Because this is it. This is where the boss is. This is Hell Chaos. It is a cross in the arcade version, but here it's a tombstone. And it has cases that... Yeah, this is it. This grotesque looking thing. It'll drop rocks. I guess it's random because it didn't drop them. Punch, punch, punch. You have those hands come out. Move out of the way or jump. Oh, I've never seen it do the hands simultaneous. Basically, you want to hit 3 times and move so you don't get yourself hit by the stones. If you hit by that, you're going to get yourself hurt. Well, but also, you only get hit when they, what is it? When they do the grab and you can jump out of the way. Basically, don't move as you go after they come up. Now, I keep doing this, should be fine, but it's also a case that you just have to pay attention to where the rocks are coming down, and also when the hands come up. Because they will then eventually start coming up right next to where Hell Chaos appears. And it's random where it appears, and also when you do enough damage, the hands will start appearing right away, so in that case, you gotta be ready. And make sure you don't get yourself hit. We're almost there. As long as you pace yourself, it's not too bad. You just gotta make sure you're watching everything that's around. Oh no! Shit. Crap. Okay, this is really coming down to the wire now, because we have game over. We have one more continue. We have 2 lives, so we should be able to do this. I was surprised how well I was able to handle this when it came to my practice. I guess because, if nothing else, what this game does well, along with the great atmosphere it creates, the great music, the fact that it is a more serious horror game, like they're saying, like, hey, can we show stuff that's maybe more violent than other games show, but also in the case of telling a serious story, because we're going to see, especially at the end, the theme of Jennifer, which is a beautiful piece of music. We heard a little bit of it when we saw she was possessed, as you got through that with no hits. Fantastic, which is what you want to do. If you can do that, do it. And practice helps, for sure, on that. It is very melancholy. It is something that is very, kind of, has a weight to itself that you might not think it has. I know the Crochet Nerd 64 mentioned this when we did Until Dawn, saying the idea that, hey, what's Japanese horror looking like? Which actually, this is Actually, this is our only case of Japanese horror game this year. So, well, fine, sort of. As far as a full play, it is. But as far as other stuff, it might not be. But still, the case that, what are they doing in the case that, fine, it's not just, the thing about this game is that, at least this one, this one's not necessarily just violence for the hell of it. The remake, kind of, actually, in its way, kind of is. Everyone understand the remake, it had a very troubled development cycle. The point where the people who made it, I think they were only worked halfway through the project, and then Namco themselves took it over. I think we'll get to that feasibly when we get to that. And I don't even know if I can show that on the program because of the nudity, because you pick up nude pictures of Jennifer in that game. I don't know if you can avoid them. And it also is licensed music by Five Finger Death Punch, so we couldn't show that as far as on the show. I'd have to mute the audio. I don't know if we could feasibly. I got it. We're done. We beat the game. But especially for this one, there is a weight to this that you might not expect, and we are done. Okay, so yeah, it's not a long game. And there goes the Hell Mask, also known as the Terror Mask. The remake calls it the Terror Mask. As we took Hell Chaos down, I didn't get game over, thank God. I was nervous I would, and you get 100,000 points. Unlike the arcade version, though, there is no high score table in this one, but there you go. And the Hell Mask shatters. And we set the house on fire. So we torch this thing to the ground. But you hear this beautiful and kind of devastating piece of music as far as Jennifer's theme. The idea that we went into this house, we said we needed to get refuge from the storm. It turned out to be a costly decision for the both of us. Because we died and got resurrected by the Hell Mask. We are alive again, but we tried to save her. We couldn't save her. Jennifer is gone. And we have to kind of hold on that. You see this beautiful shot of the house in flames, and you hear this melancholy music. There is a emotional weight than when I heard this music, especially at the end of this game, and knowing the idea that she doesn't get out of this alive. That goes to a case that I'm surprised that there's as much of a weight to this game as there is. Even as we saw earlier, it was like, oh no, the stuff going on with the dogs, the idea that it's not Chopin as far as how it is, but I think they have a nod to that as far as like a pseudonym for this release. The pseudonyms for the people who did the music. But the idea of, they said they want to be more serious with horror. They said, okay, show more violent stuff, but there's a heart underneath this one. And it's something that kind of disarmed me. And so I guess then my final thoughts going into Splatterhouse here, it is simple, it is straight to the point, it is something that it gets you into an atmosphere really nice, especially here, but it also has a little more of a weight to itself, and a case where, it does make you live with the consequences as far as what we did, as far as coming to the house, but also the case that what we tried to do and the idea that sometimes you can't do it. And I don't think this game is a cheat. I don't think it's a case we're looking at this like, hey, there's something troublesome, saying like, hey, what happens as far as Jennifer in this game that it's like feels tawdry. Like, no, I think this game, it's heavy stuff, but I think it has that weight specifically, and it's a fun game as far as the atmosphere it gets you into 1988 and 1990 Namco as it is, and a nice first shot of this franchise. But there are a couple other games in it, and that is the end, but there is one other thing they're going to show as far as it in just a second, and I believe they do show this, and it's worth pointing out also that for this game, there is not a resetability of this. Oh, actually, do they show it in this one? Okay, maybe they don't. Okay, because you're saying Jennifer's gone. We're going to have to move on with our lives as far as Rick's concerned, because he did live eventually as far as being brought back to life, but he lost the love of his life. But, if in case you want to see Rachel again, there is the remake, as I mentioned, which is on PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360, but there may be a way as far as seeing her again in other contexts. Because there's other games in this series. They're 5. I said earlier they're 4. I was wrong. I forgot one. Because there's Splatterhouse 2, there's Splatterhouse 3, both of which are on Sega Genesis. Splatterhouse 2 is on the Sega Genesis Mini 2, which I have. So, feasibly the next time we come back. As far as the series, there's the remake from 2010, which also has Splatterhouse 1, the arcade port, and then 2 and 3 from Genesis in it. And there is also Splatterhouse Wanpaku Graffiti, which is actually a prequel to this game, is kind of a parodic take with kind of cute, chibi-fied versions of these characters before they run to the house here. It was on Famicom in Japan. They localized it in Namco Museum Archives Volume 1 for the Switch, PlayStation 4, and Xbox One. Those Namco Museum Archives collections, they are basically Famicom NES port collections, which is unique as far as those Namco collections go, as far as the Namco Museum things, and that's first released in the US. We could show that. I do not have that collection, but it's one that I would like to show. And also worth pointing out, the one thing we didn't see as far as it, which I thought the TurboGrafx-16 version had, but I guess it doesn't, that is you see that the Hell Mask is formed again. So feasibly it's coming back. As far as what's going on, as far as maybe something, if there's a way, as far as Jennifer, even though like we saw her die in our arms. What is that going to mean? Well, I'll hold it to chest when we get to feasibly the next time we come back to this franchise, which is going to be with Splatterhouse 2 for Sega Genesis. So yeah, the first one was an arcade port. Every other one was on console. So in that case, yeah, there's that perspective. And this is an interesting game. If you want to get on TurboGrafx-16, you're going to be paying money. That's going to be a theme as we're going to go in a little bit, because TurboGrafx Collection, which was actually not expensive at a time. I remember in 2006, I remember St. Aspartame was a big one as far as TurboGrafx-16 is concerned. I know him going back into the day. He in particular is like, hey, he would go to retro game stores. He'd find copies of games for this console for like next to nothing. But nowadays they go for a lot of money. This game in particular, it goes for, I think I took down how much they're asking for this. I think I saw it's like $150 something going on as far as on eBay. And a lot of the TurboGrafx PC Engine games go for tons and tons of money. Even this mini console we showed it off on, unless you're looking for the Japanese unit, which is mostly the same, I'm going to know in a few minutes. The US one I have, I'm only seeing one listing on eBay, which is like $600 as far as the release of the unit for the PC Engine Mini, which is the Japanese version, which is mostly the same with a couple differences we'll talk about in a little bit. I've seen it like $300, which is still cheaper than most of the games on this. There's single games on this that cost more than the unit does, even as far as the new one. So we're going to get a lot of gaming esoterica, a lot of gaming that is really, really expensive in cases where, thank God I bought this unit, which came out in 2020. Wow, yeah, we're going to get a lot of cases that, I don't know if it's cases, maybe you've heard some of these games, Dolphin. There's certain games that are actually in big franchises that are here, that got ports to the TurboGrafx line of systems or the PC Engine line of systems, and it's not just the Hue cards we saw as going to be the case. So it's an expensive one to collect for, and it's the reason why I don't have one of these units as is, or the CD attachment that goes with it, because that's another case. We got a lot of stories we're going to get into specifically about that. But there's some interesting stuff, and some of this has gotten re-released, and this unit's a case of that for stuff that's been re-released. And if you're into certain genres, this unit's going to give a perspective, but if you do want to play Splatterhouse that way, that's a way to play this version, but it is censored, as I mentioned, a couple ways, as far as the mask being different color, the idea that some of the elements as far as the religious symbolism is taken out, and some of the religious imagery, some of the violence is toned down as far as certain things, but there is the arcade version, which is ported into the Splatterhouse 2010 game for PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360, which is not backwards compatible, by the way, with the Xbox One Series S and X, which I thought it was, but it isn't. You have to go last gen on that one. There's also the Namco Museum Arcade Pack for Nintendo Switch that we actually showed off briefly on the show before. And also, it is on a downloadable case for $8 on Switch and PlayStation 4 and 5 as part of the Arcade Archives line. To play the original version that is not censored specifically for it. At some point, we can show that non-censored version. It's just on this system, this is how they gave it. And also, it's not like the Japanese version, where the Japanese version was not censored, but in the US, they said, okay, we got to cut some stuff down. And there also is one other version. I'll mention this, and then we'll go on to the TurboGrafx-16 Mini showcase portion of the program. And because this game is so short, so this is why we're doing that. And that is, there's this project called Mega Splatterhouse, because I mentioned Splatterhouse 2 and Splatterhouse 3, which came out on the Sega Genesis. Splatterhouse 1 never came out on the Sega Genesis. In fact, its only console port is here, as far as TurboGrafx-16, and then ported onto this unit. But there is this project of people, as far as the community, that have been working on a prototype of rebuilding the game with Sega Genesis architecture to basically have it so you have the whole trilogy as far as Sega Genesis is concerned. And I remember Sega Lord X, who's a channel I watch, he did a look as far as this, as far as how it's looking so far a couple days ago. I'll have a link to in the YouTube site for this, and also cases where they're working with the Scorpion engine to make it look really good and really showcase what could this have looked like if they ported this to Sega Genesis, and feasibly also didn't have the sensor elements that it had on this unit. But even still, the TurboGrafx-16 version, even with the stuff as far as that, and also the fact that you do not have unlimited continues in this, it does have great atmosphere for sure. It looks and sounds good and plays well. And it is short, but it's sweet and good as far as hard. But there's one thing, actually, before we do the TurboGrafx-16 thing, it does hang on this forever, so you have to hit select and run. You can reset the game hitting the select button, because I do want to show one thing. The code I might have had to use had I not gotten through this. You press start button, or the run button. Press select, 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 down and left on D-pad, and the 2 button. Here is your stage select. You can select any of the 7 stages of the game. You hit 0, it shows the intro of, I think we just saw, I want to show that again. Oh, right, I forgot. No, it doesn't. It takes you to the intro, or the intro of the end of stage 5, where Jennifer is. So fine, I want to show one other thing on that, because just go in here, select, and you're set. I'm going to do that again. Select, 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 down, left, 2. And what you do is hit the select button again, you have sound test. So any of the music you want to hear. In fact, wait a minute, I forgot. There's one thing I have to show on this game. We can't quit now. Because I was going to show... Actually, no, fine, I'll tell you what we do. We're going to use the stage select. Go to stage 3. I forgot, I got to show off all the other paths on this. Sorry about the doggy, but we're going to avoid the doggy for just a second. I forgot to do that. We're going to show off all the alternate paths. Right. Yeah, I can't finish this game off. We go the whole way on the show. I was like, I almost forgot to not show off the thing. So fine. I'd unfortunately hit the dog. Fine. Yeah, he's eating the body there. I was like, fine. You know what? I'll tell you what I'm not going to do. Even though he's a demon dog, I'm not going to shoot him. I'm going to kick him out of the way. So, like, fine. I'm going to have some standards that way. In fact, I don't know. We talked about this when we did the Until Dawn remake, and we're going to do this again when we get to Walking Dead Season 2. The case that, if it's a mercy case, as you're getting the hand grabbing me down and pulling down, so pull me under indeed. I'm not afraid. We're going down to the dark forest. But unlike having temple guards inhabiting the trees, we have water. We have to keep walking. But the case that maybe in that case it might be seen as a mercy case. Fine, we saw. In fact, I know that was what the Christian 64 said when we did Until Dawn's remake a few weeks ago. Is yeah, they also have a long reach as far as the punch. So you need to use the slide, or you have to basically make it so you hit them just right with the kick, so they don't get in your way. It's like, I'm under the water, they can't see me, I'm kicking them, I swear. But, yeah, basically just get through and get to the end and, whoa! Get out of my way. And jump out. Because what I'm going to do is I'm going to show off each of these areas as far as the alternate paths. Okay, it takes us up here. So that's the only one on level 3. I'm going to reset. I'm going to show to level 4. Oh, wait, is that right? I'm just trying to remember if level 2 has one. Actually, you know, level 2 might have one. Let me check it. So you can use that stage select code. Go to level 2. I'm basically just looking for anywhere there's a hole I can fall down. She'll show that. But is it maybe the case of mercy when it comes to something like, as far as a creature like that? Because he said, hey, there's a distinction. Like, hey, you know, I could have taken the gun and shot the squirrel when we saw when we played that game. He said, I am not going to do that because I have a choice. And hey, the choice, you don't want to do it? Don't do it. I'm not going to say do it. I'm going to say for purposes of story, like with Parasite Eve in this game and Walking Dead Season 2, we can't avoid that. So in that case, I'm not going to shy away from that. And fine. Well, I mean, hey, I get the idea, like, hey, people are going to be offended by that. That's fine. I said, well, here we always do. We talk about it. What do you think? Why is it? And also, for that matter, where do you think they do it right? And fine. As I mentioned, Parasite Eve is a case like that. Parasite Eve, I get the sense, especially we saw, it was Shiva, the police dog there. In that game, I do not for one second get the sense that the people who made that were saying, hey, you know what, wouldn't it be cool to show this? As far as like, oh, that's just all it is. I think they were thinking like, hey, you know, let's talk about the case of the potential danger of what's going on, but in a case where they handle in a way you feel the terror of what that is. You feel the horrific aspect of seeing what happened to Shiva, seeing what's happened to Ben, the son of our partner, as far as saying, like, we have to save him, we're going to take care of Shiva, as horrible as it is what has to happen, what we're seeing happen to Shiva, and getting us in that right mindset. Whereas in other cases, like, no, it's something like, hey, you know, it's tawdry. So that idea, like, what does that look like? It's going to be different for multiple people. What I might think is something I'm okay with, people might say, like, no, I'm not going to be okay with that ever. And you know what? I get it. I'm not going to say, no, you're wrong. Ouch. Oh, okay. Preemptive ouch. Also, if you do drop your 2x4 in the water, if you know where it is and press down, you can pick it up again. But, yeah, I mean, that can sometimes be, I guess, an interesting thing. as far as like what that is, and fine, it's gonna depend on person to person, but I think, okay, fine, this level does not have one of those in it, so fine. I sort of wasted your time, but fine. It's a short level, it doesn't really matter, really. So it's stage 4. It's 4 and 5. 3, 4, and 5. So back in stage 4 we go. We're gonna go down the next hall. I'll show that off. But, in fact, it goes to something... Fine, I'll have the walk. We're just gonna walk down the hall right now. Fine. He's going. Let's join you. And that is... Okay, this is the, room with the leeches. Okay, so we actually kind of showed... Actually, you know what? If anything else, I think what we didn't show was... Oh, no, we showed that, too. So, actually, I think this level we might have shown everything. Okay, so in that case, it's only level 5, because actually there are a couple in level 5 we have to show, as far as going down the way. And we're pointing out, when it comes to the things as far as, what is it? You know what, fine, I'll tell you what we're gonna do. I'm gonna die. And the reason I'm gonna die, I want to see that I'm not missing anything. Just because I always want to show everything, at least, but... So fine, what I should have done, well, fine, if I'm not being careful, that's the idea, fine. This is when I played the game the first time, as my body's clipping into, the saw blade there, with the knife blade, whatever that is. And this is me the first time I played, he's like, hey, I didn't know what I was doing, I didn't know what to expect, but in this case, why do I practice on the show? I practice on the show because, I'm not gonna say I'm gonna be the best game player ever, but I'm also gonna say, hey, you know what, I want to put that perspective, when I don't know something as far as a game, I want to show, I'm giving it a full look, unless it's the case where, hey, chat, you say, I want to see you play a game blind. To which I say, yeah, no problem. We'll play it blind, and I'll go through completely unexpected. But it's something that I at least want to be set for it and kind of show the idea that, fine, show that dedication to all of you, because you show it to me, and I appreciate that, for sure. And show that it's like, hey, when I say we're going to do a game, and we got a bunch of games coming up next year, I know a lot I'm going to get ready for. In fact, it might be subject to change, but fine, based on how schedule's going, I'm thinking, alright, I want to die here, because I want to do the walk across. Fine, I want to walk across number 1. Actually, you know what? Wait, do I even have to? Oh, no, I haven't 6, actually, no. I thought I had a save state at level, what is it? 4. I just want to make sure, fine, I'll tell you what I'm going to do. After I get game over, I'm going to place one down here, and we'll take a look, because it's show the paths, we'll set, show that off. In fact, yeah, because you can do this, you press run in that, at the same time, I'll put one right here. I use this from practice just to kind of get a sense like, hey, get the training wheels set. I went down there. Okay, so 2 things we're going to do. I'm going to walk ahead. I think I showed this. I believe if you do go down the same holes, you do go the same place. So I'm not going to do that. One thing I'm also going to... Fine, I'm going to die. That's one thing. Okay, so fine. I did show that part. I don't think I got to it to checkpoint, so I'm just going to... You know, in that case, I will drop this up down the second hole. Why not? Yeah. Fine, while I do that, yeah, stick him while I'm jumping down, that'll work. Okay, so it's the same case here, but one thing I want to see, because fine, we saw the ladder, but the thing is that there's sometimes areas past the ladder, so I want to see if maybe there's something past here that I missed. If not, I've shown everything here. And we take a look at level 5, and we set for this, and then we're going to do this TurboGrafx-16 Mini showcase. Yeah, good thing I'm doing this first, as I mentioned, but as I was saying, I want to at least be set as far as certain things, and fine, especially when people ask for something. It's like, I don't want to come on, as I mentioned before, I mentioned this last week with Twisted Metal, I'll mention it again. Okay, there's nothing here, that's the end. So since I have a save point at stage 5, at the beginning of it, let's go there. Specifically. How's it going, Captain? Hi, Hyper Dracula. Sorry as far as butchering that. So good to see you. Welcome to Super Bowl Game Saturday. So glad to see you tonight. We are playing Splatterhouse for the TurboGrafx-16, using the TurboGrafx-16 Mini. Just in time as I have beaten the game already, but we are going into showing off stuff with the alternate paths, because I may as well. And then we're getting to the next part of the show, which is going to be, we're going to show off the TurboGrafx-16 Mini as a bit of a showcase, talk about all 52 games on this. So this is like the better take on Action 52, as is. Oh, fine, if you really want to be technical, it's not exactly 52, it's more, it's 57. It's weird, we'll get into that in a sec. But kind of just show that off as our last shot of Halloween block for this year. So good to see you, hope you're doing well, and feel free to let memories flow on Splatterhouse of Namco's, anything of Namco, and anything of TurboGrafx PC Engine line, if you're familiar, and that's already game over, so fine. Right, because I had the save state down, and it was like, yeah, I didn't have lives here. So fine, there, fair enough. Good to see you tonight, and thank you for joining our program. I don't know if you've seen the show specifically before, but we got a lot of good shows we've done, and fine, as I'm going along, we do this every year. Good to be here. No worries, the game, or the name's ridiculous, I know, but like, hey, that's the idea. Like, I'll eventually get it right. I got the case as far as careerish, getting that name right. I was pronouncing that wrong, as was the case. My own brother, Inherit Knox, like, how do I pronounce that? I was like, that wasn't right, and then I eventually got in the case, like, fine, I know it. And so, fine, in that case, I'll give myself, I guess, allocution lessons in front of the mirror, specifically for the purpose of that, and we'll be all good. But so glad to see you tonight. Yeah, I don't know what your experience with Splatterhouse is, but yeah, this is a cool one. And it's fun. It's definitely a weird case of itself, and we'll definitely come back to more as far as Splatterhouse is concerned. Show the arcade version off, and show off 2, and fine, I'm gonna fall down there because this is one of the other paths. And you have alternate paths to go down, so like, hey, if I don't go the way I'm supposed to, it's like, fine, you can still eventually find your way out. It's, like, the not swamp creatures. Ouch. I got myself spiked, which is not a good case. But that being said, being a good case, enjoying our Halloween festivities as far as the month. Every month, or every week in October, we have something themed for Halloween. Is this game hard? Pretty hard? Well, actually, yeah. Okay, I'll say it is for one reason, as you're jumping down here. It is hard because, well, fine. It's hard, 2 elements. One, because if you get a game over, you go back to the beginning of the level you're on. The arcade version is also that way. Okay, so we've shown this room. So fine, I think we've shown everything off as far as where this is going to be. But you also have limited continues in this TurboGrafx-16 port. The arcade version, you don't. You can keep putting in money, but even in the arcade version, you get a game over, you have to go back to the beginning of the level. But it's also the case that you have to understand certain things as far as how the movement's concerned, including running and jumping. Actually, one thing I didn't do, I didn't go down here. So fine, we did miss one. Or I missed one. Okay, fine, this is another place we can go in the West Mansion. Yeah, that's slide, because in this perspective, the slide's a hard move to pull up. You have to do a moving jump and hit down and the 2 button in order to do the slide. It helps as far as how it is, but it's also the case that, yeah, you have little room for error for certain things. And even when you pick up weapons and things, you lose weapons when it comes to, when it comes to going across levels, and I'm dead here. Fine, that's the end as far as what it is. We'll see if we can get to the end of this and ride our last life out, as is the case. That's also something that for me, because as I said before you jumped on, I said, okay, I want to do this game because I want an excuse to show off the TurboGrafx-16 Mini. This unit costs a lot of money now. I bought it in 2020 when they released it. Because I said, there's a lot of games on here I don't have. There's a lot of games that are of interest, that are like, I've heard they're interesting. They're cases with gaming esoterica. That's really what we're talking about here tonight. And fine, this is not that esoteric as far as a game when you really think about it, because fine, this is an arcade game. But it's not an easy game, and it's something that, in this case, because you have limited continues, and fine, I'll tell you what to do. We're going to show off. Yeah, fortunately what happened with, Jennifer. Yeah, because this is Rick Taylor, by the way. Yeah, she's here, but she is taken over. She was a victim of Dr. Henry West's experiments, and she's been turned into a mutated person, or a mutated creature. Yeah, it looks very weird, so we need to feasibly save her, and fine, I'm doing bad because, fine, I should be, keeping her at bay and not getting myself Wolverine sliced, as it is. But yeah, unfortunately, I'm dead. And based on how the story of this game went, we couldn't save her. Even after we beat her this way, she was done. So actually, it is hard. I actually did have a lot of trouble on level 6 when it came to running stuff with the, the embryos in there. So it's not an easy game. It's a case where I need to practice this specifically. And I said, I want to show this game off. I said, I want to be ready for this. I want to be set. And at that point, I think I was, or I definitely was as far as I think how it turned out. The idea is like, hey, nothing else, show the idea as far as the game. We'll go into it. Enjoy the horror stuff. And fine, before we stop for this and then go to the TurboGrafx-16 portion of the show, I'm going to put some music on I want to actually listen to. Yeah, the theme of Jennifer. A beautiful and kind of devastating piece of music. Actually, I'll tell you right away, as far as the practice, I've come to love this track in particular. As I mentioned, from Shigeru Yokoyama, his background stuff in Namco. Oh no, he directed the game. Music by Katsuro Tajima. Actually, this is the first game. Talk about coming out strong with first game. We did other stuff like music on Klonoa 2, Pac-Man 2, The New Adventures, and we have Katamari, amongst other stuff. And Yoshinori Kawamoto, who did stuff on Dragon Spirit, Mr. Drill 2, and Star Fox Assault, amongst other things. yeah, the atmosphere this game creates, it is nice stuff, and something that, yeah, it's a very good game, and as far as it's not easy, but it's something that gets you into the mood as far as the holiday. And the other thing I'll mention is, we'll do this as far as Schedule 2 at the end of the show and get there, but since this is our last Halloween block program for this year, I do want to tell you what we're doing next year, because I got a bunch of good requests from people. We're going to be taking a look at some of those as far as our Halloween block for October next year, because we have 5 weekends we're going to have. One of them is going to be one Dolly Finn in chat tonight wanted to see. That is Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights for the PlayStation 2. Once you wanted to see, play Scooby-Doo Mystery for the Super Nintendo, I said, I need to get that other one and scope it so we can do it. That'll be for next year. The other game is one that I'm laughing to death, who came in on the show last week when we did Twisted Metal. He wanted to see Medieval, which I guess the thought is the PlayStation 1 version, but it's also on the PSP as far as a remake of it, and the PS4 remake. I think I asked. I don't know if they said which one as far as what they wanted, but I'd probably do PlayStation, I guess. That might be a good case of it, unless they come by and say, I'll ask them guys, like, what version? Because your choice. If you request, you want to see something, and Hyper Tigracula. There you go. I think, is that right? If you were to correct me, that's not right. Hyper Tigracula. So there you go. Just keep saying it, and I'll be good as far as it. I'm looking forward to Scooby-Doo, so Dolly Finn saying, yeah, absolutely. That one in particular, because it's seen as one of the best Scooby-Doo games. It has a lot of the voice acting from the TV show, generally speaking. And it also has Tim Curry. We talked Tim Curry on the show. He is in the game as well. From THQ and Heavy Iron Studios. We're going to be playing that. But also, as I mentioned, Medieval for PlayStation. One of the systems. I'll probably go PlayStation 1 if I'm not requesting one specific. Just to go the whole way, as far as going the classic way. The Crusader 64 will have something. He might be doing Shadow Hearts Covenant by that time, so we'll feasibly squeeze that in. That's a good one for a Halloween case. Nocturne floated the idea of our return to Mega Man 7. We did it for the show because of the world that's Shade Man's level in that game, amongst other touches. We might be doing that then. I'll talk to her because she's going to be on the show next week. And then on Halloween night, it's a Friday next year, but I'm going to be live on Halloween night because 5 years ago, at that point 5 years ago, I played Castlevania Bloodlines for the Sega Genesis playing as John Morris. But I was winging that game. I didn't have case of notes. I didn't really have much of a direction on the show because we just started at that point. So what I'm going to do is we'll play the other character of the game, Eric Lecard. And we're going full way as far as our discussion on that Castlevania game. We'll also have another Castlevania game coming next year, that being Castlevania Chronicles for the PlayStation. That's coming before we do Bloodlines. Since we've done Bloodlines already, that's going to be a Super Bowl Game Saturday Second Chance, which there might be 2 of those, which is where we return to a game we've already played, which is on our YouTube site, maybe. Or one that I don't have recording for because of the days before it, and we'll have that element and give it a full do. But that's going to be that idea for next year, but we're not done with tonight's show, and maybe not done with the horror as well. So, all right. What we've all been waiting for, feasibly, because Splatterhouse is a good game. If you haven't played it, I'd suggest you play it. The arcade version is more readily available than the TurboGrafx version, including on this unit. It's like $150-something, and you have to get the console as well, or get this mini console. But the arcade version has been ported in places. I mentioned there's a version on Switch, PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5. The remake on PS3 and Xbox 360 has all of the games of the franchise in it, except for Splatterhouse Wanpaku Graffiti, which is in the Namco Museum Archives, Volume 1. So there is that. And with that, let's go back to the menu. I will also have timestamps when we do this for the show on the YouTube site when I edit this in a couple days, because at this point, let's talk about the TurboGrafx-16 Mini. Let's talk about the TurboGrafx itself and Dolly Finn and Hyper Tigracula. You have any memories on TurboGrafx-16 or PC Engine? Lay them on me. I want to hear anything you got to say as far as any of the games that are on this. We do this anytime we look at a mini console for the first time. We go over every game that's on it. There are technically 57 games on this, technically. Just to give an idea. There are 25 games from the TurboGrafx-16, which is the US variant of this unit, which was released in Japan as the PC Engine. There are 32, technically, as far as PC Engines, or PC Engine games, that are in Japanese, as far as what they are. It's not like some of the other mini consoles we looked at, like the Sega Genesis Mini and the Sega Genesis Mini units, where you can turn on Japanese language. In fact, if you talk to PC Engine Kun or TurboGrafx Kun here, go in settings, your aspect of user manual, can look at the digital manuals of every game and of the units with a QR code. You have language of English, Japanese, French, Italian, German, and Spanish. That is only for the device as far as the menus, like this. It is not for the games. It does not change the region of the games. As far as this device is concerned, some games have both regions' versions on them, but not every one of them. In other cases, they only have one games or one version on them, either the US version or the Japanese one. We'll get to that as we go. Those are display settings we're pointing out as far as going to the setup with this. You have it in, I believe, pixel perfect mode. That's, I think, 4x3. That's kind of a squish case of 4x3. That's 16:9, which stretches it out. You can hit the run button to put a CRT filter. And you also have this. This is the Turbo Express. You know what? Before we go back as far as showing this, I want to show this one. I want to, in fact, let's boot up Splatterhouse once more. Put the hue card in. Okay, I don't know if you're familiar with the Turbo Express. What this is a portable unit that came out, actually, I believe, the same year that Splatterhouse came out. This is a portable system that was competing against the Game Boy and the Game Gear had not come out yet. It's worth pointing out, though, this is not a dedicated portable unit like Game Boy in the sense that it has its own games as far as it specifically. It's more like the Sega Nomad, if you're familiar with that, which is a portable version of the Sega Genesis. This is a portable version of the TurboGrafx-16. So what happened is that you could get the hue card, which is what most of the games on the TurboGrafx-16 were loaded onto. And there's CD games, we'll get to those specifically. Put in the back of this thing, it is a portable TurboGrafx-16 with the CRT screen like this. This is what it looked like. I've seen this thing feasibly in my life. I never owned it, but it's a case that, yeah, if you had that, there you go. But it's basically a full console in portable form. You know what that means. And it also the backlit screen in full color, so you know what that means. Battery sucking, battery vampire. That's what people say about the Game Gear. That's absolutely true with the Game Gear. It is 5 hours on 6 AA batteries. On this one, I don't think it's 6 AA batteries. I think it's 4, I think. That's wrong. I'll edit down below saying, no, this is how many batteries it took for the purpose of that. But you can play it this way. You can play, you know, fine. For the purpose that I just want to show right here, look at this. You know, you can be playing this as far as like, hey, go out and as far as somewhere. Yeah, nowadays people like have their Nintendo Switches. Fine, you can play Splatterhouse on that as far as the arcade game. But fine, how about this? You go out there and like my Turbo Express. I have like a bunch of AA batteries, spent like $20 at the supermarket for because battery prices are expensive. Even over the years they've gotten expensive. So like, yeah, here you go. I got my TurboGrafx thing. It's like, yeah, it definitely costs a lot of money as far as it now. I'm dead. But yeah, you can look at any game this way, and it's kind of interesting to see that. I think you can even look at the CD games this way. It's like, really? In fact, you know what? I should probably show. Fine, there's a CD game I'm going to show. I will feasibly show it that way just for the purpose of it. But that's as far as some of the options you get, as well as menu design, which you have it going on PC Engine or Core Graphics when you switch consoles. And also turning on PC Engine Kun. Basically, he's there. We're keeping him there. Credits for the device. By the way, it's worth pointing out. I'll briefly show this. This design was this device. It was released by Konami because they own aspects of Hudson Soft and a lot of the NEC stuff that was involved as far as the TurboGrafx PC Engine line. The games in this were ported by M2. We talked to M2 before. They did ports for both of the Sega Genesis Mini consoles, also Castlevania Dominus Collection we showed up a couple weeks ago, and other things. And it's an interesting case of it. This game unit, from what I understand, does have some sound delay, which it didn't have as far as the original releases, from what I understand, but I didn't notice it myself. Certain things I've noticed, particularly the Genesis Mini units, I've noticed it with games I'm intimately familiar with. This unit, not so much, so it's a case where, fine, if that's a problem for you, you're not going to be able to avoid it on this, but then again, given the games that are on this, how much they cost, it's something that you might want to feasibly be in a case of that for the purpose of feasibly saving money for the purpose of showing this. Although even this unit, this was $100 when it came out. It's not $100 anymore. I've seen the Japanese version on eBay for about $300-something. The US one, fine. The only listing I found, I think, was actually one that came from somewhere in Europe. It was the TurboGrafx-16 perspective. I'll have the box as far as what this looks like, which is a mature-rated collection because of violence, blood and gore, and partial nudity. I don't know where the partial nudity is specifically, but that's the idea as far as what the idea was, and I'll have the picture of that when I edit that way. But that one, as far as the US one, I saw only one listing was $600. So I was like, yeah, this is expensive, but then again, the stuff on this also costs a lot of money. And just a second, I just gotta quickly do something. Yeah, I have to do a poll on my microphone, because I have issues with my microphone. Sometimes it goes hissing or scratchy or something like that. I don't know when it is. I gotta ride this mic out for a few more months. So I said, fine, I'm gonna do that as far as it, and there we go. So, okay, fine. Credits as far as it, and you can just store the factory settings if you want. We're not gonna do that. Okay. So with that, what we're gonna do is we do always on this show when it comes to these mini consoles. We talk about everything that's in this. Hear all your memories. Anything you see in here which you're like, hey, I'm curious about this. I remember this game. Feel free to stop me. Feel free to talk about what you got, any experiences you might have on this, anything you want to see as a preview. Even just like, what is this? I want to show this. There's a couple games I think I should probably do that with, and I did do audio tests on everything earlier today just to make sure that everything sounded good. If it doesn't sound off as far as like, hey, the game's too loud or quiet, let me know. I'll adjust the volume specifically for that. We are going to talk about every single game on this. And the ones that aren't on this version, because I'm using the US device. Alright, and we're going to go A to Z as far as on the TurboGrafx-16 side. Do a swap over just to show you this. Boom. Then we go over here to the PC Engine Super CD. There's Snatcher. We'll talk about Snatcher. Trust me, we'll talk about Snatcher. Which is one of its only re-releases in this country. But with one massive, massive caveat that kills me specifically to have to mention. Let's talk about the stuff that's here. Okay, first up on our line for TurboGrafx-16. This is Airzonk. This is a flight shooting game from 1992. It was developed by Naxxitsoft and Kaga Technologies. It's a company that made the next game we're going to look over there, Alien Crush, as well as Devil's Crush. And also, Red Company was involved in this, a company that made Gates of Thunder. There's a Bonk vibe to this. If you're familiar with the Bonk games, there are 2 games of the franchise on this unit. There's a third one that isn't. I have it elsewhere. We'll talk about that later. But this is what it is. He does look like Bonk the Caveman. We'll see him in a few minutes. But it's a very colorful and very stylish and feasibly in cases choppy flight shooting game. We're kind of going over cities and things as this robot creature, robot kid, with a lightning bolt on his face. I guess there's a little bit of an Astro Boy vibe. Specifically, maybe a Mega Man vibe, kind of, but if it was more of a shoot 'em up or a shmup, horizontal shoot 'em up, as is the case. And there's distinctions, we'll go into that specifically. Oh, right, forgot. If you hang on too long, it goes into game. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to change that display setting back to this TurboGrafx Express. We love you as far as the historical element, but that's the idea. So what I'm going to have to do feasibly is I'm going to have to move D-pad around so it doesn't not only do that, I cannot control that. But talking about Airzonk, it is an interesting game. It's one that goes for a lot of money. Fine, that's almost everything on this unit. It goes for a lot of money. Particularly, I've seen copies of this thing running for about $150. So, even in some cases, it's loose as far as some of this stuff. So you're like, oh, I'll just get the card. Yeah, you can do that, but it's something that it still might cost you some money. It's fun. It has really good music. And the colors. We always talk colors on the show. Dolly Finn was the one who, I think, was a good spearhead on that one. And if you want to talk about stuff with colors, that's definitely a case, and a different case of it, because usually the thing with flight shooting games is going to be a lot of stuff in spaceships, and we're going to do a lot of that. But Airzonk is like a flying robot creature. And it's really interesting and a fun one. And definitely one we can definitely show off. And is there anything you want to see on this as a preview? Tell me, we'll show it. Next on the list, we got Alien Crush. This was also developed by Kaga Technologies and Naxxitsoft. Came out in 1989, or 1980 in Japan, 1989. Although, also involved with this was Compile. Familiar with them, the people who made the Puyo Puyo games and the Aleste games and some other stuff on this. We'll get to that specifically. This is a pinball game that is themed after alien perspectives, and you go around and it's kind of like an early precursor to other pinball games that had like mini game areas you go around. If you hit the ball really well, you get yourself going off into different screens of stuff like, similar to games like Kirby's Pinball Land, Revenge of the Gator on Game Boy, and the Pokemon pinball games. This game is really, really fun. It has incredible pinball physics. It has really good atmosphere to itself, and good case as far as the alien thing of itself as well. Nice stuff as far as the tilt thing. You can basically just keep shaking the thing. It will not tilt and not destroy the machine, or find the in-game things. That's really nice. The physics are terrific. If you're one on video pinball, this is definitely one of the best ones for sure. Against other really great video pinball games like the ones I mentioned. Also, of course, 3D Space Cadet Pinball from Windows 95. That being said, there is one game that bests this. Unfortunately, it's not on this unit, and it kills me to have to say it's not on this unit. That is Devil's Crush. It is a horror-themed case. That would have been perfect for this show. It's even better than this game. Alien Crush is a great game. No question. I believe, there's one of these that got a port to the Sega Genesis under a totally different name. I don't remember if it was Devil's Crush or this one. I think it was Devil's Crush. As far as what the name of that game was, I'll link down below if I can have a name of the below when I edit for the purpose of that. But even without Devil's Crush, Alien Crush is a great one, especially. You love your alien, creepy, crawly creature things. You have a great time with this. As far as Devil's Crush, good news is, I do own Devil's Crush. I downloaded it on the Wii U Virtual Console before they got rid of the store. So I said, yeah, anything that was not on this unit specifically for TurboGrafx, I picked up. And there's some good stuff. I will definitely show that off specifically. But Alien Crush is a fun one. And I know it's a lot of people going back to Devil's Crush. St. Aspartame and a friend of his I met at MagFest years ago said, "Oh my god, I grew up with the TurboGrafx. I love Devil's Crush and Alien Crush and these games." Like, oh, that's great to hear. The idea that usually you think going up in the 16-bit era, stuff like Sega Genesis, Super Nintendo, everybody was doing that. Yeah, there were a lot of people who were, but then stuff that was kind of on the sidelines, stuff like the TurboGrafx unit, or even other stuff like 3DO, maybe CDI, depending on who you ran into. But that idea that, hey, there's some really interesting and really fun and underrated games as far as this line of consoles, which is, I think, the reason why I picked this unit up and also why it's well worth showing off. Okay. Next up, we got Blazing Lasers. Spell the Z as far as the lasers. It's also called Gunhead. Gun HED, specifically. This is a licensed game in Japan, as far as how it is. It's based on a 1989 film that is called Gunhead. It was directed by Masato Harada. The idea of this game is that you're flying around in a spaceship. You were defeating the aliens over there, specifically the Dark Squadron. We're flying the Advanced Starfighter over there. This port, it's worth pointing out. This version, I should say, of the game. It was developed by Compile, again, so another one as far as we'll see them going on, as far as some of the other stuff they've made. And definitely some nice stuff. It's pretty simple as far as how does it even compare to some other flight shooting games that we're going to see here. It's a vertical shooter, though, so you're going upwards. So definitely a lot of cases there. If you love your shmups, this unit is probably going to be worth your money for the purpose of that alone. And Blazing Lasers is a pretty fun one. Pretty basic, and for early case of the TurboGrafx-16, which, as I said, kind of positioned between the Genesis and the NES because it came out in like 1988, 1989. And we're going to see the CD-ROM system aspect stuff later. But yeah, Blazing Lasers is a pretty fun one. For something as simple as it was, and as early as it was, I thought, how's this going to hold up? Pretty well, actually. And also because we're running the TurboGrafx and this turbo pad that comes in the box, you do have the turbo switches, so depending on the game, you can switch them up and down to make it easier as far as like rapid shooting and things. Unfortunately, as we're pointing out with this device, you're seeing here the number. In fact, right here we're going to see V, so it shows how many players there are. Unfortunately, when it comes to this device, it only comes with one controller in the box, and it uses proprietary controllers. They are USB-based, but I guess because of the turbo switch or something, you can't plug in any USB controller you want. And that's disappointing because the controllers of this go for a lot of money now as well. So Konami kind of screwed that one up as far as it. So fine, take any retro controller that's USB-based, plug it in the system. It is not going to work. That being said, one thing that does do better than the TurboGrafx-16 itself and the PC Engine is that system only had one controller port on the front of it. You need to buy the Turbo Tap in order to have multiplayer of any kind. This one you can always have 2 players if you have another controller. I don't, but there's a Turbo Tap for this. You can play 4 player or 5 players in games, including Bomberman 93. Let's talk Bomberman 93 now. This is a big one. I know people, when it was on Virtual Console and Wii U, people downloaded this Wii U and Wii, who downloaded this like crazy, especially on the Wii. I know people would download this game like nuts when it came to this perspective. This is a game that did come out in 1993 in the US. Japan, it was 1992. In this one, you're playing as Bomberman, of course. We've shown Bomberman World on the PlayStation before, as far as the Bomberman games. And in this one, what you're doing is you're going to find the stolen chips of the Black Bomber that he took, and he spread them all across the Magellan system. It's the same case as far as Bomberman. You're walking around on a grid, dropping bombs around, picking up power-ups, and feasibly trying to blow up the enemies to get to the next level, or, of course, in multiplayer, playing against other people, putting up to 5 players. Usual game lets you do, and if you have the Turbo Tap and extra controllers for it, you can do it on this unit. And is it the easiest way, feasibly, from that was on Wii Virtual Console, and we used Virtual Console because everybody had Wiimotes. Just plug Wiimotes on, link them up, and you play multiplayer, which is actually the first way I played this. But now I have this one. It's a fun game. It is definitely a kind of back-to-basics Bomberman as far as it... Then again, that kind of was the idea of Bomberman going into the 90s. But it's still something that has a lot of charm. It's very colorful. And yeah, blowing things up never looks so cute, for sure, but it is a lot of fun, and it's also a case that, fine, it is pretty challenging, especially multiplayer, because the AI is always really, really good. We have to come back to Bomberman as far as other stuff. We can show this, and a couple of the other ones that are on this, because it's not our last look at Bomberman, and other cases as well, and yeah, fine. I can't avoid them going into that, so I guess I either gotta talk faster or jump down to PC Engine. Yeah, there he is. And just he's walking around there, having the time of his life, getting sleepy, but yeah, wake up, my friend. It's only 8:40 at night. It's not that late. Okay, fine. Let's talk about a name that, even if you haven't played a lot of TurboGrafx, you probably know Bonk the Caveman here. This is Bonk's Revenge. This is the second game of the franchise. The first game isn't on this. It is on the PC Engine side of things. So it's a Japanese version. It was developed by Red Company and Mutech, and it's specifically, as I mentioned, came out in 1991. It's Bonk the caveman. He's going around, he's hitting his head, per the name, into dinosaurs that way, including the dinosaur with the tongue there. And you kind of go around, you pick up items in a 2D platforming game, but the idea is that Bonk is a primitive caveman, but he's one who knows how to get his hands dirty and kind of bite his way into everything he's going, literally because of the idea that, hey, when he climbs walls, he puts his teeth in the wall and basically able to climb up with his teeth, and you get meat. That's his power-up, and the idea is that sometimes he goes crazy as far as this. He gets really angry feasibly, but in case that it becomes stronger, you shoot out fire as far as with it. You can jump in the air and bonk your head down to the ground and shake enemies, or you can just walk up to enemies and smash your head into them, and boom, they go away. It's very cute, but it's also very badass in the same way that stuff like Sonic the Hedgehog was, and in a way, when you think about it, at least for me in the US, as far as seeing this go around in the 90s, Bonk I always associate with TurboGrafx that way. Kind of the same way, I guess, with Sonic the Hedgehog for Sega systems, Mario the Nintendo systems, and we mentioned last week Crash Bandicoot for the PlayStation systems, or PlayStation 1. That idea of it, it's a fun game. It definitely is a unique one, and one that Bonk has been ported to other consoles. There's other versions that also are a lot of money, like on NES, Super Nintendo, and other places. Even a more modern one that was on the GameCube. Never played that, and it actually didn't come out here. But yeah, you get your first look at Bonk as far as the second game, but we got the first one in here. There's also a third one, Bonk 3, Bonk's Big Adventure. It is not on this. But again, Wii U is going to come to the rescue, because I have the Wii U version as far as the downloaded version, and we got it. But we show that later. And of course, Bonk's Revenge or Adventure, we'll get to that if you want to see it. Next up is a game we have actually talked about on the show briefly, because we played Lunar Silver Star Story Complete at, last year, but we completed it this year. Talking about the history of Working Designs, the publisher of that game. As I said, their games go to 11, and they loved the idea of, there are a company, as I mentioned, we played that, I'll reiterate this briefly. They started doing accounting software, not games. Or I said in an edit for part one of this, I said it was a game as far as Master Accountant. It could be a game, depending on who you are, specifically, but they said, you know what, let's get into video games, let's go into stuff with tech, and later they went into stuff with CD technology, like with Lunar. They said, hey, there's stuff we want to localize over in the US, and they did. And amongst the first things they published in the US were games like Kadash, and there's another game of theirs I mentioned as well, they'll go into. This is a game that came out in 1989 as an arcade game from Taito. We've shown the Taito Legends collection off. We'll show Taito Legends 2 next year. This port came out in 1991, and it's a swords and sorcery side-scrolling game with RPG aspects where you kill enemies and you get level-ups going on, and extra power. And the idea is in this one, you have to save the kingdom of Durzer from Barlog, who is a creature that's going along, and you have your choice of knights and wizards and priests and priestesses to go along with this game. And you play in 2-player, if you have the controllers for it. It's pretty interesting. It's something that is this kind of regal perspective, and clearly, knowing Working Design's desire as far as getting into gaming, kind of standing out from the crowd as far as what they were publishing and what they were bringing over. This does kind of fit in that idea, and you kind of see like links to Lunar, even though Lunar was not developed by Working Design published Lunar, they didn't develop it. And to be able to develop this, it was not them either, and we'll get to that in a little bit too. This is an interesting one. If you like your kind of side-scrolling things as far as, with RPG aspects, stuff like Zelda 2 a little bit, kind of a little Magic Sword from Capcom in this. Yeah, it's a pretty neat one. And another one that's expensive. They all are. In fact, there's only one game on this that isn't expensive as far as the TurboGrafx line, and it's a game I know very well. We'll get to that as we go. Next up, we got Chu Man Fu. You're like, what is this? It's this guy, as far as like colored balls around, you're thinking, well, this is some kind of karate game, perhaps, right? Not really. This is developed by Now Productions in 1989. So we're pointing out Now Productions is the team that made the sequels to Splatterhouse. They made Splatterhouse 2 for the Sega Genesis and 3 for the Sega Genesis as well. So talk about them coming up being a fitting case. We planned the show, I swear to God, and I definitely planned this show as far as getting everything set, getting the notes, 8 pages of notes, 2 for Splatterhouse, and then 6 for everything else to give a little bit of a spiel. This is a puzzle game, actually. The idea is you're playing as one of 2 kids. You're walking around and you're moving the balls over there that are on the screen. You have to move them onto pressure plates that match the color, although the black ball goes on the white plate, specifically. And you have to avoid hedgehogs around, because, the idea is that they can hurt you if you touch them. And, you die and you lose a life. The idea is that when you're moving the ball around, you grab it and you move it when you're holding the button. Hold the 2 button down to do that. But you also hit the 1 button to kick it towards them, and we're going to see the Konami logo going on later. We'll have that in a bit. But it is a pretty interesting puzzle game. You'd think it wouldn't be. but it is, and it is pretty unique as far as what is. It looks very nice, it's very colorful, and it's kind of, I think the best way to kind of put this, it kind of has a Bomberman feel to itself a little bit, and there's two-player to it as well, but kind of a unique way of a puzzle game that, in its way, is kind of different from other puzzle games I can think of. So yeah, I got a credit as far as what that idea is all about, and a unique one as far as what that is for TurboGrafx. Or any system. Next up is Dungeon Explorer. Worth pointing out, we'll get to this as far as the Japanese side. This is the first game that also the Japanese version is on this, where it is also called Dungeon Explorer. We'll show that in a bit. This came in 1989, is the sixth game developed by Atlus, interestingly enough. Yeah, so the company that's known today for the Persona games, and of course they have Metaphor Refantasia, which came out recently. I know Kazan22 has been on the show before. I'll be on when we do Suikoden next year, feasibly. Yeah, we know them for games like that, stuff like Snowboard Kids, Bomberman World on the PlayStation. They published that as far as stuff they've been involved. If you go back in history, like, hey, I was like, what did they do? Like, they made this? Yeah, it is a kind of a dungeon crawling hack and slash, very much a Gauntlet, actually. And like with Gauntlet, you can play with multiple players, up to 5 is the case of this one, so a little more than Gauntlet. It's a bit slower than Gauntlet, but it does have a nice style to itself. It is pretty fun, and it's also something that you think like, wait a second, Atlus doing that. Fine, it's like what I found out the other day, because like, okay, fine, I said, Atlus made this, like, okay, this is the sixth game they ever developed, so it's like, okay, what else have they developed going back? And I found out the Karate Kid on the NES, Atlus developed that, like, they did? I'm familiar with that game because of, fine, like everybody, the Angry Video Game Nerd did a video about it as far as being published by LGN, but I was like, Atlus developed that? I was fascinated, like, oh my god, it's amazing. So for that reason, I kind of want to play it. And it's that idea of sometimes when you get a company, it's like, what is their history? What have they done before? And Dungeon Explorer is definitely a good case of that. It's pretty fun. A bit slower, as I mentioned, it's only like Gauntlet, but it is fun with one or multiple players, and it is a unique one to have. An early case of Atlus, and feasibly not the last time I think we're going to see them tonight, I don't think. At least I don't think. We'll see as we go along. Okay, next up. Alright, I want to talk about this one. You're like, what is this? This is called JJ and Jeff. This is a game that came out in 1987 in Japan, and the US came out in 1990. It's by Hudson Soft. I remember, because Konami owns Hudson Soft now. Anything of Hudson Soft, they have carte blanche to release anywhere specifically, so the idea is like, I don't know, maybe more TurboGrafx ports out of Konami, because yeah, they're doing a lot of stuff with porting of games, specifically as far as how it is. Let's talk about JJ and Jeff. This is an interesting one. It's one that I'd heard this story from, or parts of the story, I should say, from St. Aspartame, as mentioned. Were any of my experience with TurboGrafx, aside from what I showed you with Splatterhouse tonight, and with one of the games on the Japanese side we showed last year on this weekend, I know from him. But here's the thing about this, and that was a fascination when I looked at this up and said, wait, what's going on? What's the story behind this? Here's the deal. It is a licensed game in Japan, not in the US. In the US, you have JJ and Jeff. They're detectives who are going on adventures, and they're basically going to try and solve mysteries. It's a 2D platform that plays a lot like Super Mario Brothers, except for the fact that you're kicking people or peeing onto lampposts. You're crouching and shooting a fart cloud out. There are birds that are shooting out, that are, fine, I said shooting out, fine, shitting out. Let's say that. Things on you. Like, what? You're probably thinking, like, I'm totally nuts describing this, but here's the thing about this that is a massive case. I'm like, really? But it is. This is based on a TV show in Japan. The TV show, by the way, is called Fun TV with Kato-chan and Ken-chan. I'll picture what that is. I don't even know if I've seen the clips of the show, but it is a comedy show that was all about its toilet humor specifically. We have two guys who look kind of like this. Actually, I think they do look like that as far as the Japanese release. And unfortunately, this is only the English version that's on here. But it's worth pointing out, there's some interesting background to this, because on the story of this game, it is based on the detective story segments of that TV show, as far as what they're doing. In the US, we don't have that context, but it's also worth pointing out this, because are you familiar with the TV show America's Funniest Home Videos? The guy who made that series, Bindarana, he said that this TV show, Fun TV with Kato-chan and Ken-chan, was the direct inspiration to America's Funniest Home Videos. Like, oh my god, like, really? Yep, but it was, and they made a game based on it, and in the US, we had no concept of what that is, and I still don't even know the show, which is a case that, fine, I want to look this up, I want to at least have some aspect to fill the blind spots I have on TurboGrafx and PC Engine. because most of the stuff on this I do not have experience with, except the next game I definitely do because it's imported to the places. But yeah, JJ and Jeff is a weird one. It is, I don't know if it's a great game. It's kind of slippery as far as how it is. It's weird as anything. In this one case, you come to it, you have to make a long jump. I don't know how to make that jump. I mean, you probably can. It's not like a case where the game's unbeatable, but it's something I don't know how to do it. But it is a really interesting novelty, and one that on the US was lost on a lot of people, myself included. Because I saw this name, like, what is this? It seems totally random, but then you understand what that is. Like, okay. But I like the idea as far as it's kind of weirdness. And that's kind of the idea of, as mentioned, gaming esoterica and stories that I didn't know this until I did my notes. And that's the other thing. I come on the show, I say, I don't know everything on games. And I don't come on here to give sense that I do, even as far as taking notes. I say, I want to tell you the stories of the things I found, stuff I looked up on the games, and give a little perspective, so at least I have some kind of a trustworthy case of saying, like, fine, I'm going to talk about this stuff, and you can fact check anything I say as far as this, and looking like, no, not lying, specifically. But it is interesting stuff, and that's the idea, like, why I do it, and sometimes it's a treasure trove for me, even in games I've been playing forever. And we'll have that next week when we play Super Mario Bros. 3, so fitting, I guess, the case of a Super Mario Bros.-esque platform with weird stuff right here. Next, though, is one of the holy grails of the TurboGrafx CD. You're noticing that right there. Or Duo. There's the Turbo Duo unit, which is a mixture of a TurboGrafx-16 and TurboGrafx CD. Yeah, because there's an attachment, the TurboGrafx CD or the PC Engine CD. You attach to the console and you can play CD games on it, although it's worth pointing out, you do need to have specific cards that might go with certain games put into that console in order to play, whilst putting the CD in. And that is the case with Lords of Thunder. Let's talk Lords of Thunder. This is a game I'm familiar with because it was on Wii's Virtual Console. I downloaded it because I heard this is one of the best flight shooting games ever made. It has great look to itself and a unique perspective as far as the idea of what it's doing, which is, it's worth pointing out. Yeah, I'm looking for the notes I have. I have like tons of pages of notes on this unit. Where did I put the note on that game? I know I took notes on this one. Yeah, okay, it's fine. All right, because I separated them into CD games, that's why. Yeah, this came out in 1993. It was a sequel to Gate of Thunder, which is not on this unit. I've actually never played that. The idea is you're playing as Knight Landis. You're flying around. Instead of flying as a ship, you're basically flying as a knight. You also run on the ground. You have a lot of magic attacks. You have to stop the evil Zagart from taking over the land. And you have aspects of magic. The idea is you go along, you can get new magic power-ups, and you can take the money you get from missions and go to the shop to buy extra health and extra magic power to use as you go along. This is an unbelievably beautiful game. It's also a game that is some of the best music you're ever going to hear out, and talk about using CD tech well. Like the heavy metal guitar stuff, kind of the orchestral stuff that's going on with that. The sound of this game is great. It also looks and plays terrifically. It is absolutely one of those games that if you own TurboGrafx CD, which is the attachment as I mentioned, and the TurboGrafx line, people want this game a lot. To the point where this is a game that I've seen it for like $360 plus, sometimes like $500 or $1,000, depending on where you're looking. So having on this unit is a massive boon. There's also a Sega CD port that is not as good as this because it's cut down with its color palette, and also, I think it had some glitches to itself, and it also came late. It was 1995, so it's another one that one is expensive too. So, but yeah, this Turbo Duo release specifically, it is a great game. It is a Hudson Soft published joint, specifically, and it's the people who made that. It was Red Company, because they made Gates of Thunder. But yeah, if you've never played Lords of Thunder, you were in for a treat for this one, but it's going to cost you a lot of money. To the point where getting this unit, even as expensive as it is, cheaper getting an actual copy of this. But yeah, talk TurboGrafx fans, they're going to swear by this game, and they're right to. It's fantastic. Next, we have Military Madness. The Japanese version of this is also on this unit. That is known as, I have the name down, Nectaris, I should say, is the name of it in Japan. It was 1989 over there and 1990 in the US. It's from Hudson Soft, and it is a turn-based strategy game with a military, I guess, military theme specifically itself. It's very much like Advance Wars, if you played that from Nintendo, and other stuff like War Song, which is on the Sega Genesis Mini 2 unit. Which basically is a strategy RPG. You're going around getting your troops in set, and you have a large enough amount of troops at the same time as far as going on each side, and you basically want to decimate the other side, specifically as many as you can in a skirmish. It's very much like Advance Wars in terms of how it looks. Or fine, in that case, it would have been Famicom Wars, which is on NES, or Famicom, which we didn't get here. But yeah, it's a very interesting one. If you like your strategy stuff and you love Advance Wars, this is definitely one you're going to have a fun time with. It is a primitive case, but it is something that it is easy to understand in its way. And does have a lot of depth as games like this do. And yeah, your strategy RPG case is going to be satisfied playing that one, no question. Next up is Moto Rotor. This came out in 1989 from Nippon Computer Systems, or NCS. It is also developed by Masaya Games, who made Glay Lancer on Sega Genesis, as well as Warsong, which I mentioned before, which was the first game in the Lancaster series, that's worth pointing out, as well as Target Earth, also on Sega Genesis, that is on, what is it? It's on Switch Online Expansion Pack. By the way, it's been over a year since there's been a new Sega Genesis game on Switch Online. Can somebody please fix that, please? I'm begging. Please give us something new as far as that, because there's some good stuff on Genesis you haven't touched. But that being said, this is a racing game. You're going down the road. It's a weird one. It has like a top-down perspective, almost like an RC Pro-Am or a Micro Machines. It's also one where the controls are very weird, because even when I was doing my tests to get this set up and said, the sound levels and everything in line, I had a real tough time playing this, because you hold the button down to accelerate, but if the screen outruns you, you get bounced ahead. So fine, it's better than Micro Machines in the sense that fine, if the screen outruns you, you're done. And you die, but you might potentially get revived depending on the version. But Micro Machines is better designed around that, whereas this one, even when you hold the acceleration button down, I think it oftentimes is a case where it seems like it wasn't accelerating correctly, to the point where I looked at the manual as far as this online, as far as just like, am I doing something wrong? What's going on with this? Well, it turns out that they're saying in the manual specifically, those turbo switches that are above the 2 and 1 buttons, you usually want to have them set specifically for certain games, and I guess with this game, you want to have it set all the way down, so they said, but I think I had them set all the way down. I was trying each thing with it. I was holding the 2 button for the accelerating. It didn't seem I was doing much. I felt like I couldn't outrun the screen, even the way that the turning is working. It's very strange. I don't know if I can say this is a bad game exactly, but it's a case where I really had trouble playing it, and something that, maybe it's something I'm doing wrong, but compared to other top-down racing games like, as I mentioned, Micro Machines, RC Pro-Am from Rare, and other things like that, I don't know, I wasn't feeling this one. It might be worth looking as far as what it is. And it's worth pointing out also, this game, it's one of the rare games on this unit that does not cost an arm and a leg. It seems like $40, $50. So yeah, if you're curious and you want to build a TurboGrafx-16 collection up, it's not an expensive one, but fine. There's probably better cases, better racing games you're going to see as well that are on this. So we'll get to that specifically, but yeah, I don't know what to say necessarily, but hey, if you do want to see it, we can take a look. We can understand the feeling of it together. Fine, maybe there's something I'm missing. There might be people who love Moto Rotor. It's Moto Raider. Like, no, that's like Tomb Raider. Or Moto Rotor. No, it's Moto Rotor. Okay, that's the idea. So I just want to make sure I'm saying that right. But yeah, fine. I'm having more trouble saying that than Hybrid Type Dracula. Fine, I got used to that real quick, feasibly. Okay, but that's the idea of that. Next up is Neutopia. There are actually 2 games in this franchise. There's Neutopia 1 and 2, and the Japanese versions are also on this unit. Neutopia 1 came out in 1989 and 1990 as far as the US. It's very much like The Legend of Zelda. It is a top-down adventure RPG-ish game. You're going around hacking, slashing enemies. You play as Jazetta. He's from the land of Dearth, and the idea is you have to save the... Oh, no, fine. The enemy is named Dearth. You have to save the land from him. So it's like Ganon, a little bit like Zelda. Yeah, it is very, very much like Zelda. The point where it feels like, this is kind of a riff-off of Zelda. I mean, I guess so, but it's also something that... It's like early perspectives as far as games like that. Like Hydelight. Fine, Hydelight came before Zelda, as far as how that was. Neutopia came after. Because Zelda definitely had an interesting blueprint of itself, saying like, hey, go around as far as kind of the RPG take, but also the case of kind of solving puzzles, kind of being a little more action-based, like, hey, you just get in there and slash enemies with sword. Go ahead and do that. But it's still pretty fun, and remember, fine, it's worth pointing out one thing, which is that, hey, nobody else had Zelda. It was a Nintendo thing, so other companies had to figure what we're going to do to try and be like Zelda, and I guess get a sense of kind of carving our own niche out. And with Neutopia, I'd say Hudson Soft did a pretty good job as far as that, because it was them who did this. I guess same way that Sega did when it came to stuff like the Crusader of Senti, or fine, Crusader of Senti, which is an Atlas game, and Landstalker, which that was Climax who was involved in that. Although I guess then go back to Crusader of Senti, that was Gower Entertainment, who made Ranger X, as it is. Yeah, but Newtopia is a pretty fun game. It does have a bit of a slow start to itself, but it is one that is pretty fun. And yeah, it's like, hey, you wanted your Zelda fix on TurboGrafx, here it is, and it's pretty fun. It also did a sequel, Newtopia 2. It came out in 1991. In this one, you play as the son of Gisetta. And actually, the way this game opens is you actually are fighting against Dirth again. But the idea is that it starts as a dream, because the idea is that Gisetta's wife is having a bad dream. She's imagining, hey, her husband's going to be killed doing this again. But he went away and he hasn't returned. So we play as his son, and we have to stop Dirth again. Basically, same story as before when it comes to Newtopia 2 as it is with 1. It is basically more of an enhanced perspective as far as Zelda. They do enhance some nice stuff on Newtopia 1. It does look a little nicer. The music's actually quite good as far as both of these games. And it's a bit smoother and fun all around as far as how they do it. As we're pointing out, these games are expensive, especially this one. This game's like over $400. So yeah, getting this unit for the purpose of playing it if you're curious and you want a different take on Zelda that's not Zelda, but still feels similar enough. It's the way to go. The question, and it's pretty interesting. Not replacing Zelda, but still a case that, yeah, it's a decent equivalent, for sure. Next up is something that looks plain on the surface, but this is a big case as far as it. This is New Adventure Island. This is our first discussion on this franchise, which is a Hudson Soft joint, but this is from Now Productions as far as who made this one. This is the fourth game in the series. In this one, like all of them, you're playing as Master Higgins, who's the guy with the hat, and he goes around saving people around. In this one, you have to save your girlfriend Tina, as is usually the case. You save the island kids around from Baron Bronsky. Yeah, so basically this is an endless runner to a certain extent in the sense that you run along, you pick up food to keep your health up, and you basically pick up weapons to toss at enemies and keep yourself alive while also getting them out of the way and getting your girl back and the kids as well, and beating bad guys for sure. Very, very colorful. Puts you in a great island atmosphere as usually the case on this one. It is a terrific game as far as how it is, and one that is kind of obscure as far as the Adventure Island games. Because fine, there's the Adventure Island games from NES, the Super Adventure Island, and then there's the Adventure Island game that easily spoiled me for all the other ones, which is one that has not been released yet. Maybe we can get a re-release this, I'm hoping. That is Super Adventure Island 2 for the Super Nintendo, which turns it into a Metroidvania game. It's a lot of fun. I love that game. I downloaded it on the Virtual Console on Wii. They never put it on Wii U. I unfortunately can't buy it anymore. It's another one that goes for some money. It's like, I think, $150-something last I checked. That's feasibly the best Adventure Island game ever made, but New Adventure Island is a terrific game. I had a great time playing this when I first booted it up. Like, yeah, I want to keep playing, and it has a great atmosphere, great music, and a good representation of this classic franchise, no question, on this unit, and definitely a good one. Expensive if you're going on the unit, as is usually the case, but still, fun time, and I recommend it. Next up is Ninja Spirit. It came out in 1988 from Irem, the people who made R-Type, and hold that thought, we're going to talk R-Type, it is on this. But this port came out as far as the TurboGrafx version in 1990. In this case, you're playing as a ninja in this hack and slash game. You're playing as Tsukikage in feudal Japan. You're avenging your father. You're avenging your father. Half man, half beast came along and killed him. And the opening cutscene. Another thing, going back to what we were saying on Splatterhouse, were killed. Or fine, the father of Tsukikage is killed, and his dog, his ninja dog, comes by and howls as far as the fact that his fallen master's case. Like, yeah, that perspective as far as that weight, that way. But in the case of this one, you go around, you're slicing. It's got a Legend of Kage vibe, in particular as far as Taito's concerned. I think that's Legend of Kage as far as the game. We're going to see that in Tecmo Taito Legends 2. We'll play that next year. There's a Tecmo collection. I was thinking that specifically. And fine, there's another reason. I'm thinking Tecmo. When it comes to ninjas, hold on as far as that, we'll get there. You jump really high as far as this is. It's something that looks a little primitive in certain ways, but it's also something that it does have some really nice details in its background, especially its parallax scrolling. It's really smooth. It creates this great depth as far as its backgrounds and also the atmosphere of what it creates with its music and its visuals. It's a fun one. It's a hard one, as is usually the case with a lot of Irem stuff, but it is pretty neat. Another one that, fine. I assume every game is expensive unless I say it isn't, but yeah, I've never played this one. It might be worth a look. I mean, especially if you're fans of stuff like Ninja Gaiden or Shinobi or, Legend of Kage, going on that specifically, or Shadow of the Ninja from Natsume as an example. Next up is another Working Designs published game, and the other game that they published sort of alongside Kadash, and it also is Taito as well, specifically. This is Parasol Stars, the Story of Bubble Bobble 3. This is the third Bubble Bobble game. So we played Bubble Bobble 1 and 2 as far as it, or fine, Rainbow Island's the second one. We showed those off in Taito Legends. We played that last year. This is the third one that Working Designs published for this console. And you have Bubby and Bobby. Of course, remember, they were turned into dinosaurs in the first game. Spoiler warning, they got out of it, and they became children again. And then in the second game, they were doing stuff with rainbows. And in this one, they're using their parasols. So before... Actually, was this before? Yeah, it was before Kirby got in the act with that. Yeah, the parasol, you're using that, and you walk around, and you pick up enemies with it to knock them all off the screen. So it's actually a lot like old Bubble Bobble in the sense that, hey, you go along and you get those items, and you pick up a lot of vegetables specifically to keep your boys young and healthy as far as that. It's kind of more in the line of Bubble Bobble 1 than 2 was, and that way it might be something that if you weren't huge on to Rainbow Island, you might like this one a little more. Though it is a bit slow, at least this version is a bit slow. I don't know if that's how the arcade version is. Actually, I think, although I'm not sure, the Taito Legends 2 might have the arcade version. I don't know if it will or not. Fine, because we're playing that next year for the compilation show in May. But it's a pretty fun game. It does look really good. It's very colorful, as the Bubble Bobble games tend to be. And it is really nice. It has a great whimsy to itself, no question. And this was the case for the person who made it. Unfortunately, he's no longer with us. The idea that, hey, couples want to play games like this. Yeah, I want to make games that couples want to come in and play. And Bubble Bobble's definitely a franchise that does that, but even just playing on your lonesome, it's a great time, though you do feasibly have to beat the game in co-op in order to get the best ending as far as Bubble Bobble 1. I don't remember if Rainbow Islands you do, and I don't remember if you have to on this one either. But yeah, it is a lot of fun, and it's definitely a good case of it. And a worthy follow-up as far as Bubble Bobble's concerned. Next up, we got some golf going on. Yeah, sports games. I believe... Well, fine, this is not the only sports game. It is, but no, it isn't. And this might be the only English one here. This is Power Golf. This one is... Did I not take down Power Golf? I thought I took down Power Golf. Maybe not. Okay, then I guess I'll have to wing this one. Okay, is a golf game, specifically. Yeah, pretty obvious, I guess, the idea. It's pretty basic as far as what you're doing. You're basically just picking your clubs and swinging to get the green. But it's also not a case where, hey, it's automatically selecting your clubs for you. So you have to get a sense of, like, knowing what the distance on everything is. So it is pretty basic and pretty primitive, and I don't even know if I'd necessarily say this is the best golf game of this era, as far as when it came out, especially compared to stuff like Golf from NES or Neo Turf Masters, which is a Neo Geo game, or even other stuff like, I guess the Microsoft Golf games going to the PC as far as that. But it's not a bad game. It's one that is pretty fun. It's pretty basic and to the point. So like, hey, if you want your golf case going on and you want it feasibly without frills, but it does look pretty colorful and nice. Yeah, this might be a good one as far as that. And there's multiplayer, and I'm gonna assume, I don't know, maybe because golf is an alternative case, maybe you can use one controller, perhaps? It's a question mark, I don't know. And I also thought I took notes on this, but I guess I didn't. But alright, fine. Power Golf, you want your sports and golf fix? There you go. Next up, I know I have notes on this one. This is Psychosis. Came out in 1990. This is from Naxxit, or not Naxxit Soft again. Is a horizontal shooter. Not really too much to say as far as it, but also has a lot of weird stuff as far as elements of dragons and things. It's pretty fun. There's a lot of other shooters on this unit. I don't know if I necessarily say this one is quite an oh my god case the way that some of the Lords of Thunder is, or some of the other ones I'm going to talk about, including the one to the right. We're not ignoring that one. But it is still fun. They're hard, of course, as a lot of these shoot-em-ups tend to be. It's usually a case where, yeah, usually one hit and you die. But you also get nice power-ups as you go along, so it does help you out as you were playing the game. And it's pretty fun. But then again, yeah, people want to play this. This is R-Type. This is also from Irem, as it is, going back to what we had with Ninja Spirit. So, R-Type, this is a 1988 port of the Irem game from 1987. This is the US version. It is also a good thing it's the US version. I'll tell you why. Because for some reason, in Japan, I guess because of a tech limitation or something, I don't know. There is this game in 2 halves, so you had to buy the game twice in order to get the full element of itself. I mean, I guess feasibly you could say, well, is it like Sonic & Knuckles, a game that celebrated its 30th anniversary last week? I forgot to mention that as far as it's specific. We celebrated the 30th anniversary of Crash, or 25th anniversary of Crash Team Racing last week, but Sonic & Knuckles came out 30 years ago on October 18th last week. That's kind of the same thing in the sense that it was Sonic 3 split into two. We didn't know that. They said, fine, here's a lock-on element to make it worthwhile. I didn't mind. I bought both games with my own money. Well, fine. I bought Sonic & Knuckles not with my own money. That was a Christmas gift. Sonic 3 I bought for $49.98 at Best Buy in 1995. I do remember that. The first game I ever purchased with my own money. As I told when we played the game on the show. But for the US version of R-Type, it is one game. It is on one card. So, hooray. Great case of that. And it's also worth pointing out, there's also a TurboGrafx CD version in Japan that is actually every perspective of this. So yeah, they took both parts and put it on one CD over there. Yeah, it's a nice flight shooting game with a lot of weird creatures going along as you're flying your ship around. It's really, really hard. And I know Chasm22 has been on the show. He has experience with Super R-Type for the Super Nintendo. But as far as original R-Type is concerned, this is definitely one of the best ports of it. Although it's been ported other places on the Sega Master System. It is in R-Type Deluxe on the Game Boy Color. And I'm trying to remember if R-Type Dimensions, which was on Xbox 360, if that was porting this or was like just taken off on the franchise. Yeah, but another horizontal shooting case. And R-Type is a legendary one of the granddaddies of this genre. In fact, first one of the franchise, because it's been in multiple cases of itself. Definitely a fun time, but of course bring your A game because this game is hard, but it's definitely a lot of fun. Next up is Soldier Blade. This is a flight shooter from 1992 from Hudson Soft. This is the fourth entry in a franchise called Star Soldier. It's one I've actually gotten requests on the show for. And there are 4 games in this franchise on this unit. Actually, specifically the one I got requested was, what was it? That was by Electverse. He wanted to see Star Soldier Vanishing Earth for the Nintendo 64, which is also by Hudson Soft, as it was. I don't have it, but it's one of those cases I definitely want to get to doing that game, because it's one that I've heard is really, really fun. And basically I played as far as the other Star Soldier games. This one's a lot of fun as well. You're flying a ship around, which I believe I indicated the name of it in the other games that I took the notes for that are on this. Yeah, the Neo Caesar, as far as one of the other ones I'm going to show specifically. Yeah, you're flying the ship around. It is, I believe, another, this is a vertical one. Yeah, we're going between vertical and horizontal, and a lot of shmups. Love your shmups. You're going to love this unit for that very reason, as the case in fine. Dragon Spirit, we'll talk about you in a little bit. We've sort of showed that one off before, as is the case, but yeah, Soldier Blade's really, really fun. And there's a lot of good cases as far as this franchise on here, and yeah, that Hudson Soft perspective. There's the Hudson Soft B right there. It definitely screams quality. Next up is a game that does not cost much money on this unit, and it's also a game I am intimately familiar with in other places. Because this is a Sega game. Like, wait a second. How is there a Sega game on the TurboGrafx-16? Well, Space Harrier is an arcade port that came out in 1985 as far as this port. It came out in 1988 in Japan and 1990 in the US. The game doesn't go for that much. It's like $40, $70, which by this console standards is the cheapest thing ever. Feasibly, except for Motor Rotor. That's cheaper. Feasibly because I don't know if people want it. But that being said, Space Harrier, of course, you're in the fantasy zone flying around against weird creatures like dragons and the multi-eyed or single-eyed mammoths and things like that flying around. As far as this port's concerned, so we have shown Space Harrier on the show before, and we'll show it again. Trust me, we'll show it again as far as like a full show. I showed it in one of the flight shooter showcases, or fine, the flight shooter showcase we did a couple years ago. This is actually a better port to this system than you might think. It actually also is a better port to this system than even the one Sega put out on their own systems. And Sega was involved with this port themselves as well. But it has all the voice samples, although they are crunchy as anything. My God. It's kind of interesting to hear them going, ah, or get ready, or welcome to the fantasy zone, get ready. Although even then, it sounds crustier than I even made it sound. But it has the voice acting, all of them, including when you get to level 2, it says, you're doing great, which you don't always hear in all the ports. Even all the arcade ports, you don't always hear that. And you think, well, scaling sprites, that's of course the idea of a lot of early Sega games, including this one. How is this system going to handle it? Really well. Shockingly well. It looks insanely smooth. You can see everything very clearly. It comes into view naturally. It's not a case where it seems like it's flickery a lot, like Space Harrier 2 was. Or even the Space Harrier port that they did as a new thing for the Sega Genesis Mini 2. This looks and runs better than that does. So there's something to be said about that, and also the Sega Master and Game Boy, or Game Gear versions, I should say. Although, fine, the 3D version on the Sega Master System looks about as good as this one and runs really well. But yeah, TurboGrafx does Space Harrier way better than you think, and not the only port of Sega's we're going to see tonight, or they got put to this unit. And hey, Space Harrier is a great game, and if you never played it, this is a way to play it. Not better than the arcade version, but as far as ports of this game to multiple consoles, yeah, you definitely do a lot worse than that, including from Sega themselves on some of their systems, which you might not expect. Splatterhouse we've shown, but here is Splatterhouse for sure. There it is again. And we had a fun time playing as far as our show. As far as the US stuff, we only got 2 more things there. Victory Road. This is a racing game that is by, let's see, Hudson Soft. Yeah, did I say? Okay, no, it doesn't. Yeah, that's a weird thing as far as the boxes, as far as some of these things. They don't have the Hudson logo, and fine, they had to change some because they don't have the disclaimer for Splatterhouse here, the one that says, as I said earlier, the horrifying theme of this game may be inappropriate for young children and cowards. They don't have it on this box. Kinda wish they did, but maybe that's the case with Victory Run. Yeah, this racing game, which came out in 1987 in Japan and 1989 here. The TurboGrafx-16 came out in 1987 as far as Japan, I believe. So yeah, that was right between the NES and the Sega Genesis as far as the release elements of themselves. This is based on the Paris-Dakar Rally. I think it was one of the first games that was based upon that. So what you do in this game, you're driving along to Paris. You see it over there. There is the Arc de Triomphe, and there is the Eiffel Tower. Driving along, and you're building your car up with parts you get with money, although actually you start with some money to put into parts, specifically. And it's kind of a scrolling racing game, kind of an Outrun vibe, kind of a Super Hang-On vibe, stuff we played before. But it also has aspects of hills going along, so as far as how it's handling sprite scaling, yeah, the TurboGrafx-16 is way better at that than I think I thought it was. I thought being something as old as it was would have trouble with that, but it does look really smooth. It's also a little more of a simulation in the sense that you're driving a stick shift. So like with Outrun, as you get to a high enough speed, you have to go into a higher gear, although this has 4 gears you have to go into. You have to know basically when you get up to the red area, basically keep hitting down on the D-pad in order to go into the next perspective. So maybe feasibly teaching how to do a stick drive, although not as hard as doing it in real life, as the case. Spoken to someone who cannot do that. I definitely can't. Specifically, it's automatic all the way for me, baby, but still, in this case, this game forces you to do it, but it's a case where, yeah, you kind of get used to it, and compared to Moto Rotor, I like this game definitely more as far as the racing game. That was the case with saying, like, what's the better racing game? This. Kind of underrated. In the case, like, if you love the Paris-Dakar case, and there's been tons of games based on that in years recently. But yeah, this is one of the first shots of it, and it is fun. And then next up, or the last up, as far as the TurboGrafx-16 side of things, or TurboGrafx-CD. In fact, it does say right there, as you scroll along, just to show, it shows right there, TurboGrafx-16 or TurboGrafx-CD, of which Lords of Thunder was the other one. And for US side, the other one is Ys, Book 1 and 2. Now, that is how it's pronounced, by the way. This is a remake of the game from Nihon Falcom, who made the Trial, what is it, Trial of Heroes games? No, Legend of Heroes. I think Legend of Heroes Trials of the Sky, that's one of the ones there is. But the Legends of Heroes game, they make those now. They also made Pop from Mail for the Sega CD, amongst other things. But they made the Ys franchise going back to the PC-88 in 1987, as far as that. And then there's a sequel in 1988, specifically, which is, it was by Alpha System, that one, specifically. It is 2 games. It is Ys Ancient Ys Vanished and Ys 2 Ancient Ys Vanished, the final chapter. So it's kind of mixed into 2 a little bit. But this is a terrific kind of action RPG. Specifically, it has a top-down thing. It's like Zelda, but unlike Zelda, the thing about this one, I'll say this, I think Newtopia, well, those Newtopia games are pretty good, but Ys best that one for sure, no question. And this is a great version, my god. Because what you do as far as this one, you're kind of running around, and basically, you have your knife out, so it's like the and then he random a knife thing as far as Chicago. Again, that keeps coming up as far as the nice through lines I personally have on the show. And better than something like the Tower of Dragon, because when you're running into stuff, they die, but it's also the case that it has this kind of strategy and immediacy to itself in terms of how it plays. It's really good as far as the story. It utilizes CD technology brilliantly. My god, the music in this game is so good, and it really gets you into it. And there's also full voice acting in this game, and it's also worth pointing out, as mentioned when we played Kingdom Hearts in the program, this is one of the first voice performances, one of the earliest, I should say, of Jim Cummings, which we're pointing out in the remake of Splatterhouse, he plays the Hell Mask. He voiced the Hell Mask, and if you want to hear him go mature rated, play that Splatterhouse remake, no question, but along with some of the other early stuff he did, we mentioned on that show, I remember specifically, we talked about, the early cases of Winnie the Pooh from the 1980s that he voiced him in, and also Dumbo Circus, which I believe was Dolly Finney, was you on that chat, who remembered the theme song off the top of your head. Like, I don't think even I remembered that, and I was the one who brought it up. Like, hey, does anybody know this? You did, and you knew the theme song, right? I was like, oh my god. But that was one of his first roles, too. So yeah, Jim Cummings has been in a ton of different things. Of course, the voice of Darkwing Duck, going back as far as that. Fuzzy Lumpkins on the Powerpuff Girls. He's in Clay Fighter Sculptor's Cut, which we'll play, because I do own that game, as expensive as it is. As offensive as it is, but still a case that, yeah, I'm morally obligated to show that game, no question. And other stuff for sure, and it's great voice acting, not just from him, but from everybody. Yeah, Ys Book 1 2, this game is awesome. I'll tell you right now, this might be one of the best games on this unit. And they ported this to other places. It is on the Virtual Console on Wii, or was, I should say. And I think the PC-88 version, if it's not been ported to the Switch via those egg console releases that keep coming out every week, I think it's only a matter of time before we eventually get that one. But as far as this, it's a terrific remake of a long-running franchise, which there's a 10th game now. I believe Nipponichi's involved in that, specifically. Yeah, if you want to see where it started, come back here, and you'd think, well, why don't I just play the new ones? Well, fine, the new ones are easier to find. You'd have to get this unit specifically now to get it. But this game held up great. My god, I was thinking, like, this thing is not going to hold up really well at all, even when I first played it a couple years ago. But it really does, and it's worth pointing out that this release came out in 1989 in Japan and 1990, but man, this thing is terrific. Yeah, Ys Book 1 2, this game is fantastic, and I would love to show this for a program. And that's the idea also. Anything that's on this unit is fodder for showing off. Tonight is a little bit of a preview, or on future shows. And of course, anything you want to see, let me know, we'll take a look. Okay, so that is the TurboGrafx side of things. But I said there's another part to this. PC Engine, let's take a look. And also, as far as the, the chapter case where I do the edit on this, I'll have the TurboGrafx overview and PC Engine overview. We were going to also go as far as in row when it comes to in alphabetical. It's also pointing out, going back to Ys Book 1 2 once more, the Japanese version is also in this. You play the Japanese version if you so desire, but it also is the English version as well. That way. So, okay, let's talk the Japanese side. There's some good stuff on this. Definitely some stuff that, well, not translated. Yeah, none of this stuff is translated, which makes sense in the case of them bringing them over. But in some ways, it almost makes some of these games unplayable, unless you know the language or are able to kind of brute force your way, or I guess translate as you go along. Which, fair enough, I guess, but still, some of these things are good enough you'd like them translated too, you know. But still, definitely some good stuff on here, and we're starting with a great one. Oh my god, and actually the one TurboGrafx PC Engine connected game we've actually played on the show before. This is Akumajo Dracula X Chino Rondo. This is, of course, Castlevania Rondo of Blood. This came out in 1993. For the PC Engine Super CD-ROM 2, you're seeing it right over there. This is what it looked like. For years, this was a holy grail as far as Castlevania was concerned. It did not get released in this country in its original form until 2007 with Castlevania Dracula X Chronicles for the PSP, which is what we used to play this game fully last year. I'll have a link to that show, by the way, below. And there was also a version on Super Nintendo, sort of, that was kind of remaking this, but not completely the same game. There was Dracula X, which goes for a lot of money. This game also goes for a lot of money if you're going for the original version, because people want this. It's terrific. Also, fine, one last thing on Ys, and then I'll jump back to this. In 1992, this game became the pack-in with Turbo Do in the US. But that being said, in 1993 is when this game came out, and feasibly, this should have been released over here. This game is awesome as far as released sooner. Of course, the first adventures of Richter Belmont right there, as you go around trying to save Marie Renard, but also Annette, his love, specifically from the clutches of Dracula, with a bunch of branching paths. Great music, which I'm probably going to end the show tonight on, specifically. Great gameplay, and a lot of different things to find. It is a fantastic game. It is one of the best games in the Castlevania franchise, and that is saying a lot. And I love this game so much. We had a great time playing it for the show, but of course I think I'm going to show it off a little bit in case it's fine. Can't have Halloween without Castlevania, can you? And with this, you have one of the best ones, and one of the very best games that is on this unit. Admittedly, you can get this in other places. As you mentioned, Castlevania Dracula X Chronicles on PSP has this. Also, if you get the Castlevania Requiem collection on PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5, which you can download for about $10, except when it's on sale, which is usually cheaper, you get this game, and you also get Castlevania Symphony of the Night. Also, yeah, you get that CD boot up. I'm going to at least show a CD game off as far as the boot, because there's something neat this unit does as far as that. Yeah, I can't speak enough about how amazing Castlevania Rondo of Blood or Akumajo Dracula X Chino Rondo is. If you've not played this game, this is one of the best games on this unit, and like Ys Book 1 2, can't recommend it highly enough. Next up is Aldines. This is a game for SuperGrafx. You're seeing also Cue Card there. We'll see that in a little bit. It was a kind of enhanced version of the PC Engine, and you did have to kind of have some stuff going along to make sure it loaded correctly. And basically have the right system, so there are like multiple upgrades to it. It's almost like how the Xbox systems tend to be now, like with the Xbox One, the Xbox One X, the Xbox One S, of course the Xbox Series S and Xbox Series X. Like, how do you keep track of this? How do you figure what to play on? Although, that's a little easier in those cases because, fine, you can play everything on those systems. And fine, with Xbox Series S, it's a digital-only console, so in this case, fine. The only thing you're limited by is the fact that, hey, it's digital-only. And soon enough with the Xbox Series X, when they do a digital version that is out in a few weeks. But with this one, you have to have the SuperGrafx setup going on to play Aldines, the mission code for Rage Crisis. Isn't that what it's called? Yeah, that's what's showing on screen. Just make sure I'm reading that right. It came out only in Japan. It's a flight shooter from 1991 by Produce, who developed it. They made the Super Bomberman games, specifically Super Bomberman 1, 2, and 4, not 3. Don't know why they didn't make 3. They also made 7th Saga on Super Nintendo. They made Super Adventure Island for Super Nintendo. They also made a game called Brain Lord, which is also on Super Nintendo. It is an RPG that NX published, kind of with a puzzle vibe. I actually quite like that game. That game is deeply underrated. I'll have a picture of Brain Lord here. I would like to show it off at some point. I played the entire game, actually, borrowing a copy of it from people I'm no longer speaking terms with. But I had a really good time as far as it, especially as far as like an off-the-beaten-path RPG for the Super Nintendo that admittedly is not known for its story, more as its gameplay. It's very much puzzle-based, but I had a really great time with it. But as far as Aldines is concerned, this is a fight game that takes place in 2020, where you're trying to stop an alien invasion by flying the SWA-402 Ortega's successor, and you're playing as, well, actually, the idea is you're supposed to be playing as Fox A, but, yeah, I'm trying to get a sense as far as that. Is that right? Right, because the idea is that, yeah, you're flying again to stop them because I believe they killed your girlfriend. Maybe they first did. Also, I didn't take the notes great on that one specifically. It's another flight case. It's pretty fun, and the SuperGrafx element of itself gives it a little more of an oomph in terms of how it looks and sounds. And it's a lot of fun as far as we didn't get in one because I guess the kind of game it is, you can sort of enjoy it without having to read the text, but also in case that fun, understanding the background of it does make it pretty fun too. But next, we also have a game that, okay, this is a unique one. This is something we have never shown on this show as far as the kind of game or even talked about. This is called Appare Gateball, and it is Gateball. You think, well, it's a Japanese pronunciation of Gate Ball, but no, it is Gateball. What this is a game from Hudson Soft that came out in 1988 from Escape, or West Tone Bit Entertainment, who made Jaws on the NES, they made the Wonder Boy games, they made Willy Wombat for the Sega Saturn, and Real Fishing Wild for the Dreamcast. This one is Croquet. I don't know if you're familiar with Croquet out there in the audience. There's a Croquet game, and we have access to it here on this program. And what you do in this one, you create your team, you build your team specifically, and you have to hit the ball into the Croquet areas specifically, and then try and hit it specifically. It's almost kind of a golf perspective in the sense of how the swing goes. You aim a cursor along, and you basically try and hit it so that you line up with the distance that you set, and it puts a little arrow on the indicator so you know where to hit it. And if you're off, it goes kind of to the side. It's pretty interesting, and as I said, I've never played a cricket game before. Oh, no, fine. There are not many games based on cricket either, but fine, a croquet game. You're like, where are the croquet games? I love my croquet. Where is it? Appare Gateball is a game for you. So Hudson Soft is to the rescue with this game. It is pretty interesting. You do have to kind of go through a bunch of menus as far as running it, but when you get into the game, it's actually pretty interesting. And yeah, for the novelty alone, it's a pretty fun one, and worth looking at. Next up, Bomberman 94. So there was another Bomberman game after the 93 edition. This came out, though, in 1993, it's worth pointing out. And it sort of came out in the U.S., although in the U.S. it came out under a totally different name and is a remake. It also came out in Europe this way as Mega Bomberman, which is on Sega Genesis. It's remaking this game, which has Bagular, the villain from Bomberman Hero on PlayStation we played, and the Robot Army coming around. They invade Planet Bomber, and they destroy the Spirit Pictures, and of course it's up to White Bomber there, riding on the animals, so it is, like, I guess, precursoring Bomberman World, and also Bomberman Wars, and the other games that have Bagular as the villain specifically to it, going along. And it is another fun one. Very colorful, and has more stuff going on with its power-ups specifically. Not that 93 didn't have that, but 94 amps it up a little more, being in line with other cases itself. Another fun one, for sure. It has 5-player multiplayer. Again, good luck getting the controllers for it on either this unit or the other one, but if you're able to get set up for that, or you bought the Wii Virtual Console version before they got rid of it, you have your access, and it's a lot of fun. Next up is Panic Bomber, Bomberman Panic Bomber. Now, this is a puzzle game for the Super CD-ROM 2. Came out in 1994. This is the original version. There are other ports of this specifically. Released in the Neo Geo, it was a Hudson Soft game. And in the US, there's one other port of this. I think, aside from this unit, this is the only other port it has. It's on the Virtual Boy as Panic Bomber. That's why I said Panic Bomber specifically. But this is a puzzle game where you're rotating blocks around of Bomberman heads. You have White Bomber, Red Bomber, Black Bomber, and Blue Bomber. You're basically lining them up in groups of 3, and you can clear them vertically, horizontally, or diagonally, like a better take on columns from Sega a little bit. We also have bombs coming down, and the idea is that how that works is that the bombs will drop down, and then you can get the red bomb coming down. When the red bomb comes down, you can drop it, and you can basically get rid of all the bombs in an area, and if you stack them up specifically, you can get them to go away, and create a bunch of chains and combos going on to send a ton of garbage bombs over to your opponent. And since this is a Super CD-ROM 2 game, it has terrific audio to itself, for sure. It's a pretty simple puzzle game, but it does have a great perspective. And I've been knowing you on the puzzle games, you might like this one. This game is a lot of fun. I just wish I had another controller to be able to play as far as a multiplayer, but it is a neat one. And, yeah, the original version. It's like, yeah, we can show this way easier in the virtual world, that's for sure. Next up is a game I've talked before, and it's definitely a weird one, but definitely one that is, yeah, kind of a long franchise, interesting enough. And an interesting case of itself. This is Choniki. It translates out to Super Big Brother. It is from Messiah, who developed this. Mentioned Clay Lancer, of course, which they mentioned, and they made something we talked about earlier on the show. What was that? I had something else specifically as far as what they made. But yeah, they're back as far as a flight shooting game. This is a weird one. Instead of flying ships, flying as people. Here's the idea. This came in 1992. There's this guy called Bo Emperor Bill. He's a bodybuilder. He is having I guess a deficiency of protein, and I'm not making this up. So he says, I'm going to invade other planets to get it. So you have 2 muscle brothers called Ida 10 and Ben 10. They say, okay, we're going to go stop him. You fly around. And this is a game that has 10 entries to itself, specifically. You fly around, shoot with this very, very weird imagery. Case as far as stuff with bodybuilding, it's seen as very homoerotic depending on who you talk to. But it's also one of those cases where, yeah, understanding the context a little more, it's the idea of like how wrestling tends to be looked at. It's like, hey, you know, sometimes those connotations go as far as the idea of wrestling or bodybuilding, but in this case, that's kind of the idea. So understanding the context kind of helps, and there's other games that go a little more risque than even this one does. The feasibly gives a sense like, okay, we know maybe as far as what this is, or they just have the ideas like, hey, let's just have something different, because fine, you have tons of flight shooting games, and the Super CD-ROM version, there's different versions that go to that, and this is a CD-ROM game, by the way, as well. It's pretty fun. It's very strange, but in case I kind of wouldn't have it any other way, because it's very one of a kind. Even in terms of how it plays, even though it's not necessarily dissimilar to how other flight shooters play, even something like Lords of Thunder, but it does have really good music. It does very good voice acting as far as how it is, as far as high quality stuff with the CD stuff. And it plays really well. It's just strange, but it also the kind of thing, I guess I kind of like the strangeness, because, hey, it's not every day you see stuff like what this game's doing. And, yeah, Messiah knows what they're doing when it comes to flight shooting games like this, and Glade Lancer specifically as examples. But yeah, Choniki's another really good one, and they ported this a couple times. And as I mentioned, a long-running series is in Japan. We haven't gotten many of these. Most of the reports of this one has been the case. Yeah, if you want something totally different when it comes to your flight shooting games, Choniki's got your number, no question. Next is Daimakaimura. Okay, I've got to pronounce this specifically. I gotta stop. This is a Super Graphics game. This is Daimakaimura. This game actually is something very familiar and very famous. Like, what is this? This is another Super Graphics release. This came out in 1990 in Japan. But what this is a port of Ghouls and Ghosts from Capcom. So the 1988 arcade sequel to Ghosts and Goblins with good old Arthur the Knight there and Princess Prin. They ported this to the TurboGrafx Super Graphics side of itself. where it is a pretty much dead-on arcade port. It is so on point. I can't believe they did this so well. And the Sega Genesis also got a really good port of itself at the year after. Year after this as far as Japan was concerned. But yeah, in this case, you're going around, you're throwing your javelin, you have to save a Princess Prin from Lucifer. And there's other souls there on the ground. It's NEC Avenue did the port of this specifically for Capcom, as is the case. But yeah, this game is really fun, but the thing also about this franchise always is they're hard as hell. But they're a lot of fun. They have great presentation themselves. They look great. They sound great. They play great. It's that, yeah, if you want to be playing this game, you better bring your A game. These are amongst the hardest games ever made, although this one admittingly is easier than Ghosts and Goblins, its predecessor, for one specific reason. You can throw the javelin or any weapon you get upwards. So you have more ways to take care of the enemies as you go along. But it's like the other ones oftentimes where you have to go through the entire game, and at the end, it's trapped to visit by Satan, so the NES version of Ghosts and Goblins said. So yeah, you're beating that game again. You got to beat the game twice in order to get the best ending. I believe this is the same case. But if you're getting a sense of like, hey, you know, Ghosts and Goblins is too insanely hard, that might be one of the hardest things I've ever played in my life. This is going to ease up on you a very little bit. So if that's the case, you might like this. And I'm going to show this one. I'm definitely going to show this. I'm going to show off Run of Blood just because I think it's fitting as far as tonight for the end of Halloween. It is a great port. My God, it's almost one-to-one with the arcade. And the arcade version has been ported, but still, it's something to see that, hey, you know, them getting this going on the TurboGrafx with the TurboGrafx aspect. Or fine, the PC Engine, because it was Japan only. I guess worse off for it because, yeah, it's so good. Got another arcade port, though, coming up next. This is Dragon Spirit. This is from Namco. We played this game before. We played the arcade version. We played Namco Museum Virtual Arcade for Xbox 360. This is a flight shooting game, going vertically, specifically. Very much like Xevious, although I think it's better than Xevious. Okay, so this one, you're flying as dragons, and as you pick up items, you can increase the power of your dragons. You have multiple shots going on, but also increasing your fire magic. It's like dropping bombs in Xevious. But unlike Xevious, where it oftentimes went pretty slow. I mean, Xevious is a good game, no question. It definitely started aspects as far as what Namco was doing with flight shooting games like that, but it's primitive. We showed that as far as when we played it. It's got its place in gaming history, no question. It's not a bad game. But it's also a case that somebody's like, yeah, I can't go back to this. Sorry, I like versus that win. I get them completely then. It's one of those cases where Dragon Spirit is like a better take on that, and it is a fun one and a good port. Yeah, the game came out in 1987 in the arcade. This port was 1988, and it's pretty one-to-one. The only thing it does differently that I'm aware of is the case of the screen resolution, because in the arcade version, it was a vertical display, but I guess they repainted the graphics as far as that to basically be for a regular 4x3 as far as the televisions back then. So that's the one difference specifically, but either way, it's still as fun as it was in the arcade, and a good element to bring it home. Next up is Dungeon Explorer. We showed that off as far as the English side, but it was also on the Japanese side, so I will not necessarily belabor that more, but yeah, so you can take a look at it in Japanese if you so desire, as far as the hack and slash beat 'em up like from Atlas, one of their earliest games, their 6th game. You do have there as far as in Japanese, you want to see it that way. Next up, another Sega port, Fantasy Zone. Fantasy Zone came out in 1986, of course. Flying around as Opa Opa in this cute 'em up as you're trying to defeat the creatures that are around, defeat enough of those big, I guess, spawn points, and fight a boss specifically. And pick up money and objects, and then go to the shop to get better power-ups like wings and things like that. Yeah, this version was 1988 as far as how they ported. It's a good port, but I don't know if it's the best port. It's not like Space Harrier, where cases where, you know, it was not necessarily ported that great by Sega. Sega did port this game pretty damn well, including as far as new ports like on the Sega Genesis Mini 2. And of course the arcade port's been, or the arcade version ported in a bunch of places like in the Yakuza games. The one thing I'll say is that the music's decent, but it's also a case that, fine, without that bass and without that, like, Sega percussion, the it sounds kind of hollow. But it's not bad. It's good stuff as far as how it doesn't sound awful. It's like, fine, that sound, there's something about the way Fantasy Zone sounds that, in its way, even something like that can feasibly make the difference. And fine, this was Japan only. I think this was Japan only. Okay, fine. Actually, this one might not have been. I might be wrong about that. So in that case, this is not going to be an easy port to get, and feasibly the better ways to go. But it is a good port outside that. It sure looks the part. It looks almost dead on to the arcade game, specifically. And it's not that it sounds bad, it's just that it's different and fine. For certain cases, the specific way it is in other cases maybe some of this cloud in my judgment, but still a good version. I can't complain too much, and I definitely enjoy it. That being said, we talk about perfect porting as far as arcade cases. Yeah, fine. This is also, I'll say, like, fine, I'm not going to give Fantasy Zone that much flat, or that much of a pass that way, compared to Galaga 88 here. Oh, man. This is a good one. This came out in 1988, as far as this port. The game itself came in 1987 in the arcade, so fine. It's a little bit misnomer, but as far as the home port, this was the fourth game, I believe, as far as the Galaga Galaxian line, because with Galaxian, there was Galaga, there was Gap Plus, and I think there was this. I think this was the fourth one. That's not right. I'll say which one was this. This one gives you the option to have the dual fighter right away if you so want, at the cost of a life. And this is dead on the arcade port that we showed last year. Oh, last year? Yeah, it was last year. We played Namco Museum Virtual Arcade, and I'll have the play of that one link below too. It looks and sounds dead on as far as it. So yeah, if you were a case where you had a PC Engine or a TurboGrafx, I think this is a good US port from what I remember. You were getting a dead-on version, and it feels just like the arcade. It looks like it, it sounds like it, and it plays like it, and it's great. And you can get the arcade port around, but yeah, this is definitely a good one, and yeah, one of the strongest arcade ports on this unit, and that's saying quite a bit. Next up is a very unique one, a very expensive one, like many hundreds, if that. It's also an arcade CD-ROM game. Like, what is that? This is Ginga Fukai Densetsu Sapphire. This came out in 1995. This is, I believe, the newest game that's on this. I believe. For this one, it is a game from Cap Productions, the company that made Digimon Rumble Arena. And the idea of this one is a flight shooting game where you're playing as an all-woman police force in 2092. You're going across time to find terrorists and enemies and defeating them. It's an interesting case as far as itself. The thing about this game that's interesting is that you need the arcade CD-ROM card specifically for the purpose of this that makes it have these incredible effects as far as 3D polygons and things. It's also something that it makes the loading go specifically, and from what I've understood, it's one of those games that people try to import this thing, and it's very hard to import this in the sense that if you don't have everything it goes to, the game will not load correctly and it won't load at all and you can't play it. So the fact that they ported it on this unit is actually a big get. It is Hudson Software's involved with this one specifically, going back to that again. But you do need an arcade card for the purpose of it, and it is a CD game for the purpose of that. This game looks beautiful, I'll say that for sure, in terms of its art direction, in terms of the tech showing on, but also the character design specifically, and the idea. So, I mean, it's one of those thoughts that, hey, you know, you're kind of in, there's kind of a Blade Runner vibe to this perspective, but also like time travel, so like almost like a Chrono Trigger thing, or you're going off around time to stop terrorists and things. I guess maybe like a Minority Report thing, I guess a little bit before that came around, the thought that, hey, you know, can you stop crime before it feasibly happens? And like Minority Report indicated, including the short story by Philip K. Dick that was based on, sometimes it's a mixed blessing, but in the case of this game, it turns into a pretty fun shooting game, or flight shooting game, vertical shooting as it is. Oh, we'll show that specifically, and there's Galaga 88. But yeah, this is a fun one, and it's also one that, yeah, you're not getting this specifically unless you know exactly what you're doing in order to get this running. So, and this, having it here is a big get, and it's a fun one for sure. And people hold this in high regard for a reason, and they're right too. And yeah, nice to see it ported. So thank you, M2, for the purpose of that. Next up, we got the games in the Gradius series from Konami. This is Gradius 1, or Gradius 1. Fine, that's how it's specifically pronounced. We played Gradius before. In fact, we played both of these because there's a Gradius and there's Gradius 2 Gopher no Yabo. This is called Vulcan Venture in the US. We'll talk about that in a second. We did that for the Flight Shooter Showcase. I'll have a link to that show. Fine, I'm going to have links to a bunch of shows that we've done for the purpose of some of this stuff. Gradius itself came out in 1985 from Konami. This is a port from 1991. You're flying the Vic Viper, one of the most famous flight devices in gaming. And with this game, what's always fun about Gradius is you're able to feed enemies and you pick up little orbs. You have a bar on the bottom of the screen that has things like speed up and missiles and things like that. You pick them up, and when you have those icons filled at the bottom, you press the 1 button in this case, and you can buy a power-up. So in that case, you buy speed up, you can get yourself to move faster. So you upgrade the Vic Viper as you go along. But the other thing about it creates this great risk and reward. So the idea is that you could just pick up one and get your speed going, so you can get yourself moving like crazy after a couple of those pickups. Or you could decide to hold on to those items and then pick up a bunch of them to buy something else further down that line. So there's a lot of strategy to what this is. It's almost, in its way, as we're seeing Ninja Spirit over there, there's kind of an RPG vibe in its weird way. I mean, because you're basically upgrading the skills of the Vic Viper as you go along. You think, well, just shoot stuff. Fine, you do that. That's what you do. But as you go along, you're kind of become second nature. You think about it and saying, like, okay, based on the situation I'm in, I want to have this. I feel like I'm going too slow. I want to speed up, but I think I need missiles later. It's like, let me pick up enough of these, hold on to it. It basically kind of lets you choose how you want to have the game control and be enhanced. I'll tell you what this is. This is one of those great cases of, something to talk about this before. We talked about the Tower Draga. I mentioned Sonic and the Secret Rings on Wii doing this, which is a case where playing a game in order to get it to control better. Like, that seems like a weird, maybe backwards concept, depending on who you ask. Gradius is one of the best examples of that I can think of as far as a game. Because the idea is that it's not that it's not playable when you're playing it as it goes along. It certainly is. It's slow as far as how you're moving, but the idea is that you're able to get one of those icons really quick by killing a string of enemies on the first screen of the game. So within a few seconds. So it's a case that it's not necessarily making you wait. It's not necessarily punishing you, saying that, hey, you can't move as effectively. You have to play more and more to get it better and better. I mean, you do play it more to get it better, but the idea is that it's not holding out on you. Because that's one of the things I think that, as I mentioned, Tower Draga definitely does that. And Sonic the Secret Rings on Wii does that as well. Which are things that I have a problem with as far as those, but this is a case of doing that design and doing it right. Konami knew exactly what they're doing with this one, and this game is fantastic, for sure. And it's a big case as far as flight shooting games, horizontal in this case, for good reason. And this is a very good port, and it captures the arcade experience very, very well. Next up is, I mentioned, its sequel, Gradius 2 Gopher no Yabo. This is not called Gradius in the US for some reason. Don't know why. In the US it was called Vulcan Venture. Show this as well. This is a CD one, specifically, so this is a dead-on port of the arcade game, including all its voice acting as far as stuff we're getting speed up, or missile, or double, or things like that. This port, it's worth pointing out, it came out in 1992, and Vulcan Venture, or Gradius 2, came out in 1988. Same idea, so it's more of the same as far as what Gradius 1 had, but it does up the ante a little bit, because what you do in this one is you pick a loadout at the start of the game. So you have options as far as what you want to do. You have the one bar specifically as far as Gradius over here when you start, and you're building from that. When you start Gradius 2, you have a choice of certain options that you can have. So as you play, you can say, oh no, actually when you start playing, I should say, you can choose a specific line of power-ups to have, and say like, oh, I want to play the game this way, and build up towards other things that won't necessarily be the same depending upon what you pick. So it gives it a lot more depth, and that's, I think, what I love about the Gradius games. They have a lot of depth that you would think maybe it doesn't have as far as a game like this. But it's also something that's easy to pick up and play, but not easy to master. My god, these games are hard. But they're a lot of fun, and they do give you a fighting chance in terms of being able to build yourself up. And depending on how you want to play it, yeah, you can make it a little bit easier on yourself, and you're going to have a great time doing both these Gradius games. And these are great ports, both of them. And this one has an enhanced element of itself because of the CD technology behind it that makes it one-to-one pretty much in the arcade game. And yeah, a lot of the Konami stuff in this game, in this collection, I should say, is awesome, and both these Gradius games are no exception. Next up is Jaiseken Necromancer. This is an RPG that was Japanese specific. It came out in 1988. This is a Hudson Soft joint as well. The idea of this one is you're going around and saving the land from gods and demons. Is known for having darker themes to itself than you might have expected when it came to RPGs at the time, or on games at the time. I mean, This was Splatterhouse, the fact that, hey, they wanted to twist and stretch out what we could have as far as material in gaming, and I think Hudson Soft did that with this one, although, because it's an RPG and it's all text-based, it's something where it's tough to tell what the story is. I don't know if this is a game that's been translated. I don't know also if this unit has feasibly been a case where people have been able to hack this in order to either A, add new games to it, or B, make it so that you can have translation patches added to understand the story. It's nothing against the idea that it's all in Japanese. It's not like, hey, that's a bad case. It's just that, fine, release this game in the US, and since it's an RPG, you have to know what's being said in order to play it, so it kind of makes it hard to play, and it's like, I wish that wasn't the case, because fine, I know that's the idea. Like, look, maybe it's like me being, the ignorant American case of fine, like, I'm not as into my Japanese as far as knowing it as it used to be. But even then, Actually, that's the funny thing that sometimes goes on when it comes to Switch Online stuff, because I have the Japanese app. I'm just like, let's show the Japanese app. Let's show games that are only on that. And we're running the same thing all the time when it comes to me showing my coworkers this. Kazum22, he's a big one as far as knowing or learning Japanese himself, to the point where he's able to read some of the text, because he's like, I can't read the text that fast, specifically when they scroll through depending on the game, or cases where there's so many things, and the kanji is always a tough thing to translate. Even when I was doing Japanese, that was a case where I could not translate that. In this case, you're seeing katakana as far as on the box over there, but there's also kanji at the top of it. And sometimes it's not easy to translate that, because from what I remember as far as my teachings, might not be accurate anymore. Or might not be accurate 100%. The meanings of kanji characters, this part I know is right. They oftentimes have multiple meanings. So in order to understand what they are, when I did it, I think the thought was that you sort of had to guess, but I don't think that's actually how it works. It's very difficult. Dogfin, so you have an experience, I guess, with that, feasibly? Or understanding, I guess, what it's going to mean specifically. So, in that case, feasibly something like this, I guess, is lost, or the case that, fine, I guess people can do translations on things like that, and fine. The reason why a lot of games don't want to get a case of, like, doing a fan translation. Yes, okay, so you do. I mean, feasibly for anything, but it's also one of those cases where, fine, depending on the language, it's always the case, like, what's that language barrier? And especially for RPGs, that's always a tough thing, because it's one of those things that, fine, you always know, like, maybe there's something I'm missing if you don't know the language. In a case I don't want to necessarily, miss that. Yes, stuff gets lost in translation, no question. But also the case that, yeah, you're right. Also, that's the other thing, is certain things that might be in this game might not translate over if it was a case when they translated it over in the first place. This game has not been officially translated. There might be fan translations of this, but I don't know. So that's one of those questions. And so in that case, not much I was able to feasibly get through. You have to kind of sort of brute force your way as far as it, but it's one of those cases where, fine, if you know the language, it's going to be a case of itself that way too. And definitely interesting with what they're trying to do with what I've seen in this game. So something to be said about that, and maybe there's a translation patch if you don't know it. And if you do, the world's your oyster, you'll be able to manage it, no problem. Next up, Nectaris. This is the Japanese version of Military Madness. To show Military Madness as far as the turn-based strategy RPG from Hudson Soft. So that's here as far as the Japanese version. You also get the Japanese versions of Neutopia and Neutopia 2 from Hudson Soft again as well. 1990 as far as this, or 1989 for Japan, and 1991 for 2. And next up, as far as the next new game, there is Ninja Ryu Kenden. This is what I was thinking when I was saying Tecmo earlier, so it was a bit of a Freudian slip. This is Ninja Gaiden from Tecmo, although this version Hudson Soft was involved in. It is a sort of port, sort of remake of the first Ninja Gaiden from NES. And I think that got ported to Sega Master System as well. Yeah, this came out in 1992. It was only in Japan. It is a lot like the NES game. There's some differences, for sure. It looks maybe a little more colorful as far as how it is than it did on NES, but it's a great looking game on NES. And on Sega Master System, but it's fine, especially on NES. I love the game on NES. I have copies of that elsewhere. We should show that, but that's a practice game, because the Ninja Gaiden games are really, really hard. They're really, really fun. Especially when you get down the pattern. That is the classic perspective of understand everything you have as far as playing a game, living and breathing with a game for a long time. That is what Ninja Gaiden is, and yeah, I got a port to this, and it's a pretty interesting version. I mean, as far as how it is, it's not dissimilar to the port on Super Nintendo, which is the Ninja Gaiden trilogy, where they translate, or no, it was in Japan, I think. They re-released Ninja Gaidens 1, 2, and 3 from NES. Put them on Super Nintendo, and enhanced the graphics a little, but not a whole lot. This is kind of the same thing as far as in terms of how it looks, but as far as TurboGrafx capabilities, kind of gets by with this one a little better. But it's also the case that, fine, this is only in Japanese, so fine, because of the way this game goes on cutscenes, you might not be able to know what the story is, unless you play it on NES. But then again, it's the same as NES as far as that story. And it's plenty playable regardless, so there is that as well. And it's a fun one. Bring your A game. This game is really, really hard. No matter how you play, but that's Ninja Gaiden for you. Ninja Gaiden's always hard, but it is a fun game, no question. It's great to see a version we never saw. Next up is PC Genjin. This is the Japanese version of Bonk's Adventure, the very first Bonk game. Came in 1989 for Japan, and for us it was 1990. It's Red Company, and Atlas was involved in this one. Okay, that's where we're seeing Atlas again, because they're involved with making this game with Red Company. Yeah, this is the first case as far as Bonk Caveman. I'm surprised they gave us the Japanese version of this one, and the English the second one. But that being said, it doesn't really change too much as far as how it is. In the same case, yeah, you're playing the cute caveman with the bald head going around, and you can do bonking your head around, jumping into the walls, and grinding up with your teeth, and other stuff as well. It's a fun game as far as how it is. It's definitely one that it's a bit slower than Bonk's Revenge, but not by much. And it's been ported a bunch of places, but even a lot of those ports cost a lot of money. So there's that perspective. But yeah, kind of sort of the face of the PC Engine TurboGrafx. Well, probably more face of it in the US. I guess because there's that thought that, hey, with Sonic around and Mario as far as the idea that, hey, there's going to be a comparison specifically. But yeah, it'll be a fun time. And even as it's one of those games that I know people, I talk to people, like, what's your experience in TurboGrafx-16? They say the same thing I say, which is none. I don't have a whole lot of experience, specifically. Everything I know about this is stuff I've taken down notes on, or stuff maybe I played in some cases with other people who definitely knew better than I did. But the constant I always hear, like, people know who Bonk is. No question. Bonk is one of those cases where he broke out. And fine, because of Hudson Soft, that's the idea. Hudson Soft had so many characters that broke out, got other games on other systems, maybe references in other games too. Kind of became part of gaming's lexicon. Cases like Bomberman, probably the obvious one, but other stuff, Bonk for sure, and I guess even other kind of off the beaten path stuff like Mile on Secret Castle and other stuff. Yeah, Bonk definitely has a place in gaming history, and the game is no slouch, no question. Next up is the only game that, okay, this is an interesting one because this is a Japanese game. It is only on the TurboGrafx-16 Mini, so the US device this. For some reason. I don't know why the PC Engine Mini unit doesn't have this. So if you go find the PC Engine Mini unit, if you're curious what you're seeing, this is the one game you're not going to see on it. And it's a Japanese game, so like, I don't get why it's not on that. The point is, this is exclusive to the US release, or fine, the Western release of this mini console. This is Salamander, is Life Force. We played Life Force on the show before, but it was called Salamander as far as Japan. This came out in 1986. Like with Gradius, you're flying the Vic Viper as far as it. So yeah, it's kind of an in-between with Gradius as it is specifically. Same concept as far as how it is with being able to build up your skills, although you build it up a little differently than Gradius itself. You pick up specific items and I think you get the upgrades right away. I mean, we played this game before as far as how it was for the Flight Shooter Showcase going back, and with the arcade versions of those we played. As far as the changes they make on this one, they sped up the animations from what I understand, or what I've been reading. It's not like it was slow on the arcade version that I remember. There's apparently enhanced the music, although this is not a CD game, this is on a card, as is. And fine, there's a preview on Bonk, as it is. And we can take a look at that. And Dolly Finn and Jaime Dracula, anything you want to see as far as on this unit for the show-off, feel free to indicate. And I'll have a couple I want to show off, specifically. We can definitely go into those. And also, they had checkpoints on death, so I thought the arcade version sort of kind of had that too, to a degree. But fine, maybe they add more, so that's the idea. It's another fun one as far as the Konami flight shooting games, the horizontal flight shooting games. This game is a fun one. And, yeah, good time as far as it's been ported a bunch of places on NES. That's one that's very famous as far as a lot of cases. But the arcade version's been ported, and this is another good one. This is pretty close to the arcade version. I'm very surprised as far as how I handled it. And surprised it's only on the US unit again, but yeah, I don't know. That being said, there are two games that are on the Japanese unit only. In fact, I may as well talk about these now, because you're not going to see them on here. One of those is a game I've mentioned multiple times, and it still boggles my mind that we've not gotten a single version that's translated even. I don't know, maybe they think it wouldn't translate over well, or what, I don't know. That is Tokimeki Memorial, which is a Konami game. Came out in 1994. It's set at Kirameki High School, and the idea is that you're going around and you basically are going to try and get with or meet girls and kind of date them specifically as far as how it is. It's not a case where it's like a pornographic game as far as because there's games that are pornographic in regards to ideas of dating sims. Japan has a lot of cases of that, but not necessarily always that way. Dating sims are a big case as far as Japan anyway, which in the US, honestly speaking, we didn't really get a whole lot of cases of that. The first case I remember seeing myself of something that kind of reflected that was Harvest Moon for the Super Nintendo. Well, that was not just the focus. You could do other things specifically as far as that. And kind of the visual novel thing, because fine, that's something that has been bigger in the US and in other parts of the world over the years, especially stuff like Phoenix Wright and other things. Tokimeki Memorial is one of the original cases, and this is a long-running franchise of Konami's, but none of them have left Japan. I'm kind of surprised. I would have thought maybe there had been some kind of curiosity, like, let's give this a shot elsewhere. I know Princess Maker, not Princess Crown. Princess Crown is a prequel of sorts to Odin Sphere from Vanillaware. Princess Crown was a Sega Saturn game. Princess Maker is kind of it's not exactly a dating sim. It's basically raise your daughter into a princess as far as a game. And I think there's a version that we got released over here. And I'd heard about that name for years and years and years. And same with Tokimeki Memorial, but yeah, nothing as far as release. And it's on this unit in the Japanese release. So if you have the PC Engine Mini, I keep saying PC Engine CD. If you have the PC Engine Mini, you can play it over there if you know the language and be able to go through. But this unit, not specifically. And the other game that's exclusive over there is Tengai Makyo 2 Manjimaru, which is a 1992 RPG where it is, you're playing as Manjimaru Seigoku. It came out in 1992, and you're fighting against the Roots Clan. It's a 13-game franchise of sorts as far as how it is, as far as an RPG. We didn't get that one specifically, I believe. Yeah, both of these were TurboGrafx CD, or fine, PC Engine CD games. Tengai Makyo 2 and Tokimeki Memorial, but Japanese unit are these only. But for US unit, Salamander's what we got. Next up, as far as on the list here, is, let's see. Just gotta see where I put this. Seirei Senshi Spriggan. This came in 1991, is a sci-fi flight shooting game from Compile, who made a couple of the games we talked about tonight, and they made the West games. I keep forgetting what's the name, because fine, they didn't release a bunch of those games under that name here. It's like one or two, specifically until years later. Yeah, for this one, you're playing as Rykart and Jaga, and the idea is you're flying around in ships, and you have to save the land from the Burai Zubara Empire. I do want to make sure I'm getting the pronunciations right and reading these out. Yeah, because fine, I do know the Japanese vowel pronunciation. It was shown in Metal Gear Solid 2, A-E-U-A-O, so the lo-lo-lo-lo-lo. Remember that, you always remember how the Japanese vowels work, specifically. But, yeah, I just want to make sure I'm getting those set right. This is a pretty fun flight shooting game. Compile knows what they're doing when it comes to making these things, no question. Especially with the sequel to this, which we'll talk about in a little bit. And this is no exception. It is a lot of fun. It looks and sounds great and plays really great and has a lot of nice upgrades and nice atmosphere in itself, as these games often tend to from this company. And it's another nice one to have, and one we didn't get here. But it's a good case to have it on this unit, no question. Okay, we're talking about the aspect of being lost in translation, and God, you wish there was a translation of. Okay. My God, I wish we had another version of the game we're looking at right here. This is going to be the new thing I'm going to beg Konami for, because we have the Suikoden 1 and 2 HD version that's coming out on March 6th. That was the thing. So I guess this is the next one. We'll see if they can bury the hatchet as far as their hatred of Hideo Kojima, hopefully. Hope so, because this is Snatcher. I don't know, Chad, are you familiar with this? This is a game that came out, I've mentioned this game multiple times before. It came out on the PC 8801 in 1988. It's a visual novel / action shooter of sorts that was Konami. It was Hideo Kojima who made this. And the idea is it's set in the 21st century after a bioweapon called Lucifer Alpha killed millions and millions of people. And in the remnants of it in the years that have passed, there's the city called Neo-Kobe, and you're playing as Gillian Seed, who's an asthmatic, or not an asthmatic, an amnesiac, sorry, who's looking for answers. As far as the asthmatic, that's Ninten in Mother for Famicom. I've never heard of it. Okay, let's talk about this game. This is a legendary one as far as Hideo Kojima is concerned, because, fine, we know for Metal Gear Solid and all that stuff, and feasibly stuff like Bokta and Game Boy Advance, and, what's the game we made? Zone of the Enders. This is a game that got ports to a bunch of places. This is the Turbo... Oh, fine, this is the... I keep saying TurboGrafx. That's the US. God, I wish this got released in the US. God, I wish this game was translated. It was a PC Engine Super CD-ROM 2 game. The only port of it that came out in the US is on the Sega CD. It came out in 1994 for that, and this version came out in 1992. This game, unfortunately, is not translated. That Sega CD version goes for over $1,000. It is one of the best games on the Sega CD, let me tell you that right now. I have played this game. It is, as far as on that unit, as far as people I know, and also cases where I've actually emulated. Fine, I played as far as other stations they've emulated the game. It's like, this is a game that's $1,000 as far as the only translated version. Is it really as good as people say it is? And the answer is yes, absolutely. This game is unbelievable. It's kind of very much like Blade Runner. I'll tell you that in terms of what the story is, because the idea is you're going around, you're looking for answers as far as who Gillian Seat is, but you're kind of uncoiling this mystery. Very much like Deckard from Blade Runner. There's definitely a Blade Runner influence on this game in terms of how it looks, in terms of how it sounds, and also in terms of how its theming is concerned, and also how smartly adult this game is. Especially for the time it came out. It's not something that's necessarily for children, but like with the Metal Gear Solid games we played so far, it's something that it's kind of more heady. It's this idea of, the perspective, like, kind of a bioterrorist case as far as taking people out, the remnants of that, and the idea of, like, Snatchers coming around, taking people and feasibly taking their souls and things, or killing them and things like that. And the way this game goes is kind of a visual novel, like we mentioned before. You talk to people, get clues, kind of go around, light up a bit of a detective story, and there's JJ and Jeff will look at that feasibly, as far as what that is. But it's also something you kind of get into action sequences where you're able to shoot at Snatchers and creatures that come around. And the Sega CD version in particular, it had support for the Justifier, which is light gun from Konami. That is unfortunately a case where it does not work on a modern television because it was a light gun as far as like CRT tech to shoot. But it's a fun case as far as how it is. It has a great story. It has unbelievable voice acting. As far as the US version, but also the Japanese one. This one's not translated because they brought it over specifically. And because it's all text-based, like, this is a story you want to follow. You want to understand this as far as what I've seen as far as that translated version for Sega CD. It's unbelievable. It's a terrific game. It's one of the best games on this, but I said, because it's not translated, if you don't know the language, it's going to be very hard to play it, and it's a real shame because, as I said, this game has not been re-released any other way. This is the only re-release of it in the US. And in that case, it makes it hard to play, and it's too bad because this game is so good. And I also do not know if there is a translation that's been done of this version. There might have been, there might not have been. If I have an answer to that, I'll put a link down saying, hey, they found it. Someone did it. Maybe something you can inject a translation patch into this. Maybe. I don't know. If we can do it that way, I want to show it. As far as Snatcher is concerned, that game costs so much money. It's exorbitant. It's one of those things that I would love to see Konami re-release that. I'd love to see also them bring over Policenauts, which is kind of a spiritual successor to this. That came out on the PlayStation in 1995, before Metal Gear Solid came out. Another one that's kind of in the same vein as this, a bit different from what I've understood. One I haven't played. But the idea, like, hey, we releasing Snatcher and Policenauts, translating them. Maybe other stuff with Kojima's, maybe. We'll see also how Metal Gear Solid Delta Snake Eater comes around, which is the remake of Metal Gear Solid 3. I guess that's going to be the case of saying, like, hey, you know, can Konami bury the hatchet they have as far as Kojima, which is on Konami. Konami clearly screwed him, as it was the case. But the case is saying, like, yeah, respecting Kojima as far as what they did, and fine. If there's any aspect as far as respecting Kojima, even more than Metal Gear Solid, it's Snatcher. Snatcher's unbelievable. In fact, I should show this to prove the point of it, and give a sense, like, I can at least show it to you sort of, kind of. But this game is awesome, and if you can feasibly afford the scratch to get this on the Sega CD, for the love of God, absolutely do. But yeah, how's the second mortgage sound? If the case, or maybe Konami, please Konami, I'm begging. I'd love to see a release. I think there are other people who would really love to see this. It's one of those cases, like, I'll tell you what this is. This is one of those games like Mother 3, as far as games that were released in Japan that people are like, oh my god, I love the translation. Although, Mother 3 has a translation. Fine, I live 5 minutes away from the guy who has the translated version as far as it with Gemini 96. So we have our answer and our hookup as far as Mother 3 is concerned. Mother 1 got translated as far as Nintendo themselves. Snatcher did one case. It wouldn't get re-released. I love it. This game is that good. That's why I'm giving as much of a spiel on Snatcher as I am. And I'll briefly show it because I think we should. But next up, we've got Spriggan Mark II, Re-Terraform Project. There's another CD case. It's the 1992 sequel to Seirei Senshi Spriggan, which you saw before. From Compile, again, who made it. This game started as, and actually in its way, is kind of a sequel to Musha for the Sega Genesis. We've talked Musha before. That's another Holy Grail case. It's a game that costs a lot of money for getting it in its original form, but it was re-released on Wii Virtual Console, where I have it, and is also on the Switch Online expansion pack for Switch, if you have the expansion pack service for that. This has the character from that, Greg Irwin, as far as it flying around. Same deal as far as what you had with the other one under the vertical shooting game from Compile, with a lot of abilities as far as upgrading your mech as you fly along. and it is a lot of fun. And yeah, who knew? It was a case of sort of a sequel to Musha in disguise. Or fine, it's an Aleste game. Musha is an Aleste game. They didn't name it Aleste as far as that franchise, but we got something else. That's what it is. And here's the Space Airport, specifically as far as on this thing specific. But yeah, Spring Mark 2, another winner as far as your compiled flight shooting games. Next up is Star Parodier. This is a Hudson Soft case, but it is developed by Kaneko. This is a spin-off of Star Soldier. There's a couple Star Soldier games that we've not talked about yet that we'll go into in a minute. This is a parody, actually, of that franchise, but also of other stuff of Hudson and, I guess, sort of Konami a little bit, because, yeah, it's a very comedic case with sometimes risque visuals, depending on the version, because there's a long-running franchise as far as Parodius, as it is. But, I don't know if this is connected for us. It might be, it might not be. I thought it was. But as far as this one, instead of flying around, as far as, you know, the mech case, we had the Spriggan Mark II, or, like, planes, like the Vic Viper with the Gradius games. This case, you can fly around as the Neo Caesar from Star Soldier, or you can fly along as Bomberman on jets, or you can fly as PC Engine Kun, the cute little guy with the wrench down there as far as on the unit, right there. You fly around with him, and you're getting hue cards for the console, so it's definitely having a lot of fun with certain things. And yeah, it's another case as far as being a really polished game, in the case of, I guess, Kaneko and Hudson Soft having fun with themselves, really, as far as saying, like, hey, here's the idea of, like, these serious shooters we got that are fun, but also, here's, like, one that's really colorful and kind of comedic. And in the later cases, as far as the Parodius games, where they get more risque, like Sexy Parodius, which came out in 1997. Another case where it definitely has some stuff that's not on this unit. I don't think that's gotten a port over here. There's a collection, I think, on PSP that has a bunch of games on it as far as the Parodius thing that, again, didn't come out here specifically. And you often get that with flight shooters, cases where there's ones that don't come out here that have some weird stuff, like we said with Choniki, and also with Star Parodier here, but also other ones. I know I mentioned this before, a game that costs a fortune. Harmful Park, which is on the PlayStation, where you're flying around kind of shooting at enemies, like you can shoot out like ice cream blasts at enemies while you're trying to take over, or save a park from being taken over by creatures, like a monkey on a train, you know, spanking himself and tossing bananas at you. Or a case of where you have to pretty much, you break up a wedding, and the idea is that, the idea is you're flying in an area where a guy comes in, he tries to break up a wedding, specifically to steal the woman away. The woman wants to actually go with the guy who comes in, and the groom is on the other side, he's sobbing uncontrollably, and his tears are coming up into the sky, and you have to avoid hitting them, because you hit them, you get yourself killed. It's very strange, and we never got a release of that, but it's that case that kind of the thought of, there have been so many flight cases, fine, on this unit alone, there are tons. I'll have the number also down, like, how many of these games are flight shooters? So, yeah, flight shooters or shmups specifically, or shoot-em-ups, yeah, this is the unit for you if you love them, because there's tons. And I guess in Japan, they're like, hey, you know, let's have some fun, let's do some different things, let's have some weird stuff. Why not? They leaned into it completely. And some of that's kind of come around here, with especially the Toho games, when those got localized, and other stuff like Death Smiles, and many other things. Shows how vast a genre that can be. And one that honestly has been a little underrepresented on the show, even though we had a full showcase as far as games like it. But that will change next year for sure when we play Radiant Silvergun. That's a game that Careerish wanted to see, and I'm going to show it specifically. I said, can you do Radiant Silvergun? I said, I did as a preview as far as a showcase show. I was like, let's do it as a full show. That's a Sega Saturn game. We're going to use the 360 port for the purpose of that. And Star Parodier, as I mentioned, is a good game, and definitely one that has a nice sense of humor and style to itself, for sure. Flight shooters continue, because we have Super Darius. This is a Tecmo game. Oh no, a Taito game. Shit, why do I keep saying Tecmo? Fine, Taito. Despite the name, this is the PC Engine CD port of the 1987 flight shooter called Darius. NEC Avenue did the port on this one specifically, with some nice CD perspectives. Flying around against these weird alien and bug creatures, and I guess like, I don't know, fossilized things going around. It's a pretty fun one as far as what it is. It's another horizontal one. It's fine. It's vertical and horizontal. There's like a bounce back between as far as that. At this point, I'm also realizing, yeah, good thing I saved this until later after we Splatterhouse, because otherwise, yeah, it would have been 2 hours before we got to Splatterhouse. Like, yeah, smart idea as far as I handle these things. And go more into discussion. Yeah, definitely a fun one, and we're going to show Darius game off in Taito Legends too. I had to stop. I'm not going to say Tecmo. again, specifically. That was Ninja Gaiden. That's why I was maybe thinking that. But Super Darius is a pretty fun one, and fine, we'll see what that is a little later. Next up is a game that, like with Snatcher, is one that is not easy to play, specifically. Actually, one we sort of saw at the beginning of the show because it popped up as far as the first transition thing. This is Super Momotaru Densetsu 2, which came out in 1991. This is the third game, despite the 2 on it, in a franchise in Japan that is basically like a financial board game. So kind of Monopoly a little bit, sort of, from what I understand. It's Hudson Soft who's involved and published, and his company's Summer Project that made it. Oh, when I first booted this up, I said, wait a second, I looked at this, it looks almost a little like SimCity or something like that. But what it is basically you're kind of just rolling dice and moving around. It's another one that's heavily text-based, so it's not something easy to play without translation, but you sort of can. You have to brute force it, I guess, if you don't know the language. Same with Snatcher and other stuff that's on this. It's pretty interesting as far as like a board game concept, and actually, it's one of those things that honestly a lot of Japanese releases had cases of board games of themselves translated into other things, a lot of mahjong stuff and things like that, but also other cases, fine. The people made Earthbound, they made a version of Monopoly that we didn't get over here. Fine. The version of Monopoly that we got from Sculpture Software on Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis, or Super Nintendo specifically in this case, is not the same one as the ones Japan got from the people who made Earthbound specifically. So there's something to be said about the idea that, hey, there's perspective to that, but some of them sometimes come over here. Like Fortune Street, which is on the Wii, which is by Squaresoft, or Square Enix, as was the case when that came around. Kind of had Monopoly Take 2 as well. Of what I played of this very little, it's pretty fun, but it's also a case that, fine, I'm not good as far as Japanese anymore, so it's a case of understanding the translation, specifically. And you play with 5 players if you have the connections, but that's the idea. Next up is Super Star Soldier. This is, fine, most obvious case of the Star Soldier franchise so far, as what they mentioned. This came out in 1990 in Japan, 1991 for the US. This is the third game of the franchise. It was Kaneko developed this one again, but Hudson Soft didn't publish, and I believe Hudson Soft has co-developed a couple of these from what I understand. At least I think. It's also interesting that Kaneko, the company that developed this, also did their own games for other things, and some got localized here, released here, only here. Like, actually, a couple of the Chester Cheetah games, as far as the mascot of Cheetos, specifically Too Cool to Fool on the Sega Genesis and Super Nintendo, and Wild Wild Quest, which is a Sega Genesis game. So yeah, people made Star Soldier made that. Interesting enough. This is another fight shooting game, a vertical case in the long-running franchise I mentioned. We gotta start showing stuff with Star Soldier. Maybe we should show tonight. Specifically, another fun one. Specifically, I feel like I'm a broken record when it comes to the fight shooting games, because there's so many. And fine, in case of just connecting with the franchise as far as like this, as far as how do I vary up the discussion? Yeah, we're in a fight case as far as a fight device, as far as a ship in space. Looking over Earth, but it is nice stuff. It looks nice, and it plays nice. And hey, you love your shmups? There you go, another great one. And here's the thing, a lot of the shmups on this, I can't really say any were bad. Which is interesting. You think like, well, there's gonna be one that's really awful, but no, not really. The level quality as far as it is pretty high. Honestly, comes to the TurboGrafx PC Engine line, there's a lot of really good games on this unit, specifically. Although there are games that are not very good. We talked about Darkwing Duck before. There is a TurboGrafx-16 version of Darkwing Duck. It's not the same one that was made by Capcom for NES and Game Boy. That one, I understand, is supposed to be really, really bad. It's another one that also costs a lot of money, so good luck getting a copy of that. Because where the hit detection oftentimes doesn't work as far as, being able to hit enemies when you jump on them, and other things like that. One of those cases where, yeah, there's some interesting stuff as far as the PC Engine and TurboGrafx line. There's actually a lot of stuff that's really good. And stuff that's ported really well. Like this, which is an arcade game of Namco's I am not very familiar with at all. This is the Genji and the Heike clans. This is actually sort of a historical game to a certain extent. It is a 1986 arcade game from Namco's. It is a hack and slash platformer that tells an alternate version of the Genpei War from 1180. My experience with Japanese history is kind of limited, if I'm more than kind of. So I don't know what the conflict is. Namco said we're going to make a game based on that. It was an arcade game. It's been ported a couple of times, not much. The first time the US got it that I'm aware of is in Namco Museum Volume 4 for the PlayStation. A lot of people said, what's this? As far as what it is. As I mentioned, it's kind of a hack and slash case of itself as you go along, although historical context might be lost. It was lost on me. I didn't know it was even based on one until I was looking at my notes, or looking up notes for the show tonight. Yeah, in Japan, it got a port by Namco T, so it looks like Namcot, but it's Namco T, as far as their port overs from console, or from arcade to console. And I guess is a good port. I don't know, because I never played the arcade version. And there's also an arcade archives release of this, which I guess you should get, because, like, what is this? I want to have that familiarity myself. So what is this game? Arcade game Namco's that I'm not that familiar with. In fact, even more obscure one than Splatterhouse is. In fact, I don't even think Splatterhouse is that obscure, especially compared to this one. And some other stuff as far as Namco that way. When I play this game is pretty fun. It has a nice style of itself, as you expect. It sure looks nice as far as the cover, although, yeah, I mean, no, that's accurate to what the game looks like, I would say. I don't know if they stylized this one more when it came to the US or what. Actually, you know what? Actually, I don't even know if this did come to the US. Fine, on this system it didn't. On other things, I don't even know if the arcade version came out here. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. I'll have an indication. But it's pretty interesting, and definitely another esoteric one as far as Namco is. Like, yeah, you think you know Namco well? You know the Genji and the Heike clans? Everybody say that too runs a blank. I'm no different. But feasibly now you know, and knowing is half the battle. Next up, speaking of battles, is the Kung Fu. Okay, this did come out in the US. It was called China Warrior. Came out in 1987 in Japan. We got in 1989. It is a beat-em-up game from Hudson Soft. The thing about this game, and also a little bit with the Genji and Heike clan when you get to the other levels of this one, but this game, Hallway, you have a huge sprite on the screen of Wang, who is the main character you play as. You're trying to go and fight the Dark Emperor and save China from his evil tyranny. It is a massive case where it takes up most of the screen. You know, it kind of goes like top to bottom of the screen pretty much, but it's not a case where you necessarily have to avoid too much, except the case like, fine, birds are coming, so you jump and punch them, and enemies are coming by and you punch them as well. You basically walk. That's the idea. You have your Kung Fu perspective. You ever play Kung Fu on NES, it's a little bit like that, except, I don't know if I'd say it's as good as that, but it's an interesting showcase as far as tech when it comes to what the PC Engine TurboGrafx is all about, with stuff as far as like big sprites and how it handles the scaling elements of itself. And there's an aspect of the Genji and the Heike clan that has that in stage 2. It turns massive as far as the characters. Fine, the only other case I know of seeing something like this is if you play Predator on NES, there's big mode, as they call it, in terms of certain levels, where you're this big version of your character shooting a gun. It's not as weird or as off in these two games as in that one. But that being said, it's an interesting one. I don't know if this is a beat-em-up I would play over some other ones, even Splatterhouse we showed tonight. But definitely is a unique one as far as what it's doing, and I like the tech stuff on it. And they're only on the Hudson Softs. And last on our list, and then we can start looking at some games on this as far as other stuff, anything you want to see, are, find another Namco port. This is The Legend of Valkyrie. This also didn't get released much in the US. It got ported into, this was Namco Museum Volume 4, I think, on PlayStation 12 with this one. It's kind of like Zelda a little bit, actually, as far as what I played of it. It is, fine, the Japanese name of this, by the way, is called Valkyrie no Densetsu. Came out in 1989 in the arcades. This came out only in Japan as far as this release in 1990. You play as Valkyrie here, you're going around and saving the land as far as these evil creatures, and feasibly saving people as far as being beaten up by enemies. But the idea is like you save them, you get power-ups, you get stuff as far as upgrades to your sword and your magic. It's kind of like Zelda a little bit, but the idea of if Zelda was an arcade game, because there's never a case of Zelda in an arcade context that I'm aware of. That is, unless you count the Nintendo Play Choice 10 unit, which was a Nintendo console basically put into arcades. Yeah, it's pretty unique, and it has really nice colors to itself, nice character sprites, and it is pretty fun. Yeah, one that I was not familiar with, actually, except this version. This is the only version I played. I've never played the arcade version, but after having played it, I kind of would like to know more, find out more specifically. And it's a good one. And there you go. So that is our lineup as far as the TurboGrafx CD, or fine, the TurboGrafx-16 Mini and CD stuff. Like he's going to, which says it's Japanese version, but there you go. That is all of it. So with that, chat, I'm going to leave it to you. Also, say, what do you want to see on this unit that we have not seen? As far as, and we can also go back as far as TurboGrafx. So on this, we have Dracula X, we have Aldines, Park 8 Ball, Bomberman 94, Panic Bomber, Choniki, Ghost and Goblin, Ghouls and Ghosts. You gotta remember that. Dragon Spirit, Dungeon Explorer, which has an English version of Fantasy Zone, Galaga 88, King of Fukei, Densetsu Sapphire, Gradius 1 and 2. J2nd, Necromancer, Military Madness, which is English. Newtopias 1 and 2, which are English as well. Ninja Gaiden, Bonk's Adventure, Salamander, Seri Shenshi, Spriggan. We're gonna show Snatcher. I gotta show that just specifically. Spriggan Mark II, Star Paradier, Super Darius, Super Momotaro, Densatsu 2, Super Star Soldier, the Genjin Haiku Clans, China Warriors / the Kung Fu, Wedge Valkyrie, Ease 1 and 2, and on TurboGrafx side, going back to that once more. Ease Book 1 and 2, Air Song, Alien Crush, Blazing Lasers, Bomberman 93, Bonk's Revenge, Dash, Chu Man Fu, Dungeon Explorer, JJ and Jeff, Lords of Thunder. I think I should show that one. What was the P Adventure? That was on the PC Engine side. Let's take a look. Was that Bonk's Adventure? Is this the one you're talking about? Actually, let me just see if there's anything adventure cases. If that's the one you're talking about, people let me know. Let's just see. Yeah, I don't... Is it that one? Is it PC Genjin or fine, Bonk's Adventure is this one? If you really know Dollyfin, we'll take a look for sure. And of course, as is the case, we will definitely have linkages in chapters set up when I look at that. That's the one. Okay, you got it. Okay, let's take a look. Yeah, Bonk's a big case, so yeah, put the card in. Okay, Bonk's Adventure, going back to that one more time, came out, as it's showing here, as far as its Japanese name, and also the, I guess they do the Roadrunner Wild Coyote thing of having, like, the fake Latin of Pithecanthropus computerurus. Yeah, so this is Bonk's Adventure. This came out in 1989 for Japan, but 1990 for US specifically. So here's Bonk the Caveman. Here he is. Telefin, you have experiences on this, or reaction to what you're seeing. Like, what's the thing with the teeth? But fine, we're seeing as a little bit of a demo. You jumping along, you just the bouncing going on and hitting the nice smiley faces going on specific, and picking up stuff and seeing like the planet over there specifically. Okay, I'll show that specifically as we go. So yeah, he's sleeping there on the idea of that. Good choice, by the way. And hey, if we're gonna talk about TurboGrafx PC Engine, yeah, should show Bonk. I probably would have shown that if I was gonna show it briefly, but of course any of this stuff is gonna be open to come back to specifically. I'm experienced, but specifically it just looked interesting. There you go. They do have a lot of caveman games. But fine, here's Bonk. He's walking around. Move left and right, and you hit the 2 button to hit your head. When you jump, you hit your head down, you hit it down on the ground. Hit enemies there. But the other thing is that when you're jumping, you can also hit it multiple times, and you can use that to kind of hover a little bit. If I can jump on that guy, boom, fine. Hit him down, and there he goes. He's turned into a perspective of it. But yeah, it did look interesting, and this goes to the idea of like a lot of caveman games at the time, because let's talk about that. Like, you beat this guy. Also, the other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to turn on the turbo switch for the 2 button. If you hit it all the way at the top, you hit the smiley face, and you jump and hit the B button, or fine, the 2 button. I gotta get out of the NES mentality as far as the button naming or other cases. I said button wrong last week when we came to PlayStation. It's like, it's Y button. No, it's triangle. I was stupid forgetting that. But anyway, you can use it to kind of hover around specifically as far as it. So the idea is like, it's built on the console as far as the turbo thing. Or you can like just tap it specifically to do that if you so desire. Plus you have these spring things. Jump on them like Sonic. You have to kind of bounce up. But you bounce, time it right, you bounce up and get the food. Yeah, let's talk about the idea of caveman in gaming, because it was a weirdly lucrative and big perspective in gaming you would not think it would be. You'd think like, well, we have licensed stuff like the Flintstones, which Taito did a lot of those Flintstones games, going back to NES and Genesis and Super Nintendo. We have stuff like Bonk, the Caveman here. You have Joe and Mac, or find Caveman Ninja, as is known from Data East. There's Chuck Rock, which I have the Sega CD version of. That was core design. The people made Tomb Raider. When they made Tomb Raider, they made that. And you had a lot of other ones. Oh, fine. You had Prehistoric Man, which was on Super Nintendo. That was by Titus, who made that one. So you'd think, like, okay, what is it about caveman? As far as you get these weird-looking things, like sometimes you jump on the flowers, they're just like black, like angry demon creatures things. You just hit the damn thing. Fine. Knock them out. Yeah, let's turn that frown upside down. Why don't we? But the case that, yeah, it was interesting, lucrative, and even Bonk got translated to a bunch of systems. So clearly this hits something with people, even as far as TurboGrafx is concerned. Else you get meat. Yeah, he gets he's been going crazy, so I guess it's hot meat. But yeah, here you go. He's getting a little angry. So it's very weird how this looks. There is a great personality to this game, but also yeah, right there. You hit on the ground, it stuns the enemies for a little bit. Your head in the ground, but yeah, his head is strong. He'll be able to be fine. He's not gonna die from anything with that. So yeah, Bonk is definitely a strong little caveman. But if you eat more, fine, it eventually wears off, and I think the idea is, I know in Bonk's Revenge, the sequel list, it's on here. And there's a third game, which is on, fine, I have the Wii U Virtual Console, port of that one. I think there's another level. Fine, if I can get more stuff, you have to get the meat in order to get that upgrade. The other ones are for points, but yeah, boom, they're frozen. Yeah, I feasibly can show off as far as the other ones, too. Yeah, and actually for this one, just to go in that, yeah, the one thing we're not seeing as far as this is what's the name of the, area, but fine, let me try and see if I can't remember this. Okay, hold on, let me think about that. Dekadan... Soon? No, that's not right. I think I have most of the fine. My Hiragana days, because there isn't Hiragana here, as far as that. I know some of this. It's that symbol in the middle. I think that's... yeah, because the way katakana works... Okay, no, Hiragana works, sorry. You have the symbols there, but it's also the case that when they accent them with 2 dashes at the top or circle, it changes it from something specifically. I just don't remember that one in the middle. I'll have an indication what that is. But yeah, fine. The good news as far as a game like this, fine. It's just a platform game. You get the sense of what that is. If you would play it without translation, fine. Okay, here's the thing. Can't climb like, hey, he has his teeth, but if you keep hitting the button when you jump into it, he'll bite his way up. So like, yeah, or fine. I guess he'll be dedicated. So the idea is like, hey, it looks so cute as far as that. Because like, fine, he's dedicated. Like, if he has to grit his teeth in order to do something, I guess he's gonna do it. And I'm also feasibly avoiding the idea of, getting himself hurt. Because yeah, if you do lose all your health, you die. As is the case, but you do take a lot of damage. Yeah, when you hit it once. Oh, you get the big thing. Oh, look at this. Whoa. Here's the thing, he's gonna go huge. Fine, he will feasibly go huge. Well, so I think I'm invincible now. So just keep running, keep running, keep running. Yeah, I'm invincible. And also, yeah, that dive, I'm going way faster as the volcanoes are coming up, so it's like a land, fine, it's a land volcano coming up as far as on the ground. So like, yeah, look at this. Oh, except, yeah, also the animations, look at that. That looks beautiful. The idea, hey, when he gets singed by fire, it's like, it just kind of looks like it's burning. So the case of the attention to detail, they clearly had something going on with this one. It's a lot of fun, and it's something that, yeah, not a huge name, not as huge a name specifically as Sonic and Mario, but yeah, Bonk definitely can stand alone stuff. Oh, that's the problem. Those flowers, they also will bounce you if you walk out in a specific direction. Shit, no! Okay, yeah, that's the good news as far as, the fact that I get to have, not dying as far as one hit for the hearts. You think, oh, the heart's gonna go off one. It looks fun. It is fun, yeah. That's one I'm trying to think of as far as modern ports of this. I thought... Fine, aside from the Wii and Wii U versions you can't buy anymore. I thought there was something. Or fine, the case that, hey, feasibly it's only a matter of time before they bring it back. Again, fine, everything is coming back. Anything specifically you could think of is coming back. Ouch. So I got myself stabbed, and yeah, okay, Jesus Christ, I don't know if I ever saw him do that. He's like foaming at the mouth, and then he looks like he's having a sleep, but he's actually dead. Okay, but the good news is that for this game, when you die, you come back right where you are. But if you get a game over, that's the case of that. So, alright, fine. So jump on that, let's get some fruit, but okay, we gotta go in the dinosaur's mouth. The way to do that is... I think you do. Oh, no, maybe you don't. Hold on, I'm trying to remember how I have to do this, because honestly, it's been a while since I played this game. Unless, well, hold on. Maybe I gotta poke him in the eye. I know I gotta go in the dinosaur. It sounds weird, but it's also the case that, hey, it is unique, and it is fun. You're right, Jonathan. This game is very fun. It's able to pick up as far as a platforming game, but like with Mario and like with Sonic, it does have a nice approachability to itself, but also something that there's a little more depth to it when you really peel the layers back. And it'll be fitting for the game we're gonna play next week, because it is Mario. It's Super Mario Bros. 3. We've been trying to do that game for years, but we'll finally do it next week, I promise. And there's nothing that's gonna stop us as far as that one. Oh, right, there you go. Oh, yeah, look at that, there you go. So, my tongue. So, look at the animation there. It's like, okay, there you go. So we have to go inside the dinosaur. In this case, we're going swimming, but it's also the case that, yeah, you reset to it. Alright, so he has his epiglottis. Do we have to hit it? No. Okay, I guess not. Alright, he feasibly won't... Fine, he has multiple. Fine, they're not... Ouch. That, but there's also, like, bonefish. Like, yeah, how'd these get in here? So, yeah, we're going down... into a dinosaur. It's like, yeah, you're right. It's a fun game. It has a nice style to itself. Sure looks nice as far as how it is, and it's fun stuff. So yeah, good choice, Dolphin, no question as far as that. And kind of a big name as far as this perspective of the console, no question. Alright, so yeah, just keep going swimming. It's fine. Ouch, wait a second, shit. One thing I forgot to do, fine, I'm not going to care about it right now until I get to the next game, which is change the game name as far as on Twitch's side. I don't care right now, sorry. I meant to do it, it was like, fine. You know what, I guess I do care a little bit. Let me get somewhere it's safe. Fine, let him swim. I don't think he drowns, I just don't think he does. Fine, he's dead, sorry, Bonk. So fine, a little late. Here's the Bonk's Adventure now on screen. So, okay, perfect. We're playing Bonk's Adventure. Okay, except, yeah, Japanese version. And feasibly the case, like, hi, people's like, hey, playing Bonk's Adventure? It's like, yeah, sure. It's like, thank Dollyfin for that one, no question. Not that I wasn't gonna play it, but just keep it, I had to be set as far as doing it, and fine. Case like, hey, this is why we take the chat request as far as the, crap, I'm dead. And I think I'm out of life, so it's game over, but I think you have a continue. I do want to try and see if I can't get to the end of... Or, never mind, I guess it's, Oh, actually, wait, no, I have a continue. Right. Fine, we'll continue. I want to always try and get through the dinosaur that... Wait a second, hold on. Oh, crap, it takes me all the way back here, so unfortunately, yeah. Fine, I'll go to my next game over. We'll see as far as how we go. And we'll take a look at other stuff as well. I mean, as far as the stuff I'm going to show, just to give a perspective of that. I'm going to show Ghouls and Ghosts. I'm going to end with Rondo Blood. We've shown Rondo Blood before, but I want to have music to talk over when it comes to schedule and just show that again because the game's amazing. Fine, it's technically the third time we've shown that game off, as it is, because I showed a preview of it before we did it when we did Castlevania Adventure Rebirth. We played it fully last year on this weekend, as was the case, and fine, I'll show it specifically here. Fine, it also covers, ouch, what I mentioned when it came to that game before we did it, which is, because like first wanted to see that, so I asked them Tuesday, I said, what version you want to see? Because I said, I have the PSP version, which we did for our full play of the game, I have, the TurboGrafx-16 Mini here, and I bought it on Wii Virtual Console when it was still available to buy there. Fine, okay. Okay, good. I wish I could show this off, so like, yeah, I get the other upgrade, so I didn't show, so fine. Okay, so fine, that's the idea. You get the invincibility. So like with Sonic or Mario, just run through everything. Yeah, make a fun case of running through enemies. I'm thinking like the console war show saying like, yeah, like Star Mario, or as I call him, Star Mario. Or no, Stario. Or Sonic. Or as I call him, Sonic. So, yeah, but the idea of Bonk as well. Actually, I don't know if they could do a console war show on that one as it is, because I don't think... because Bonk's Adventure was on the NES. It's actually really expensive on the NES. It was on Game Boy. It's also expensive on that. There's Super Bonk, which is on Super Nintendo, but I don't think there was a Sega version of Bonk that I'm aware of. At least I don't think so. Actually, Dolphin, I did think of you this way because, fine, the console war show, they did their last show recently on Judge Dredd for Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis. They did also announce at the end of their show, they give a hint to where the next episode is going to be. And it's a little bit of a visual picture to give a sense of what they got. It is a game actually you requested for the show, so I'm going to be very curious for that, and I'll frame a reference when we get to the show. Pinocchio, for, because we're playing on Super Nintendo per your request. They're doing a console wars against the Genesis and Super Nintendo versions. Neat. Yeah, and fine, we'll give us a sense of, like, what's the better version. Fine. Guessing, I think they're going to say Super Nintendo. You were right when you said Super Nintendo. I think I asked you, said, what version you wanted, Super Nintendo. You made the right choice. Trust me, you made the right choice, because in that one... There you go, jump. Yeah, you do have to time the jump, as we're pointing out when you bounce on that. Basically, right when it's kind of going down. But yeah, for that one, you picked the right choice, because actually at the end of the game, there's a visual representation when we get to the final boss, in air quotes, of that game. Ouch. I'm getting sliced again. That is way easier to understand how to do it on the Super Nintendo than it was on the... Yeah, get up. I had to start to get up. Or run. It's run on this system. There's no start button. It's a run button, as far as what it is. Yeah, there's that visual representation to tell you where you need to jump and duck in that game. Genesis doesn't have it. They look the same because of the color palette. I know they're gonna point that out. I know for a fact they're gonna point that out, if I'm guessing. But we'll see as far as what it goes when they get to airing that specifically. All right, but yeah, there you go. Yeah, let's get some fruit and other things. Okay, so let's go in here. Let's try and get through this way. Okay, because fine. The thing I'm thinking is, I don't think I can hit these things, so I have to basically go underneath them. And I want to try and get through this just to show what this is, because I have gotten a little further than this before. Actually, that is also, by the way, going back to the Pinocchio thing, that is the Disney game for next year. He's like, you want to see it? Super Nintendo, we got it. For sure. Fine. The idea, like, hey, I'm doing a lot of planning for next year. Fine, I'm getting back into the case of what the Crusader 64 always said jokingly. Was like, have you got the next 6 years of the show mapped out yet? Like, this year I realized, wait a minute, I didn't have as much mapped out for it as I thought I did. I thought I was going to be a case of being able to have certain things understood earlier, but I'm realizing, no, now, in this case, we're coming down the end of Halloween's case this year. I do have a little more. Fine, because I'm hitting that, I can't go underneath it, so... Fine, I gotta walk underneath, and I guess, fine. Bonk is like Mario, he doesn't have to breathe. Or fine, Mario in 2D doesn't have to breathe. Mario in 3D does. In 2D, he's fine. Okay, yeah, okay, you have to be very precise to get through that. I'm amazed I got through that. You have to pretty much jump as you go along at the top. In this case, yeah, wait till they extend, just walk, and, yeah, we'll get through it. And, yeah, good news about my head, my hard head. The idea, like, the caveman with the hard head. Ouch. Yeah, I can just, I can swim up into things, and yeah, I just touch their head and they die. So that's actually pretty cool. And it makes it differentiate itself against other stuff, you know? Oh, woo. Also, I don't know who did the music on this game. I'll have a name below for it. Fine, because I didn't go that far as notes. I said, like, I always want to get, as we're going into the dinosaur mouth. There we go. And we have to go here. Almost looks like one of the Wily castles of the Mega Man, but, like the skull case. But yeah, we're going down the elevator, so boom. Actually, yeah, kind of a good horror thing as far as we're seeing, like, whoa, what's this? Like, whoa, what's the dinosaur thingy? Okay, fine, it's giving you, like, the zero in his head, like, yeah. The respect is like, yeah, jump on the head and pound it. Be careful of the bubbles, because, yeah, the bubbles always hurt you. There you go. I think you just keep doing this and you win. I did do this years ago as far as when I was playing around with this game. Oh, okay, fine, I guess it's not killing me yet. Boom. Just keep going back and forth, kind of basic, but still something that, that's a lot of fun. And nice percussion, I like the percussion, fine, a nice preview to Super Mario Bros. 3, which is doing a lot of stuff as far as this percussion going back. Alright, fine. Actually, I think I can also... Oh, yeah, I don't want to die, but it's also something that... Can I hit him when he comes over here? Alright, yeah, you have to crack him. No! Okay, okay, first, like, wait, am I stuck in him? No, I'm not. Might as well feasibly going the slow way. Oh, fine, you know what I think I'm gonna do? I'm gonna... Oh, right, okay, the bubbles do hit me, but I gotta get in the distance of them. I actually do like the boss music here, no question. Alright, come on. But the good news is that unlike Sonic and like Mario, you don't have a time limit, so in that case you can take your time. And just, wait until you have an opening. Okay, fine, that's the thing I gotta do, is like, my head will protect me that way, so pretty much, if I'm gonna hit into something, either jump into it underneath, or make it so that I can... Fine, there you go, that's what I should be doing. There you go. I guess a little bit of flashing light, but not completely. Alright, so he has hair underneath it. I was like, oh, please forgive me. I think that's what he says. Also feasibly say down here, what is he actually saying? So yeah, purpose of edits, like, and also because this is a game that is in English, but it's the Japanese version. You get the happy faces, and you get yourself nice and healthy. Alright, so level clear. I think that's what it says. I hope that's what it's saying. But either way, there you go. And that's stage 1. So welcome to stage 2. Okay. Yeah, it's funny. Yeah, it is funny, and that's the thing about this case as far as I can find. Oh, the only thing I'll also do is for the purpose of this, I'll put save state down. You can put it down to 3, so it's like the Genesis Mini units. It isn't, because it's the same case. Yeah, I'll take a look. We'll go to my next game over, and then go off to the next case. But yeah, fine, we're in Desert World, so fine, like with Mario, we'll see that next week. Thank you, no problem. Absolutely, no, thank you for coming by, and thank you for saying, like, I want to see Bonk, or I want to see some of these other things. It's fine, I know some of this stuff is definitely more obscure, including myself. I don't know a lot of this stuff, so if nothing else, I've always been in a case of this, I'll say it's ouch, which is, for stuff I don't know, especially the TurboGrafx side of things, I always come to the plate with information of what I learned, because, fine, it enriches me. I've always said this as far as it, and why I love doing the viewer quests and things, amongst other things, which is, ouch. I I just like learning more. I love just kind of finding things out. I was doing notes as far as my work break this week. I'm insanely busy as far as what I said. I get to take my work break a bit, and then, like, I'm not practicing, like, except for Splatterhouse a couple of days. I wasn't practicing much, so I said, fine, let me get the notes down as far as what the TurboGrafx unit has, like, running down what they were. To the point where I had, like, the pen residue on my hand at the end. Like, I had to go wash my hands after lunch, specifically when it was actual work time, in order to get that set. I was like, yeah, just getting ready. So, like, what do we got on the show? What are we gonna show? And, like, finding out new stories, including in front of people. It's like, I didn't know anything that's happening. It's like, the JJ and Jeff thing. It's like, I didn't know anything as far as JJ and Jeff until I mentioned in front of them. Although, as I mentioned, I'd heard, I remember St. Aspartame telling me a story about that. And other people, a story about that. At one point, okay, and good news is that freezes the cacti, which you cannot kill, I don't think. Oh, you can go indoors. Alright, this is a bonus game, so let's try and bounce. So bounce for fruit. Or fine, fruit and vegetables. Okay, there you go. Feasibly a healthy one, but fine, I guess, except I fell. So yeah, unfortunately, I am out, but I got some points. So I guess this is a healthy case as far as Bonk is concerned, but also in Bonk's case, he's like, fine. Actually, I don't know, is that the case? Like, hey, you know, does he not handle, you know, meat well because he goes crazy? Well, it's a power-up, so like, hey, you know, he's not going to completely be in a case of saying, no, I'm not having this. And by the way, it's worth pointing out, when he did flash like that, it did mean that that power wears off. You do not have that power forever. Not like Mario or something like that, where you lose on hit. Although I think you do lose on hit. But there we go, here's some more meat. You're right, it is kind of funny as far as how it is, but it also gives it a lot of life, you know? Including like that, like, yeah, look at that. Like, yeah, you don't have that happening much in games, do you? The idea that you're hanging on with your, oh, fine. He's hanging on, I don't know if he actually is biting on the side of the wall. He might be. Is it, I can't think of other games that do that. Like, okay, fine. They do want you to use that, method of that here, and I'll tell you this right now, Dolphin. Thank you for asking this, because actually, I have never seen this part of the game until now. Oh. Oh, that's not something I have to go over. I thought that was, like, lava. Okay, so we got through. As at the area of Dino Zone, yeah, like flies and things, like, let's, okay, fine. Maybe in that mentality of saying, hey, you know, I want to be in that case. Okay, fine, so you can walk on the waterfalls a little bit, but then you fall through, or you brace, you just fall through. Actually, here's a question. So fine, if you, are standing too long on the waterfall, you fall. So you have to get that set, I'm getting boned. Yeah, bouncing on that. Oh, that was lucky. Oh, the rash. Can I bounce on that? Oh, no, it just bounces. Yeah, so sometimes you bounce in things, you just go off on the side. Uh-oh. Yeah, the electric eel. Alright, unfortunately, yeah, I'm rolling down and I'm dead. Well, actually, I want to check one other thing. And, just out of my own curiosity. Alright, I got one more life, so never mind. I want to see then the continue thing. So, fine. If we beat level 1... level 2 now. I guess the continue takes you back here. I do love that music as far as yeah, the flowers hold me down. Fine, the flowers hold me down, but you basically can have that. So you can have a bouncing area or have items coming off of it. I also love the running water. It sounds interesting as far as how it's sounding on this audio thing. I'm getting myself hurt. Okay, in that case, I was like juggling in my head, so it's like a case of like almost like a soccer football case. Right in the cave we go. Yes, the atmosphere is the other thing I think of this game. Like, yeah, so it is bright and colorful. In case that, yeah, when it gets serious as far as like going into a dark cave, feels like you're going into a cave, and the great percussion again. It's nice stuff. I can get through that. Okay, I can't fight. That thing is cramping my style. Out of my way. Okay, fine. It's one of those weird cases. Yeah, you have to make a jump. Fine. Okay. If I can get through that. It's a hard one to get through. Let's try it. Okay, there you go. You have to be right in the center. Yeah, I didn't kneel that one. So there's a precision to Bonk that is interesting. But one that, yeah, you gotta get used to. Right, so there's our way out. Yeah, I can see the skull with the sign. Ow. Okay, so yeah, next up, let's see what we got. Also, I don't know if necessarily this is going to be such a short case of a game where we beat it. Like, I don't know, we'll see. Ow. Okay, we're not beating it now, because I got myself sliced. So yeah, unfortunately, it's game over for Bonk. But I just want to check one thing, which is that since I did get to level 2, with this, does that mean the continue then goes based on world? Let's find out. I think so. Oh, it goes here then. So I guess I got to the end of that. Okay. Alright, so there you go. That is Bonk. I'm going to put a save case down here. We can definitely come back to this later as a show. We probably should. Show this perspective, and we will be using this one for this one and for Bonk's Revenge. And then Wii U Virtual Console is the way we're having the third game. Okay, so there's Bonk's Adventure. Good choice, Dolphin, no question. Okay. Next up, any other requests you have, but if we don't have one yet, since you're on the PC Engine side, I'm gonna put something on here now. Let's see. I have to get the actual name as far as this one. Is that right? Yeah, we're gonna Snatcher, because let's also show another thing. Okay, I love that touch. What they do is, you have to put the Super CD-ROM system card in, and you have to have the CD put in, but it actually emulates the sound of what the CD drive sounds like. The thing, it actually takes that actual sound from the device, puts on it. I love that. That is unbelievable. Let's talk Snatcher, though. This is it. Came out, this version, in 1992 from Konami. It's a cyberpunk adventure with CD-ROM-manic. CD-ROM-antic, specifically, I guess, as far as how they're indicating it. This is the PC Engine Super CD2 edition. It is on Sega CD as well. It's on PC 8801. Please, 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 I want to re-release this game. This game is so good. And the context of this is mentioned in the near future, the way future, in the 21st century. Lucifer Alpha came around as a bioweapon. Many people died. We got rolling sound space going on as far as what the tech on this baby is. Definitely making like movie, like with Metal Gear Solid, as far as Hideo Kojima did with that one too. Yeah, that's the case. And now there's Snatchers coming around. This is not me translating what's going on. This is what I know of the story of what admittedly is not the whole case. We'll go to Neo Kobe City and show Julian Seed off just to see something. What is this? Yeah, this is June 6th of 1991. Although, actually, I guess it's going to go into what happened. Fine, no, let's watch this. Let's go into... And fine, I usually mute Mike on dialogue, but fine, this is in Japanese. So, not really much reason to... Okay, I guess this is going to go into what happened. So, like, fine. If this game takes place in the 21st century, it's not the 21st century. So this bio-weapon of, this again... Lucifer Alpha. I guess this is it. We're seeing the DNA strands. They're working in the lab for it. I guess this is the context specifically. Fine, something bad is gonna go down. And 50 years later? I don't know. Okay, I just want to show Snatcher this way. And if I could show it fully as far as translated, I'd love to. But for now, this is how we show it. That's fine. This is a big enough case. If anybody has this unit, they want to show this. I know for a fact they do. If nothing else, you're like, hey, here's Snatcher. Yeah, definitely stuff with bio technology as well. Chad, I don't know if you're familiar with Snatcher. Oh, fine. No, Duffin, you said you're not. Hyper-Type Dracula. I don't know if you or anybody else out there specifically, or other stuff if Hideo Kojima's friend. We played the Metal Gear Solid games as far as 1 and 2. We'll play 3 eventually, and other stuff. But I guess they're kind of paying attention to Terminator on top of Blade Runner as far as how the look of this is. In fact, there is game based on Blade Runner. There's the PC game that they've since ported to other stuff. And so it starts Snatcher. So early on, you're seeing this with Kojima, the idea that he always said, hey, I want to make movies, but let's do stuff then with games and kind of bring a movie perspective. He's doing that with the perspective of setting up a lore, and that's one thing this game definitely does well, amongst the many things it does well. Lore. So now it's December of 2042, so I guess this is a Christmas game in disguise. Again, we keep finding Christmas games. Dolly Finn, you said, what are Christmas games? I asked you, maybe it's the games you remember playing at Christmas, which is true, but it's just a case that this, Twisted Metal, Parasite Eve, so many games, Contra Hardcore, so many games that are Christmas games disguised. It's not just Christmas nights. It's not just Donkey Kong Country 3 with the Merry code, which, if that Game Boy Advance version has it, I want to show that when we show that off in a few weeks. You also get this great jazzy music. My god, the music in this game is so nice. Yes, indeed. No, I get that, for sure. And thank you for bringing that up, but it's a great case. That's why I asked the question. I said, are there games specifically as far as it? Because that's usually been the stereotype, I'll say, or the thought that, are there many games that are Christmas themed? There are a lot of Halloween themed cases. And you could also say, hey, you know, if it's a horror game, it kind of fits. Spyro definitely is a case that fits for this. Also, if we play this month, definitely is no question. Actually, it's a weird way. Bonk is sort of kind of, and so is Snatcher, because Snatcher's the case that, fine, a bioweapon killed a bunch of people, and now we're in the future, and look at all the stuff. There's the flying cars. Don't know if we'll get those specifically. Look how much of a neon city sky it is, as we're seeing, you know, fighting in the streets with this beautiful anime style to itself. This game does have some really nice art direction to itself, and it really creates a great atmosphere. And nothing else, I want to show what I can on this game specifically, and I believe it is the credits we're seeing here. It's the idea of, yeah, cinematic perspective, and using CD technology to do it, at least as far as this and the Sega CD edition. And right now, this is the only way I can legally show you this game. Fine, it could emulate, but I've just said specifically, not that I'm against emulating specifically, but it's also a case that, how am I going to show that, because I have to use a PC, number one, and if I can feasibly get an official version, I'd like to show it just in case, like, hey, I somehow have this, as is the case, you know. It's cool music. It may not last much longer. I worked again today. No, I did too, actually. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm actually drinking orange juice a lot tonight because, not that I'm feeling sick, but a case where I've actually been talking a lot today as far as things I've had going along, because I've had a busy day, but I'll be ready for the show. The point where, after the audio test of this, I said, I don't know, I feel like my voice might be going, so I said, let me take a lot of stuff, let me decongest myself, let me take a hot shower, as it is, with steam going on to make sure I'm set. Let me keep my damn mouth shut for about an hour or so. That was hard for me to do, clearly. But I know I had to talk on this show. That's the idea what the show is. That's a good case. As far as the other stuff I'll show, is it's getting dim that way. And here is Gillian Seed, as our case. Thank you for watching the show, for sure. As I said, I'm not going to show too much more, but other cases as far as chat, they want to see stuff. The last things I'll show, I think I'll probably show JJ and Jeff, just because it's so weird, I got to show it. I will show off Ghouls and Ghosts, and I will show off Rondo Blood, again, at the end, specifically. Or Tani's good. Yeah, I was drinking cider as well, on top of that. Specifically. So yeah, managing that idea. Fine, it's more about, in that case, just kind of saying, yeah, junkers, right, that's the thing. In this game, you have junkers, because they come around and they try and take people away. And we're on the trail of them. With Act 1, Snatch. But I'll show a couple things I mentioned, but also a case that we can come back to this unit. And it's a case where I think with certain of these things, I think we should. We will with Bonk and other stuff. Yeah, so here's the idea. We come to the headquarters. As far as what I know of the Sega CD version, it's like, hey, looking for junkers, and you know this is where they're made. I think that's the idea. It's like, so basically what you're doing is you're point and clicking, you're like, hey, can we talk to the girl over there? I have to remember what I gotta hit in order to make it happen. Because you do get over there to talk to her. But you're seeing here, it's like, wait, I don't know this specifically. Oh, here we go. So I believe from what I understand you're saying is you're basically saying like, hey, I understood this perspective of junkers going around, and I think the company here makes them. I think that's the idea. And you feasibly have aspects of what you want to say to her. And basically the idea is it's kind of like a mystery. As mentioned, like a visual novel case, but it's a little more than just that, because you do have action sequences that kind of go. Yeah, he's looking for junker stuff, maybe you know. So fine, for the purpose of playing it this way, it's like, I guess I have to just, I hate to do it this way, select what I've got on my menu until something works, which I don't want that to be what it is. It shows that I'm giving disrespect to this amazing game, and disrespect to the Japanese language. Like, I hope I'm not coming off that I do. I really do. I just want to show this game specifically, and fine. It's my fault for not knowing this language well enough to be able to do it, but fine. It'll be taking me years to do that. Not that I won't, not that I'm using an excuse, but like, I should feasibly try and figure it. But I just want to show you this. I want to indicate the idea of this game. This is a big case, and if nothing else, maybe give a sense of Konami saying it a re-release. Because this game is really cool. My god. And it's one that I didn't know when it came out. Oh wait, did I? Okay, no, I did do Snatcher. I was like, wait, hold on. Let's make sure. All right, because yeah, you talk to her and she takes you into the head here, and as you go along, you kind of talk, and you'd think, I'll tell you this, as far as you know, like the visual novel idea. This makes it a little more dynamic in terms of what it is, but it's almost like a mystery game or a point-and-click kind of game, because there are a lot of cases like detective stuff, for sure. I know Deja Vu, which is on NES, and there's versions of that on Game Boy Color. It's kind of like that, it's kind of taking that concept, it's like, hey, you know, kind of solving a puzzle, but it's also something that you then get into a case of being able to do shooting. Alright, so this is the head of the company who makes the Junkers, I believe. I don't know if this is 100% right, but if nothing else, I'm at least able to give a sense of what we're seeing. And if I remember correctly, when I played the Sega CD version, I believe there is a little bit of a case where he's being a little cagey with the information, I think. But even as far as the US translation of this, they voiced it specifically, and it sounds really, really cool. So it's a case where they did a good job of translating, especially in an era where, fine, with Sega CD, thought that, hey, you know, sometimes some of the voice acting, it was a big case of it sound maybe cheesy to certain things, but with Snatcher, it sounded really, really cool. So they clearly figured, like, hey, you want to tell that story that way. Fine. The thought is Konami knew how to do localizing. They knew how to get their games out. And fine, 90s and cases like that, 2000s, Konami was on fire, man. No question. Fine, the case as far as the Junker. I think because we found one of these things, if nothing else, I want to try and see if I can get to the shooting section, which it's not far in on the case of this, just at least I'll have it. And I'll say this also to Dolly, like, hey, feel free as far as to hang out as long as you need to, or if you need to go sleep, go ahead. She'll always be here, and of course, just to let you know, next week's show, November 2nd, Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Nocturne's coming back. We're going to be playing, as mentioned, Super Mario Bros. 3. We had to cancel our original plans to play that back in June of 2021. That being said, I'm kind of glad that it ended up that way in the sense that because of our better tech now, particularly as far as the capture device, we are going to be able to show it better, and it'll sound better based on how we're doing the sound mixing and all that stuff. And she's going to be playing it fully, just to let you know on this. I'll get into this in schedule too. She's going to be using, I asked her what version you're going to be using. She's going to be using the NES version. She'll be playing it through the Wii, no, not the Wii. Fine, I have it on the Wii Virtual Console. She'll be using the Switch Online port, specifically. And I have the NES controllers for the purpose of that, so she'll be able to play that form factor dead on. With what is her favorite Super Mario Brothers game? I think maybe one of her favorite, well, it is one of her favorite games of all time. It's to her what Sonic the Hedgehog is to me, in the sense that she grew up with this game, she knows all these little things about it, and it's the case that I said, yeah, it has to be yours. Even though we couldn't do it as far as when we planned a couple years ago, as far as what it was, I honestly didn't know if actually I would ever be able to let her do it. But we were able to do that based upon the unforeseen circumstance that we had to have go on with that. But that being said, we were able to make it go. We got it, and it's next week, and I promise it's going to happen. And if for some freak reason she somehow isn't here for it, I'm not going to say no, it's not going to be doing it. If I have to pull that game out myself and do it, if it comes to that, it's not going to come to that. But if for some unforeseen reason it does, we're playing it next week. Hell or high water. But in her case, she's the one who's going to control it. That's the idea. And I cannot wait for that. And it's going to be a fun show. Alright, so I just need to remember what I got to tell them. But yeah, if I can try and get to that area, so fine. And ask me about the Junkers specifically. Maybe something on that. Yes, I hate that it has to be, you know, reduced to this sort of a saying like, hey, you know, I'm just hitting everything until I make the plot go. I really hate that it has to come to that. I said, right now, this is the only way I can show you this. And this game is cool. This game is really cool. And if nothing else, it's basically me being perfect. There you go. Yeah, as soon as I get to the shooting section, if I can get there, I will we'll go on to... Yeah, I think the only other ones I'm going to show specifically... I should probably show one of the shmups just because... I'll show Ghouls and Ghosts. I'll show JJ and Jeff, and I'll show off Run of Blood. Okay. I was looking on the box, seeing what should be looking as far as to show off. Alright, so yeah, let's get our way out. Yeah, so what do you think? What do you want? It's like, no, I don't want anything. I want out. Alright, so this is... I don't think this is our living quarters, but you're also seeing how good this game looks as far as even how its pixelated perspective is. Fine, as far as the pixelation with its sprite stuff. It looks really, really nice. And very appealing. That being said, I don't know if I'm going to be able to get to the shooting section. I don't remember how to do it. Even in the English version, I don't know how to do it. But it's one of those things. If I said this when we did Lunar. I said, you know, I know some of this stuff goes for money. If I can somehow get a case of getting it legitimately or have connections to people who have it, I'll show it. Until then, I'll beg for a port. Oh, right, because you can go to different sections of the area. That's the idea. Okay, so I want to try and go back out, because I think wherever from the Sega CD version is, when you leave, you can basically go out, I believe, to like, I think they give you either you go to the firing range, or you get a case where you go in an area where you can kind of show it. I get my way out. Or maybe just keep it here as far as what this is and just enjoy the sights. Yeah, I said, if nothing else was showing you the idea, like, fine. If you're going to be playing it on this unit, know Japanese, or know somebody who does, or see if there's a translation patch. I don't know if there is, honestly, on this one. I think in that case, I think, since I said I'm going to get to a couple other games, not too many more. I'll take our leave on Snatcher. I would love to show this more. Or, basically, fine. The other way I guess I could do this is... if I have the whole game translated, or as far as on my own end, looking what the options on the menu are, look, that would be an undertaking. That being said, this game is good enough to be the case, but here's the thing. My point is saying to Konami, I buy 20 copies of this specifically. That's the idea. Fine. We said it was Suikoden, and they brought Suikoden back, or they're bringing it back, and announced a date. Because where's the date? They eventually announced it. I'm buying it, no question. Even though I've never played Suikoden, that's Chasm22's jam. And he'll be involved when we play it. But I said, I feasibly believe in the idea of picking up on stuff I missed and played years later. It's like, hey, you know, I'd love to get this for back. I think a lot of people would. I think people would buy this. I think the thought is, maybe here's the thought. Since Konami is doing the Metal Gear Solid Master Collections, they fucked up the first one, no question. And they openly admitted, yeah, we're sorry we did this. Yeah, you should be. You should show Kojima more respect than that. But they said, with the next one, we're not going to be releasing the next one until it's ready. So they basically said, we don't know when it's coming, but they said it's going to come at some point. So, maybe the thought is this. I mean, I guess that... Well, fine. They sort of gave a sense they were going to do another one even before the first one came out. But I guess the first one sold well enough, I would think. So fine, Konami's feasibly seeing the money. Especially when Konami re-releases something. That's why I basically jump on it right away. It's why I bought the Castlevania Dominus collection. It's why I bought the Rocket Knight Adventures Respark collection. It's why I bought the Felix the Cat collection. It's why I bought this thing. It's like I'm just jumping on anything they got so they see, I don't know, maybe they see the money I'm tossing at them and other people tossing them. So like, yeah, they can justify something like Snatcher or Police Knots, as obscure as it is and as niche as it might be. The case that, yeah, there's a value as far as games like this, especially something like Snatcher here, to get it to more people's hands. And I guess feasibly then, I don't know how they do the light gun thing. You don't need the light gun when it comes to the Sega CD version, and I don't think the PC Engine had a light gun, as far as I know. But I don't know how they'd emulate that or what that's going to be. But maybe some ideas, maybe, fine, get the word out. Sometimes we said that. We get the word out and think, like, something might not have a chance to come back. Actually, probably an easier chance of Snatcher coming back than there was with Felix the Cat, honestly, because they had to go to the license case as far as paying DreamWorks for that. But with Snatcher, I don't think they do. I don't think it's something where there's a legal concern on that or more money to pay for that specifically. I don't think. So I guess the thought, like, hey, people would buy it. It's nothing else. That's what I always say. This show is a sounding board for myself and also for all of you, saying, like, you want to see something, you love a game, we'll show it here, we'll give it its due as much as we can, and then also feasibly say, like, I'd love to have an experience of this, bringing it to new people. Like, I love gaming so much. You can tell that clearly as far as myself. But also all of you do as well. Or you've gotten into it or whatever it is. The case that you want to share these experiences specifically. That's why, and that's also the case, like, and I hope I don't come off this as far as chat's concerned or other people. I always ask them, like, have you played that? And they usually say no. But the case that, the reason I say that is because I want to share this experience. It's one of those cases where they say they haven't played something. I'm just like, you haven't, I don't go in the case it's like, oh, you never played this, there's something wrong with you. I say, you never played Snatcher? Look, this game is $1,000 if you're getting its only released version. It's translated in this country, so I get it. But it's also one of those things like, yeah, I haven't played it. You got a good game ahead of you. That's usually my attitude all the time. Whenever people say like, they didn't play something and something really good, it's like, oh, it's a good one. I want you to play it. It's fantastic. You're going to enjoy it. And Snatcher's definitely a case like that. So yeah, with that, yeah, we'll give our salute to Snatcher for sure. We remember you. We would love a re-release, and it is good stuff. And fine, because I got far enough, I'm going to put a save state down. We'll see specifically as far as this. But alright, there you go. That is Snatcher. Deserving as far as the discussions of itself. Okay, so the next couple games, let me see about a flight game. I can think of a good one to show off. Well, you know what? Electverse did say he wanted to see Star Soldier. Fine. He said he wanted to see Vanishing Earth, which is on Nintendo 64. I don't have that. But fine. For the purposes, and fine, it is Electverse's birthday. So happy birthday to you, Electverse, for sure, out there. He was on the show last week when we did Twisted Metal. Fine. I gave him a birthday gift early as far as that. I said, I'm doing the show that week, so like, I'm not going to take you away from your friends and family on your special day, for sure. I'll give you another birthday gift here. Let's put in Super Star Soldier from the PC Engine fine, not CD. We're on card now. This, and fine, let me put this in. It was Super Star Soldier. Fine, showing also there that way, so let's get this ready. Yeah, I guess that's it. Okay. Super Star Soldier, there we go. From Kaneko, who developed it, and Hudson Soft, who published. Yeah, I think Hudson's developed some of the other ones, I think. Alright, I'm getting a nice majestic march going on here for this one, which I mentioned came out in 1991 in the US. As the third game in the franchise, we have to stop the Brain Core with Neo Caesar and, the Star Brain Core. And their main bad person is Mother Brain, not connected to Metroid. Another franchise we've not touched to find. This is sort of okay. It's not at all Metroid. It's Star Soldier. Fine. It's also looking at Star Soldier as a franchise here, which is a long-running one and is a fun one. So there you go. We get fight cases. Fine. There's tons of fight games. Gotta show one. It's fine. Like versus case. I want to see one of them. We'll get to Star Soldier Vanishing Earth. I promise. I just need to get a copy of that. It's one where I think it's gone up in price. It's not really expensive, but it's one that it's not super cheap. Fine. I don't even know if it's like the $100 range as far as I'm aware of. As far as Nintendo 64 is concerned, fine. I have the rarest game on the console. It's Clay Fighter Sculptor's Cut. I keep thinking to myself, how the hell did I find that game for $11 in 2008 and now it's over $1,000? I guess it was lucky specifically, or not. I don't know, whatever. And we'll show that game eventually at some point because I have to. Because I actually own the actual case of it and it is a legitimate copy. It's not a reproduction. In 2008, they were not doing reproductions of that game. So, Star Soldier Vanishing Earth, my point is nowhere near as pricey as that. So yeah, anything else feasibly is the case of that, and we'll get to that specifically because he mentioned, I think he has memories on that. But yeah, let's take a look at this and start a flight case. Yeah, give some perspective. We showed so many and discussed so many flight shooting games. We gotta show one, let's show this one. Why not? I mean, there are 4 games in this franchise. Yeah, that's alright. There are like 3 or 4 games in this franchise on this unit alone. So yeah, if you love Star Soldier, you're going to get your fill on this unit specifically. As far as story, I sort of mentioned a little bit what's going on, but we did get this in the US. As far as this one. Alright, so there you go. Wait, didn't I start the game? Oh, here we go. There you go. Fly around, you shoot with the 2 button. Pick up these things to get up more power, so you're shooting shots backwards and far out. And that's the idea as far as a lot of games like this. You basically just keep going as you get power-ups and not get yourself killed. You can just destroy the screen and like look at all this stuff going on. It is fantastic. And also, because I do have the turbo case, actually, I have it on the bottom position. Whoa, look at that. Look at those rings of death. And now missiles, like, it's great escalation, really. But it's also one of those cases where you gotta be careful, because, yeah, there's a lot on the screen, and in, oh, there we go. Yeah, I put the turbo switch all the way at the top. Who's at the bottom? But fine. This is a game where holding it shoots out multiple cases of it anyway, so having the turbo switch going on means that it just goes a little bit faster. Got laser. So it's like, yeah. Fine, that is a shorter range, so it's a case that you do have a lot of things you can pick up based upon it. Like, yeah, it's kind of a tight fit, ouch, and you're dead. So it's also one of those cases where it can kind of be hard to keep track of it, but it's also something that you start getting a case of it. Fine, we mentioned the idea of, and we'll have this when we get to Radiant Silver Gun, the idea of bullet hell games. Fine. Oh, I don't know. Okay, Radiant Silver Gun's kind of a bullet hell game. Ikaruga, which is the spiritual successor to it, because that's by Treasure. Both of those are Treasure games. They're kind of bullet hell games, but it's also a case that flashlight warning. I'll indicate that. Not bad as far as on this unit, but there are definitely some cases of it. Fine, it comes with the territory as far as stuff like this. But that being said, it's something... Oh, yeah, definitely so. Definitely gets you intense. Like, this is one of those games you play late into the night as far as it's like, yeah, just have your perspective, get your TurboGrafx-16 or TurboGrafx Mini as the case going on, and just having a lot of fun. Yeah, but for this game, it's just the case that there's a lot of things to keep track of, so it's a case that, yeah, you just have to make sure that you know that the nice items you can pick up, you'll keep you safe, and then basically just bob and weave all around so you avoid the shots and avoid the other things that hurt you. It's not always easy to be able to tell that, but a really good flight shooting game will make it easy to discern that in the case where, yeah, you're just gonna move around and avoid things, but also in case fine. One thing on this genre I'll say is, I don't think we talked this when we did the flight shooter showcase, and that is, this genre, generally speaking, is not an easy one to come to for the first time on really any game you pick. Because in a lot of ways, you have to understand, okay, is it going to go vertically or horizontally? In this case, it's going vertically. You have to understand what is the idea as far as power-ups if a game has one. Usually they do. Can't think really of many flight shooting games where they don't really have, unless they kind of go in a different direction, like Panzer Dragoon or something like that. Or, well, Star Fox has power-ups, so that's not right. Like bombs and things like that. But you kind of, in a way, you pick a game up like this. It is pick up and play in the sense you pick it up. It's simple moving and shooting. But it's also the case of understanding the little elements of it, the wrinkles it's got. Like the mechanics of picking up objects for power-ups, getting those power-ups, getting to one of the really good ones, one that you want to pick up. Hold to, so like, oh, I want this because this clears the screen really nicely. I want the stuff going on with missiles. Maybe in some cases saying you don't want to get other power-ups, because fine, the laser thing, the green thing, is a shorter range. I mean, I'm decimating the screen doing this, although fine, there might be a reason to play it the other way. Or you might just say to yourself, I want to play the game this way. I want to have this experience as far as it, or have like the burning fire. Fine, you know what? I'm not going to get the laser this time as far as the green thing. So in that case, I'm making a conscious decision saying, hey, I'm going to do this. So you do have a lot of choices, and that's honestly what really makes a great case of a game like this. The choices you have, and also the fluidity of what's going on, the atmosphere gets you into, and also, I would say, I don't know, it's one of those also grip your controller games. I find a lot of games in this genre like that. One of those cases where, are you entranced in this? Are you like holding that fire button and never letting go and being able to kind of move? And feasibly, in a way, although I think you mentioned this a couple times, the idea like, hey, you said puzzle games. I like puzzle games in some ways that make me feel like a better gamer because I'm able to manage them in ways I can't handle other genres. Maybe, but then again, something like this, a game like this, fine. Any genre of a game can really be like this, especially with flight shooting games, which sometimes they look very intimidating. Some of these are really, really hard. We showed a couple that are really, really hard before, like with Ikaruga. We're going to show Radiant Silver Gun being another one. But the case that when you do that, when you come out of a really good one and get through a area or beat a boss or something like that, you feel like you're on top of the world. But yeah, I'm inside of this thing. It's like, wait, how do I get out? And how do I get that sense? You have to shoot where the red light is. Like, whoa, spinning. But also it spins faster, so good luck hitting that, and good luck keeping track. So we just keep shooting and make sure I don't get myself killed. And there you go, got it. So look at that. Yeah, it's fun. And it can be a real rush, you know, as far as something like that. And yeah, there we go. Whoa, flashlight warning, damn. That clears out the screen. But also that idea, like the intensity. I'll tell you, as far as intensity in gaming, there is nothing like a fight shooting game, especially a really, really good one like this. And fine, the sky's the limit as far as how they are. We're gonna give, actually, now I'm thinking about it. Actually, Rating Silvergun's gonna be the first time we're gonna give a dedicated show to one. I guess, well, unless you count Star Fox, because I'm giving Star Fox treatment that way before. But as far as one in a case like this, but then again, Star Fox is derived from games like this to a certain extent. They just said, hey, you know, we're gonna take, I guess, an arcadey sensibility a little bit with a lot of stuff you're shooting, but fine. Even Star Fox, as hard as Star Fox got, it's rare you're getting as many things on screen you're avoiding as this, although you definitely could get a lot. Fine. At the end of Star Fox 64, you had that with Venom. But still, the case is not exactly the same way as this. But still, the case that, hey, you know, taking that idea and saying, like, what can we do to kind of twist it around and find it, basically bring it to, I guess, a wider crowd, because fine, the thought and the stereotype about fight shooting games like this is that these are hardcore games for hardcore gamers only. And it's one of those cases that I don't know if I'd say that's true, necessarily. I think really any really great game, and you can say this about Super Star Soldier here, is something that, if it's really fun, you want to keep playing it until you're great at it. And you're just going to want to say, like, yeah, fine, I died doing that, like, I don't care, I'm going to keep going. In fact, in this case, I'm going to keep going until I get a game over, because, yeah, that's, oh, shit. And fine, also, yeah, in this case, fine, yeah, me hitting it twice. Okay, stage 2. I was going to say, yeah, because I died the one time, but I started back from where I am, but in that case, then I went back to the beginning of the level. So I guess I had, like, an extra ship that was holding or something. Ow. Yeah, this game is really, really fun. And I honestly, I haven't played Super Star Soldier that long, honestly. But I think if nothing else, it's given the idea, like, what's the appeal of a game like this, and it does look and control great. And it sounds great, too, yeah. You always get these ideas, these intense perspectives of music. So, like, yeah, burn everything. That's also cool as well. There's a primal aspect of a game like this that's kind of a hard thing to quantify in some cases, and also the case, like, what's one you really like over another. And sometimes it's the style of itself, and the fact that there's so many different perspectives of that. You'll find a fight shooting game you'll like specifically, even you're like, I don't know if necessarily maybe the genre's going to be for me. It might be finding the right game. And sometimes I've talked that, which is that some people are like, oh, they don't like certain games in genre, but then again, I always ask. In fact, I asked a lot of people. I asked AJ this, as far as it, because I said, what's a case of a game in a genre that you're not usually a big case of, and you really liked it? Yeah, this game reminds me of Asteroids. Yeah, and when you think about it, a game like Super Star Soldier here is kind of derived from something like Asteroids and Scented. Fine, Asteroids is a game that takes place, I'll continue, and we can go into that. Asteroids is a case where it takes place on a single screen where you're destroying everything. The simple idea of destroying all the asteroids on the screen, but then the starfighters come by to, you know, shoot towards you. So it's kind of like that. So when you really think about it, a game like this feasibly was derived to something like Asteroids, really, you know? Kind of an early precursor of a game like this. It's like, fine, let's expand it out. Let's say, like, okay, fine. Let's have a bunch of things going as you scroll upwards or to the side on a level. Kind of like that, as opposed to Asteroids, although, fine, Asteroids kind of does that too, in the sense that you basically destroy all the asteroids and go to the next level, and it gets harder because of the way they randomize out when the starfighter cruiser things come out, and also when you get the tiny ones and the large ones at the same time. And also the case that, yeah, the physics of that game, in particular, how they go, they do, like, in this case, the physics, how these enemies are going, what their movements are, which are different, and also all the things you have to avoid. So, yeah, not a wrong case, Dolphin. That's a good thought of kind of going into that. Yeah, and Asteroids will show that. We got to show off, fine, IO-Elect versus Asteroids Hyper for Nintendo 64, which I have, and also, we do an Atari collection. I'll show off for that one. So, yeah, good indication. But a quick go back also on what that is. Also, good night, everyone. Thank you for the show. I enjoyed it. No problem. Thank you for your input and also everything you had to offer tonight. Hope you have a good rest of your night and rest of your weekend and have a nice rest. And we'll, next week is, as mentioned, Super Mario Bros. 3 for NES from Nocturne. So we'll be playing that. And we're doing that, and yeah, looking forward, I guess, we're happy as far as that. Thank you so much, Dolly, for sure. And have a good night. Just to let you know one last thing, just to go quickly in my other story. It's, AJ said, what's a game in a genre you usually don't go for that you really like? He said Catherine. He's not big into puzzle games, but there's, fine. He also loves Super Puzzle Fighter 2, so he loves that one. He said that and Catherine. It's like, I didn't know if I was going to like this kind of thing, but I fell for it and really loved it. And Super Puzzle Fighter 2, as you played, so there you go. Super, indeed. As far as that, and also for Super Mario Brothers 3. Yeah, our first actual look at Classic Mario on the show, surprisingly. And it will not be, as far as us having a recorded record. But for sure, thank you so much, Dolly Finn, as far as that, and I'm about to get game over on this, and then for the edit case, we'll take us to a nice 5 hours. I'll show JJ and Jeff, because I think I should show that, and then we'll show off Ghouls and Ghosts. I keep making a mistake. It's Ghosts and Goblins the first one, Ghouls and Ghosts the second one. I'll show that we're going to finish Halloween on a strong note, and brief look at Rondo Blood again, because fine. I want to talk over Divine Bloodlines. That's the idea. Yay. Okay, so yeah, you're looking forward to everything and also seeing everything we got. Okay, so there you go. And thank you for joining us and making all of the Halloween block shows so great. You're making every show great that you pop up on. Anybody. You know, all of you in the best channel on Twitch. That's why I call you the best channel on Twitch. And that's game over on Superstar Soldier. But there you go. Bye. Take care, of course, Dolphin. Good to see you. Okay. So last thing we're going to do for the night, or three things. Let's put this on. Oh. Okay, no, I did switch to Superstar Soldier. Fine. I'm updating it in OBS. So like, hey, you know. And getting that said, it's just fine. It's not showing as far as my case itself. Alright, my question is also this. Do they even have a category for JJ and Jeff? Oh, actually, yeah, they do. It's, actually, they name it the Japanese name, it looks like. So, yeah, fine. It does recognize JJ and Jeff. Yeah, Kato-chan and Ken-chan. People's like, what is this? Well, you wait. Also, let's look at the TurboGrafx-16 side of this. Okay, so... Alright, let's talk JJ and Jeff. I should probably also show Lords of Thunder. Fine, we can come back to this stuff. That's the idea. Brief little look. Okay, here's JJ and Jeff. Let's talk about this. I mentioned it is Kato-chan and Ken-chan. It's based on the Japanese series in the US. We had no context to it. We can play as JJ or Jeff or Kato-chan or what's his name again? Ken-chan. Here we have a phone call. Like, yeah, we're doing detective work. You pick up the phone. All right, this is the JJ and Jeff Detective Agency. As far as what this is. What's that you say? Which means we're kidnapped. Yeah, we'll get it right on it right away. Okay, so, yeah, fear not, my forlorn friend, I always solve the case. Yeah, so don't worry, Chief, I'm always on duty. You don't think you're going somewhere without me, do you, Jeff? Or JJ? Not fair, you always leave me here alone. Want some fun adventure too, you know? I was like, yeah, screw you, I don't care, we're going. So yeah, if Super Mario Brothers is not weird enough for you, is it kicking that guy who's taking a... Oh, wait, it's Jeff. Oh, no, who's doing that? I was like, yeah, don't pee on that. And yeah, just like Super Mario Brothers, yeah, you can't go back when you're running. All you do is skid. Also, when you crouch, I guess you fart out forward. Like, I thought it worked the other way. I thought you go backwards as far as in this game and in real life. But either way. And if not like mosquitoes and bees and things, also you can go in the bathroom. I think. Can I go in the bathroom? Maybe not yet. Yeah, it's very slippery, and also you get to a bus stop. There's your checkpoint, by the way. So they do label the checkpoints a little better than Super Mario Brothers. As far as jumping it on the 1 button, 2 button is your kick, and I don't know if you ever run. He just keeps kicking. Also, you hit up and jump. Ow. Fine, I hit that, whatever that thing is and died. It's very cheery, but it's also, yeah, like without knowing the consequences, you're like, what the hell is this? But either way, it's not a bad game, it's just weird. And also, yeah, you do have to keep eating food as far as you have a health bar. It's not like Mario where you get hit as far as that and die that way. Also, I do want to kill something with this. Oh yeah, like, there you go. Yeah, well, yeah, what's that bird doing? Like, yeah, stop that bird. Oh, yeah, just kick a dog. So, yeah, with all due respect, I guess maybe he's a good Dolly Finn who's not in for that. Like, fine. I don't know, fine. I don't know if the dog's dead, just in case, like, hey, you know. Okay, I'll tell you what we're gonna do. Ow. Yeah, I don't want to get hit by that. Okay, fine. It's like, yeah, 50 points for farting on a bug. Well, you're probably saying, what the fuck is this? Yeah, you're right. That's the idea. Exactly. That responds to GG Jeff. Also, you get the, like, the ringing phone. Like, okay, he's in a wolf costume. Yeah, what are you doing? Fine, this is the jump. I was like, how do you get through this jump? I don't know. Oh, right, I forgot. If you don't have enough health, you just die. Right, you have to keep yourself eaten, or you have to go to the bathroom. Fine, let's show it one more time. Let's show it with Jeff. Just cuz. And that's the jump I cannot make. Also, I think in this case it's the same case. It's just that, yeah, you call up and, in this case, we're just leaving JJ at home. Fine, the other one's mad as far as the case of it. And, yeah, there you go. Alright, let's get on it. Okay. Yeah, I think the dial is the same. Let me take a look. I'm just curious. Yeah, just fine. We just swap places. Yeah, chat, I don't know if you've ever had experience with JJ and Jeff. You're getting the experience right now. Well, if you want to come back to this that way, it's like, fine, just kick him. Oh, right, I forgot. You can also... Right, I forgot. You can also run into, stuff that way. Just kick. Right, yeah, when you're at low enough vitality, you can go in the bathroom. Sometimes there's life in palm trees and street lamps. Yeah, you go in there, you get, health recovery. And that weird guy. Goes the show, I think. Fine, yeah, that thing hurts. I don't know what the hell that is, but either way, it hurts you bad. Yeah, you also have a skid, so like Mario. Fine, you're way slipperier than Mario. I forgot, you can... I need help. Oh yeah, so you have to keep eating, basically. Yeah, I need to... See, I don't know how to make that jump, so like, fine. I don't know, see, I don't know the secrets of how to JJ and Jeff. I guess that's the thought of my case. Okay, because, yeah, fine, I'm doing a running jump, it's not doing anything, so alright, fine. Like I said, it's not this game is unbeatable. That would be hilarious if it was, but fine. People would, that would be the story of this game. People was like, oh, you can't beat this. Yeah, just kick him. How do I get my way through? I usually also have an answer when I edit saying, like, how do you get past that jump? There's probably a way I'm missing. Nothing else I want to give you a taste of JJ and Jeff. Like, what's this? Well, that's what it is. Very cheery, despite how strange it is, but also, yeah, an interesting story as far as the TurboGrafx experience. Okay, our last two cases are going to be Halloween themed. Let's go back to the PC Engine side. And I will put this out specifically now. So it's going to be Ghouls and Ghosts, or Daimakaimura. For the SuperGrafx, yeah, we haven't showed the SuperGrafx perspective yet. Put that SuperGrafx card in, boom, you are set. There it is. This is Daimakaimura, the Japanese version of Ghouls and Ghosts. I keep saying Ghosts and Goblins. Ghouls and Ghosts, the sequel to Ghosts and Goblins. AC Avenue did this port from 1990. It's only in Japan. And it is dead on port, basically the arcade game. Look at this. Yeah, and there's Arthur Knight running around in the spooky area with all the Grim Reapers and like the skeletons who are in the thing that prisoners of yore were put into the you know. Oh, you mean the stocks or a pillory? Yeah, that. Okay, so let's go on and we're gonna have a run. Okay, so as mentioned, plot of this game is Princess Prin. There she is. She's getting stricken down, and her soul is being taken away, as are the kids in town, all the people in town, by Lucifer. Yeah, Arthur the Knight has been through this before. Specifically, when it's come to Satan, like, taking Print away last time as far as the first game. Right, we haven't played any game in this franchise yet, but you keep going through and just toss your javelins. It's good stuff, but goddamn, this game is hard. This game is insanely hard, but this one makes it easier in one aspect. Fine, not that way. The case that, you know, there's magicians in the boxes and some of them. Yeah, remember, how law of this franchise works is Arthur, you hit once, you're knock down your skivvies, and then when you get the sword, fine, you can get all other upgrades and weapons, things like that, like this. But yeah, when you get hit once, you're down to your underwear, and then if you get hit again, you're dead. So try not to let that happen, and also good luck finding armor. You can armor placement, and if you die, there you go, turn to a skeleton. As far as Capcom horror cases, I guess, fine, Halloween cases, fine. It is a horror game. I was gonna say with Capcom, there's Resident Evil. Sure, but before Resident Evil, there was Ghouls and Ghosts and Goblins, and all that stuff. And still around, as is the case, because there was that new one that was on the Switch a couple years ago. I heard it's pretty good. There's Ultimate Ghosts and Goblins, which was on PSP, and the Maximo games, which was on the PlayStation 2. And in this case, also, I do have my weapon. You can also pick up different weapons. I had the sword there. I also have the shield. It looks like the disc armor from Rygar of Tecmo, if you're familiar with that one. In Ghosts and Goblins, the first one, the rule is get the knife. That's James Rolfe's perspective, get the knife, he's right, because it's the most powerful weapon in the game, except for the fact in that game, you have to get the shield on a level, otherwise you go back 2 levels as far as it when you get to the end without it. So in that case, the game wants to screw with you. That's what this game is all about. Screwing with the player and making you know what the meaning of video game pain is, but also feasibly become stronger when you come out the other side. It's Twitch action for sure. It's a great game. These are great games. It's just insanely tough. Though this one's easier because of the fact you can throw yourself upwards as far as throwing up and all that stuff. Which you could not do in Ghosts and Goblins. Fine, I got that right. Yeah, but in this case, be careful when the, the tornado comes to town. And you're on time limit. That's the other thing as well. But when you do die, you do hold on the weapon you have, and I believe you, fine. Yeah, you have unlimited continues, and you go back to checkpoint. But given how hard this game is, it's a small concession. Also, there are the gargoyles going around. I know there's Firebrand, the gargoyle, who's in a couple of these games nodded to. I don't know if it's actually him as far as what it is in this. But, ow, crap. Yeah, we're dead. Fine, I'm going to show one more case as far as continuing. But you get to enjoy the great atmosphere, and yeah, the wind. Like, yeah, look at that. So like with Splatterhouse we had earlier, it definitely has a great style and perspective, and interesting to get to compare what Namco is doing with Splatterhouse to what Capcom decided to do with this franchise. And mainly as far as the success of these franchises, this was definitely a more successful one as far as it compared to Splatterhouse. Splatterhouse had 5 games, this has think about that. 7. Because there's Ghosts and Goblins, Ghouls and Ghosts, Super Ghouls and Ghosts, which was on Super Nintendo. And I ported Game Boy Advance as well. 2 Maximo games, which are Maximo Ghosts, or Maximo Ghosts and Coasts to Glory, and Maximo vs. Armies in. And then Ultimate Ghosts and Goblins, and I think it's Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection is the Switch game. Although I think it's not just a Switch, I think it's on other systems as well. Yeah, it is. It's on the Xbox and PlayStation systems of modern, I believe. Yeah, definitely big cases as far as horror. Like, yeah, both have their place as far as that with Splatterhouse and then with this one. This is not as violent as Splatterhouse. This is more kind of just like the Halloween spooky atmosphere, but not as much of a horror case, just like a lot of creatures that go bump in the night, that kind of case, which goes well with the Halloween. And why I said, like, yeah, fine. For the purpose of this, I was making the decisions as far as certain things to show, but like, yeah, I didn't want to see Bonk's Adventure. That's a great choice. Ouch. Just get a sense like, yeah, we're running here, showing off stuff with, oh. I will look back at that, I feel like I got hit by the skull and I didn't die somehow. I definitely got hit by that and died. And when I'm done looking at this briefly, I'm gonna then take a quick look back at Rondo of Blood. Fine, we played that game last year, but it's also something I want to end on the music for Divine Bloodlines and fine, show it off, because actually there is one thing I neglected to mention when we played that game last year, and that is... Ow. It's like, I want to get out of the tornadoes as far as these guys. Fine, I guess I'm not, I guess I'm dying. The one thing I forgot to mention is we did use the PSP version, which is translated into English, but it's also pointing out that the German translation of the intro is a bit different. Fine, we're just turning the pages, and yeah, unfortunately, bye-bye Arthur. I need more practice before we come back to any of these. Even this one, but still. They're good cases, and yeah, good for Halloween. Like, yeah, nothing says Halloween like Ghosts and Goblins, Ghouls and Ghosts, anything as far as this, and also, fine, then the other one is... Rondo of Blood, let's talk about that. Fine, actually, can I give the actual name as far as what it is? Fine, just give it Rondo of Blood again. Here's Rondo of Blood again. Yeah, put that CD in, and this is what you'd hear as far as putting in that card and hearing that go, and I love it. Yeah, and there is your Super CD-ROM 2, version 3.0. Yeah, it definitely was utilizing it very nicely. From Konami, of course, released in 1993. If you have not played this game, play it. It is so good. Fine, that's the thought. None of the things we played tonight have been bad. They're all worth your time. And if you can find this unit, this is absolutely worth getting for the games that we showed. But other cases where a lot of them ported elsewhere. Fine, the only one I don't think that has been... Fine, Snatcher, aside from the Sega CD, and Superstar Soldier. But this is available in other places on PSP, and also that Castlevania Requiem collection, and also... fine, JJ Jeff hasn't been ported elsewhere. Fine, nowhere that's available still. Splatterhouse is its arcade versions. Yeah, it's worth pointing out that this version, the original version, there's a different German translation when it comes to this intro as far as the German voice they use. That was not in the one we played on PSP. They changed it a little bit. But the idea is the same, so I think it's probably worth showing this off that way. And then bumping up the music is, yeah, like before, as we showed last time, I'll have a link to our play of Run of Blood, which is... Oh, fine. I won't because it's in the link I'll have for the... what is it? The Halloween block shows, because this is our last Halloween block show from last year. There's a virgin sacrifice going on from the Dark Priest Shaft, who said by doing this is going to bring Dracula back. It does, and of course, what happens is Dracula goes and he causes trouble to the local towns, and he takes away Annette, who is the love of Richter Belmont, who makes his debut with this game, as well as all the other maidens in town, and also Maria Renard, who making her first appearance in this franchise as well. And you go through a bunch of levels as far as whipping and also unlocking Maria to play as, and having a different perspective playing her. Yeah, this game is awesome. I love this game so much. And we're getting the intro as far as the full look. So in this case, we've shown all three versions I own. The TurboGrafx-16 Mini version, the Wii Virtual Console version, and our full play with it on PSP. So let's run and let's go. And so what we're going to do on this one is I have SOGs as far as a name entry. I don't know what I'm going to call. It's like just tell him, I don't know. I don't know, reference to Just Dave Belmont from Castlevania, what's the second one in the Game Boy Advance? Why am I blanking on its name? Castlevania Harmony of Dissonance, which is connected to... Actually, yeah, this one, actually, it's connected to. Specifically, well, let's get going. All I'm doing on this one, we're going to show the intro, and we're going to show the first level. I'm also bumping this music up because, oh my god, it's so good! Yeah, never get tired hearing Divine Bloodlines or anything specifically off of this soundtrack. Or the aspects of Castlevania. Okay, you know, I did change that. Like, wait, I did change that up, right? Yeah, and we did play Splatterhouse, I promise. Specifically for coming this new, it's like, hey, why is it saying Super Bowl Game Saturday, Splatterhouse, and TurboGrafx-16 Mini Showcase? The showcase part. There you go. The great look as far as in town, and there's Annette again, but don't worry, we saved her before, because everything came to town. But of course, remember, Richter Belmont's come to town, he is the vampire killer, and he is ready to go. It's one of these things that feasibly, if I was not in a case of feeling tired myself, as it is, or like doing long shows, I'd probably sit here and play the whole game again. It's that good. Yeah, you say that about really anything on this, and that's the beauty of a lot of these mini consoles, you know. The case that they're games you could definitely put in and spend the whole night playing. Have a great time. And also finding stuff you might have missed. Stuff I know I missed. Even this game for a while, until the Wii port came out. That's when I first played it. It's another dark and stormy night, and yeah, great way to take us out for the show for this year. There's Stage 0, the prologue. Yeah, we are showing this aspect in Japanese, but it was translated with another case. Fine, Konami translated this game as far as it. They could do those Snatcher and Police Knots. I think, please, Konami, I'm begging you. Fine, I think this is like fine. The love of Konami as far as the stuff they do that's really cool. Like, there you go. Here's the question: can I also feasibly avoid this? Yeah, I can avoid by just walking on the horse. I didn't do that last year. It's like fine. I was fixing that way. The next time won't be so easy, so it says as far as the English version, but there he is in Japanese and all his glory, and there's the castle there, so let's go. Yeah, right on, Tonto. Yeah, here we go. Divine Bloodline's so good, I can't say enough. I just want to make sure that I have this music up enough, like, fine. Get those set, just like, also, fine, I'm playing this game, I guess, the right, fine. There's no wrong way to play this game. The only wrong way to play this game is not playing it. That's how good Rondo Blood is. If you're not playing Rondo Blood, please, 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 please play it. Whether you get that PSP collection, which is, fine, it's the Dragon X Chronicles, which is a remake of this, and we'll do the remake at some point, I promise. And, in that case, it's fully translated, as far as being able to unlock the original, and Symphony of the Night, and also then the Rec Room collections on PS4 and 5, and, fine, TurboGrafx-16 Mini, or on PC Engine Super CD2 if you have it. Yeah, no matter how you play this game is a masterpiece, and it's awesome. In a franchise that's known for its excellence, generally speaking, yeah, this one stands out. It's great. Whoa. I'll just do a little bit more as far as this, and then we're going to stop. But I'm not going to go somewhere where we don't hear Divine Bloodlines. This is going to be the music we close the show out of for this year, and also close out our Halloween block of this year. Ouch. The same deal as before, yeah, just do the whipping, tossing out the axe as far as my sub weapons, hitting the one button twice to do the backflip, there you go. I'm actually used to it now, so there's that. Actually, that being said, I'm gonna go over here, so yeah, there is the pork chop, yeah, you have a nice meal. Yeah, the thing is that, fine, okay, right, I forgot, you have to hit that. I did it stupidly on my test practice footage today, like, I want to get up here, but like, no. What I do specifically, do that. Alright, there you go, there's the protoplasm. Alright, yeah, take the protoplasm out. Ow. Come on, there you go. Fine, I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We'll look out that way as far as the fire that way, a great visual case of itself. We get to have Divine Bloodlines going. Oh my god, it's so good. This game is so good. And, yeah, this unit is also a cool case. It's not cheap going to the TurboGrafx-16 Mini. Definitely not cheap. You're going for the US or Western region of this. Which, as I said, the only unique game you're getting on this that's not on the other one is, or that's not on the other one is, Salamander. That one comes with Tokimeki Memorial, and it also comes with, Tengai Makyo 2 Manjimaru. And it's also pointing out, I think I mentioned this earlier when we did the Mega Splatterhouse, that unit has the region correct version. Or, fine, each unit has their region correct version. So, TurboGrafx-16 Mini has the US version included. On the PC Engine Mini, it is the PC Engine port, which is not censored, unlike the one we played tonight. That being said, I had a great time doing Splatterhouse as far as a closeout of our Halloween block for 2024. And also looking at a couple other things and ending on a classic as far as our Halloween perspective with Rondo Blood. And had such a great time doing tonight's show. Definitely look for a case where we can come back to the TurboGrafx-16 Mini again, because we definitely got a lot of good stuff on this, and hope you had a good time. Hope you enjoyed the show. Thank you so much, in particular, to Dolly Finn and, of course, Harpertai Dracula. I just had to take some time to get the name right, set that way. Thank you so much for joining our program tonight. And hope you had a good time, and have a great rest of your night. But one last thing we're going to do. let's talk schedule. Although before I talk schedule, let's talk about next year's Halloween block. Because most of it's set specifically. As mentioned, we're going to have requests from a bunch of people. I'm laughing to death, wanted to see Medieval. We're going to play that. Dolly Finn wanted to see Scooby-Doo Night of 100 Frights. We got that on tap as well. We have another Castlevania game we're coming back to for Super Bowl Game Saturday, Second Chance. Something I'm doing next year to celebrate 5 years of the program. We're going to come back every month to a game we played at least once before for a new reason, and also feasibly for fixing tech problems or other stuff that might have come to it, or cases where I don't have the show or something like that anymore because I did it years ago. That being said, we're going to do Castlevania Bloodlines. That's going to be on Halloween of next year. I did it on Halloween of 2020, so we're going to keep it canonical that way. That's going to be Friday that way. And then as far as the other stuff, the Crochet Nerd 64 is going to have his pick. If we were playing Shadow Hearts Covenant, it'll probably be that as far as the next part. The first part, if we come to it, as far as that late next year. I don't know when. We're going to figure that. And we have another open week that's going to be maybe for Nocturne for us being on for Mega Man 7, or her being for Mega Man 7. I'm going to control Mega Man 7, specifically to talk when we briefly previewed Mega Man 8 a month ago. It feels like it's been more than a month. Yeah, when we looked at that a month ago, she's running Mega Man 8, but I'm going to run Mega Man 7. That was one that, like I said, is one of my favorite, if I is my favorite classic game in the series. Fight me for whoever says otherwise. Like, yeah, I'm not going to fight him. It's a great case of that. He said, I wish I was there when you did it. It's like, yeah. To see the game crash on me when I was running the, the Mega Man Legacy Collection 2 on the Xbox One X. It was weird, but it made for a funny edit back when I was not really doing many edits on the show. Yet. Of course, that has changed, and now it is. We'll come back to it again. I'm going to use the Wii U Virtual Console for that, because it's straight porting the Super Nintendo version. And it'll show some unique stuff that was cut out of the other releases. That's what we got on tap for next year. Fine, we'll do Mega Man 7 at some point. If we don't do it for Halloween block, we'll do it again, specifically. So in that case, if we do, we'll have 2 second chance entries that month. That's looking for that, but as far as the show for the next month, as far as in the current perspective, or most recent, I should say. We're entering November next week. So yeah, I can't believe we're almost there, and hope you have a happy Halloween, everybody, still, for sure there is that. But next week, Nocturne's coming back. She's playing Crocos of the Gobos for Sega Saturn for us, but because of the difficulty of aspects of the game, and I understand it, she's right as far as I said, November 2nd, we got a show delegated. Do you want to do something else? He said, yes. So I got something else. Good case of an autumnal game, as it's going to have as far as next week's show at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on November 2nd. We're playing Super Mario Bros. 3, the NES game that came out in 1988 in Japan, but for actual reasons that were not just like, hey, it took a while for them to translate it over. It took a while to come out to the US. It came out in 1990 here. And she's going to be playing it on NES, but we're going to be using the Switch Online port, because I have the correct controllers, so she can play it with the NES pad she knows and loves, as far as this game she grew up with, and she knows a lot of secrets and a lot of things about it, and adores it. She's even one controlling that, but I will feasibly be on tap for the purpose of showing off stuff with 2-player for aspect, but fine, the control of the game, I'm going to let her just run that 1-player, probably. And also, she said, like, if I get into trouble, have save state stuff set like we did with Splatterhouse tonight, and be in a case of that. So yeah, that's what she's going to do for next week's show at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and then we get to November 9th. That's going to be a return to another Capcom case, as far as it, because we had Ghouls and Ghosts tonight, as far as it, but, fine, it is Capcom, but it's ex-people from Capcom, for Tomba, for the PlayStation. That's a game one true L wanted to see. I'm ready to deliver Tomba, getting ready, specifically. I'm practicing the next couple weeks to get stuff set, because we're going to have a couple parts of that game running the 2D, the 2.5D platforming game from Whoopee Camp, made of ex-Capcom developers, taking Tomba, Caveman, who, again, the Caveman case again, there you go. As far as it's so Caveman in gaming, it's still all around. As far as that, he has to save his land and his grandfather's bracelet from the evil pigs that come by, and go through a bunch of areas to do so in this 2.5D platforming game that has RPG aspects with quests. We do all the quests. I just have to get everything set as far as what they are and continue my practice. That will be the game I'm practicing in the next couple of weeks. It's going to be ready for that program for Part 1. Part 1 of Tomba is on November 9th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm looking forward to playing that. We're going to be using the PlayStation 3 port. You can download on PS3 for about $10. It's the one that I bought when it was asked for it, and also I still don't know if the patches come out for the Tamba Special Edition, which is on PlayStation 5 and Switch right now, and I think they said PS4 is still getting it, but I think they delayed it. But there's a big problem with that game where sometimes it's just crashing when you boot the game up, but not for everybody. So in that case, we're going to use the old perspective because it's straight emulating the PlayStation game, which is a lot of money. It's another one that's like $150, I believe. So at that point, that's going to be the idea. And fine, for 2, fine, we'll see when we get to 2, because I have 2 downloaded the same way. We'll play it the same way. But yeah, hopefully they'll fix that one. You have your easier modern take of getting it. Fine, if you have PS3, you can get it, but it's also the case that fine, Switch, PS4, and 5, yeah, feasibly have it not crashing, please. Maybe they've already fixed it by now. Who knows? We're starting that on November 9th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. A week after that, we actually have 2 showcase shows kind of going next month. On the 16th at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we're celebrating 30 years of Donkey Kong Country. I love this franchise so much. We had all 3 games of the Super Nintendo era on the show, and we have other cases we'll go back to other ones, like with Donkey Kong 64, there's going to be Gemini 96's jurisdiction, because he agreed I want to run that 100% at some date. We'll also do Donkey Kong Country Returns when the Switch version comes out at some point. That's the version we'll use, I should say, not when it comes out. We'll use that version to play it. And then Tropical Freeze, which I have the Wii U version of. I don't know if I'll get the Switch version on that one, but before we get to those, I'm showing off the trilogy again, but I'm showing them off on the portable units. Specifically Donkey Kong Country 1 on Game Boy Color and Advance, and 2 and 3 on the Advance specifically. Show off what's unique about them, edge stuff they've got, and have a little bit of a love-in on 30 years of that great franchise, and the idea that, hey, you know, it's what won Nintendo the console war against Sega, and it's a great game, great set of games, all 3 of them are awesome. We're playing them all for the show, but I was a feasible reason to go back to Donkey Kong Country 2, because it was a bit older tech. I easily justify doing that again, I think. But that means that I can also justify doing these Game Boy Advance games as far as it's for full shows. And even the Game Boy Color one, which is a fascination. It really is, as far as that. And we're going to be using the GameCube to play it via the Game Boy player. As I say, the Game Link cable. No. Fine. Donkey Kong Country on the Game Boy Color uses that, I think. Well, I don't know if he uses that. But that being said, we've got those portable games we're going to show off as a little bit of a showcase, showing off a bit of the greatest hits on all of those. We're going to some memories, mine and of course all of yours, and the best on Twitch on those games on Game Boy and Game Boy Color and Advance, or on Super Nintendo, feasibly, however it is. And the week after that, our Disney Showcase game for the weekend before Thanksgiving. We do that every year. It ended up being an accident, me finding out that was what's going on, but for this year, we're playing The Lion King for the, well, it's on the Switch because of the reason the Disney Classic Games collection is the Super Nintendo, Genesis, and Game Boy games in there. I don't know if we beat them all, but we'll beat one and show off the other ones and talk the collection a little bit, too. There's some nice stuff in that and stuff they patched for it about a couple years ago to go into aspects of that. And we can definitely show that off for other stuff when it comes to the games that are in that. We're going to have an experience with that now 30-year-old movie and 30-year-old game based on it from Westwood Studios, the people who made Command & Conquer. Yeah, and it's feasibly as hard as Command & Conquer, maybe harder in terms of certain areas, so that's going to be a fun one, but an interesting one to go back on. People maybe having horrible memories of certain things, but capturing the experience of the movie very, very well. That'll be 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on November 23rd and on November 30th. I got to decide on a time on this one. I also get notes and stuff set on this baby too, because we got a big showcase. We got our annual Thanksgiving showcase. 2 days after Thanksgiving, every year, we got a themed show going off of a group of stuff we look over for a little bit of time, kind of like we did tonight. This is kind of a mini case of that. We gave a full play to one game, and then a little bit of a look to other stuff and discussion on what's here. But for that one, we got a showcase case. This is our big annual Thanksgiving smorgasbord gaming feast. Our smorgasbord of gaming and a gaming feast, specifically, you want to put it that way, however it is. But our theme this year is listed Xbox Live Arcade games from Xbox 360. So if this is listed from Xbox Live Arcade and you cannot download it anymore, it's up for grabs. We've got a bunch of stuff on tap, stuff people I know have been asked for. We got stuff like Death Spank. We have stuff like Rush and Attack. We have Scott Pilgrim vs. the World. We have Marvel Blast Ultra. We have Marvel vs. Capcom Origins. I'm trying to think of all the stuff we've got. We have 34 games. The 35th is going to be a YouTube site exclusive. And it's a case of me being able to play a game that, part of a franchise that I'd love to show for the show, but generally speaking, for license reasons, I can't. But I found ways to do it that are not going to violate that specifically. And it's actually a video I recorded about, by the time I get that going, almost 2 years ago. Kind of been sitting on that specifically because I want a good perspective of when to show this. That'll be a YouTube site exclusive case. We got 34 games of delisted goodness for you to remember. Some great games. Maybe you can't get anymore, but maybe you can. Maybe beg for re-releases of stuff like I am on Snatcher tonight. Maybe all you are on other stuff. Maybe you're also on Snatcher as well. I'm going to assume there's probably people like, oh, I love hearing loving on Snatcher, and to get it back as an example, but other stuff as well. And Poker Smash and Poker Night 2 are the cases where I've been asked for that. Those are two I first wanted to see, and I wanted to show those. And good choice, especially on Poker Night 2, because that was one I missed. And Poker Smash, I definitely have a good case of that. I wish I bought that, but it's also that case of, can't go home again as far as those, but we're going to give our love of that. Stuff is going to be demo, too. So we got a lot of game goodness going on there, so we're going to have to start early. I think maybe 4 or 5 p.m. I'm going to get a sense of that. I might also have guests on that one. That's going to be a little up in the air, but we'll see as far as that getting to the time of that. Then in December, to close the year out, we have the next part of Tama that's going to be on December 7th. December 14th is going to be a little relaxing show because we're going to be playing sort of, kind of, but we're going to be reminiscing a little bit too. Played Super Mario Sunshine for GameCube this year, using the Switch version, as was the case, because Brixbury wanted to see it. And thank you again, Brixbury, for that request. I had a great time going 100% of that game for you, but I'm not done with the game. Got other things we got to talk about, because I practiced that game 4 months ahead of time to be set to show the game as we showed it this year. So I have a bunch of clips recorded on Switch, about 116, I believe, by my count, showing a lot of weird stuff that might have happened, weird glitches, weird, close calls, nice saves of being able to get cases of things going on, amazing feats, and humiliating defeats, and hilarious deaths. So you're going to see it all. You're also going to be seeing me on camera again, because I'm also going to show another thing. I'm going to show what happens when you play Super Mario Sunshine with controllers that maybe it was not designed around. What if you play it with the DK bongos? Well, you play it with the taiko drum from Taiko Drum Master, which Edwax is going to be donating me for the purpose of that program. What happens if you play it with the CDI spoon controller that they released for RZ Jewel Fairmore? It works. It does work somehow. I'll be live on show to show that. And also find out, I think, I was toying if I want to actually do this or not. I think I might use my Malaysian Joybox PlayStation 2 connector device. It broke one of my PlayStation 2 controllers, but I think I might want to see if I can show Super Mario Sunshine being played with the PS2 controller, just cause. If I get another controller for that, I'll do that. Well, fine, I can just put one of the PS1 controllers I got in for that, and figure it. Just to show, it's like, why not? Like, you ever play that thing with a PS2 controller? Actually, it's kind of hard to do that because the pressure-sensitive buttons on the PS2, it's not like the GameCubes where you can kind of just push it down halfway and get it. You have to really hit your thumb or finger onto it really hard to make it go. And the reason I own that, by the way, is because when Sonic Gems Collection came out on GameCube, I was like, I wish they localized the PS2 version. I want to play these games with that controller, not the GameCube pad. But it broke one of my PS2 controllers, so yeah, that was not a good idea, I guess, in retrospect. But I do have it. And GameCube, I guess, was a better case, because fine, for Sonic R, it had 4-player support. It only had 2 on PS2. But that being said, you live and learn, I guess. But we'll have that element going as far as our last look as far as Super Mario Sunshine for a live program. But then we get to December 31st on the YouTube site. We're going to have an exclusive look of a jump cut, smash cut of all of the deaths that I had playing the game for the 4 parts we did for the play on the show, and also for anything I show off on that showcase show in December on the 14th. That'll be the last video that goes up for the year as our last hurrah of 2024 with, the last look of the year and one big compilation show as far as an extra, and it's a nice case. I'm looking forward to sharing that with you and stitching together what I got left and giving a bit of an intro as well. And at the end of the year, Dollyfin, who was in chat tonight, she's going to be on for the last 2 shows of the year for Tetris Dr. Mario for Super Nintendo. That's one that she wanted to be in on, and she's been practicing that one. And also, like Chris wanted to see, we're going to have that case going on, showing the mixture of Tetris and Dr. Mario in a 16-bit context, but also with a mixed match mode. It's really cool. I'm going to wait for a re-release, hopefully. Maybe when Tetris from NES gets released on Switch Online. Most likely, I'm going to guess, in December. Probably for Christmas if I'm a betting man. That would be something to see maybe next. We'll see. Who knows? And then at the end of the year, I start Shenmue on Dreamcast. That's going to be on December 28th. We're playing on the Dreamcast, where I'm going to show off first to you the video that came on the official Dreamcast magazine disc, which is my first exposure to the game, and the case where I said, I got to play this game. And I played the game. I fell in love with it, and it is a game that means so much to me in a way that I want to share everything I got on that game over 6 months. That's going to be the thought of it. We'll play through the entire game. I'm going to show as many of the missable events as I can, including some I didn't know existed until semi-recently. And also show off what I can on the Shenmue Passport. That's going to be a little bit of a limited case based on the VMU space. But at least I can show some aspects of that and explain a little bit of that too. We're going the whole way on Shenmue 1 as far as a big long-form game we got running. And in January, first weekend on the 5th, we have a donation from Ultra94T. He gave me the GameCube preview disc, the Nintendo GameCube preview disc, to be precise, as far as its name. We show that off as far as everything that's in that. Demos of Sonic Adventure DX, and Beautiful Joe, and Splinter Cell, and Soul Calibur 2, and Billy Hatch and the Giant Egg, and videos of a bunch of other things, and Game Boy Advance stuff. We'll be live on camera that for the Game Boy Advance stuff, just to be able to show that aspect of it working, and also have to borrow Game Boy Advance with someone, because mine's not working. And we'll also have the next parts of Tomba and Shenmue going on, and with Tomba, I believe it's going to be the finale. And last weekend of the month, this is going to be a little bit of an up-in-the-air question, going to be one of two things. If Edwack and Nikki are going to be able to do this, I asked him specifically, he said maybe for this for end of January. Smart Ball for Super Nintendo, he wanted to show this game. It's a childhood favorite of his, from publisher Sony ImageSoft and developer Game Freak, who made Pokemon. He loves this game, or it's known to Jerry Boy as far as its Japanese variants, and there's a sequel that Japan got. I think it's been translated. Maybe if you want to show that at some point, we'll figure that. But the one we got was called Smart Ball, released in 1991. He's going to be, with respect to that, either the final week of that month, or if he doesn't, I'm actually not going to have Super Bowl Game Saturday Second Chance as the thing I was indicating, which the game you preview just because we've shown Sonic Adventure off already. In that case, I will be playing Halo Combat Evolved from Xbox, because I did a show of that years ago, and I don't have the recording of it anymore. For that, I'm going to use the Halo Master Chief Collection running through the Xbox Series X, and the reason for that is because it has subtitles for the dialogue, and I want to let you hear and see everything that's being spoken. The Xbox game does not have that, even though I do have it on an OG Xbox, so I said, okay, fine, we'll do that. I might use the graphics from Xbox. You hit the back button as far as that. Switch between it, because it is porting the the Halo Anniversary, no, Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary Edition from 2010, as far as what that is. And then getting into February, we'll have next part Shenmue. I guess we'll be done with Tomba. I guess we'll see as far as what that is. We'll have been done, I think. I'll try and see if I can't do that for 3 parts. It's not that long, but it's just the challenges. I want to make sure as far as all the challenges, missions, all that stuff, I get that set. End of the month also for February, come back to Proc for the finale of Proc Legend of the Gobos. That's going to be Nocturne's case. She needs to do off-screen stuff. She's specifically figuring that. I am going to mention that to her. I think that'll be enough time. She's like, I think it should be a good case that it's giving perspective as far as that, because I know it's a tough thing for sure. And other stuff coming next year. April Fool's Day show is going to be Plumbers Nowhere Ties Definitive Edition on Switch. That's going to be fine, that's more of a what is this case, what the fuck is this case, let's just say it, than JJ and Jeff is. JJ and Jeff is normal compared to Plumbers Nowhere Ties, I'll tell you that right now. And for our compilation program for May, I don't know what weekend I'm doing this one, I'll figure it. We're going to be doing Title Legends 2 for the PlayStation 2. I was going to say Xbox. We're not doing the Xbox version because actually it costs a lot of money. It only came out in Europe, and I've heard it's region free, but at $80, I don't want to take a risk. So I bought it on the PlayStation 2, and we're going to take a look at that and have our perspective going on for sure. And give some stuff tonight. You can see on there like Darius. But yeah, there you go. That is what our show is looking like. And of course, I mentioned the Halloween block stuff for next year. I cannot wait to get to that and everything else we got. Thank you so much for joining us for our show this week for Super Bowl Game Saturday. Thank you for everything you do for the show and joining us and your experiences and your thoughts. I really appreciate. We really appreciate as far as the guests when we have guests that way. But yeah, love doing this, and thank you so much for spending your time with us. I appreciate it. And hopefully you have a better understanding, a little bit of the TurboGrafx-16 Mini. I know and the consoles for sure. I know I do. And it's one of those cases that, fine, I need that acknowledged more than maybe you do. You might have a lot more than I do, but in my case, yeah, a blind spot. I feel like maybe have a little more of an understanding now. And a little more on Splatterhouse, and next time we come back to Splatterhouse at some point, will be Splatterhouse 2 for the Sega Genesis using the Sega Genesis 2 Mini port. Okay, so with that, that's going to do it for our show tonight. Have a great rest of your night, a great rest of your weekend, a great week coming forward, and have a happy Halloween, everybody. See you next year as far as our case of Halloween block for our next entries of that. But I'll see you next week with Nocturne at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for Super Mario Bros. 3 for the NES. Finally, I promise we're going to have it next week. Till then, keep being awesome. Have a wonderful night. Take care, and again, happy Halloween, everybody.